no jungler up for FAK Esports. Kongyue's trying to take this. Here come the teleports. These two AD carry champions are back on the rift. It's Frank trying to defend. They can't let this dragon go down. The stun. Down will go Chan. No, but the flash point from Lilvi. Lilvi's going to find the kill off the Pretender. He's looking for Wako. What can Wako do? Nothing. He's the Ziggs. And Lilvi's going crazy. It's going to be West Point in a desperate attempt to turn the game. They're going to get the Elder.
什么情况？
那这局只是加凯文加一剑，在第一场比赛的 match 放出来，似乎有一些沟通状况的情况下，这
一剑 Q3 R 闪进去，全部烧掉。
两个往前小赛场那边进行控制，暴风弹展开，但并没有将人给击杀。
有居民收割，
居民赶了回来，要来反手收团战，
反手吃巴龙，
并进来中了。 草丛里有视野，这边向前的冷酷晋级，射向了人头，回头接巴龙 ，FAK 我逆转，你的逆转。
这巴龙哦，这巴龙吃的，哇，这什么？刚这什么？为什么不喷了一大堆血？什么东西？
哎呦， 这就是这个巴龙新形态巴龙的威力吗？
太猛了吧！因为自己家打野在上半部的关系，这里下半部就变成 FAK 展开进攻，上半部单杀了 Bio Panther， 这里直接出大事，
是，而且他是有等级上优势，只是他一开始血量就比较低。好，这边有 Q3的时候还过去皮，这个真的是自找的。因为其实对面拿着 Q3，你等多1-2秒，这就没 Q3了，你就很安全。这是自己膨胀了，
招直接接满了
，nice， 有喽。
那另外一个后面一剑也有 TP， 宣发选择走过来，但没想到被针对了。控制并用立场一剑躲掉了绷带的牵引，直接走到正面的位置，被4个人给开交的闪现拉开距离。后面 Gemini 进场，队友是没有跟上，不过来了一个雅迪搭上了凯威的双重开战，又是一个 One Ball Combo。Gemini 是控制了，这是 Gemini 控制了4个人，但还是被 C 给控制住。走在草里面的 Fighter 是被闪现进去的 Gemini 给绑住，被击杀右边位置。虽然 Gemini 倒下，但一剑选择站出来，跟着挖口来做收割，收掉了 Fifth。
But he ends up being able to do so. Kaiwing's in there. He does use that solar flare, and down comes that red carpet as Hayri's stuck in the pit. He can't even contribute. This is the guy that picked up 2 of your early kills. Jimmy's on the black. There's a massive, massive ultimate potential. They do get the first kill to a team blitz, but 5 people all locked up. And it is a massive team fight. This Aurora champ needs nerfs desperately as Frank get the ace. Only Gemini goes down, and it's a quadra for Wako.
He does do okay on Biopanther, actually looks pretty intimidating in this fight, but this is all happening while Aurora is not even there, and I believe that is a 5-man Aurora ultimate.
Yep.
Every member of Team Bliss trapped in there. Violet eventually chased down. Nice snipe by Wako. Nowhere for Violet to go to.
关键时刻，握着阿嬷帮我准备的球拍，让我更有把握赢球。阿嬷，好睡吧？睡哦。家人的爱是多年的依赖，就像我多年以来依赖中华电信。金白来，最疼我的家人，最挺我的中华电信，舞动精彩，共创未来，
永远走在最前面。中华电信。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道。浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
There's no jungler up for FAK Esports. Kongyue's trying to take this. Here come the teleports. These 280 carry champions are back on the rift. It's Frank trying to defend. They can't let this dragon go down. The stun. Down will go Char. No, but the flash point from Lilvi. Lilvi's going to find the kill off the Pretender. He's looking for Wako. What can Wako do? Nothing. He's the Ziggs. And Lilvi's going crazy. It's going to be West Point in a desperate attempt to turn the game. They're going to get the Elder.
什么情况？
那这局只是让凯文加一剑，在第一场比赛的麦切克放出来，似乎有一些沟通状况的情况下，这时间点一剑
Q3 R 闪进去，全部烧掉。
两个往前小战场那边紧紧控制，暴风的展开，但并没有将人给击杀。
有居民收割，
居民赶了回来，要来反手收团战，
反手吃巴龙，
并进来中了。草丛里有视野，这边向前的冷酷晋级，射向了人头，回头接巴龙 ，FAK 我逆转，你的逆转。
这巴龙哦，这巴龙吃的，哇，这什么？刚这什么？为什么大家全部喷了一大堆血？什么东西？
哎呦，这就是这个巴龙新形态巴龙的威力吗？
太猛了吧！因为自己家打野在上半部的关系，这里下半部就变成 FAK 展开进攻，萨拉布单杀了 Biopanther， 这里直接出大事，
是，而且他是有等级上优势，只是他一开始血量就比较低。好，这边有 Q3的时候还过去皮，这个真的是自找的。因为其实对面拿着 Q3，你等多1-2秒，这就没 Q3了，你就很安全。这是自己膨胀了，
招直接接嘛了，
nice， 有喽。
那另外一个后面一剑也有 TP， 宣发选择走过来，但没想到被针对了。控制利用立场一剑躲掉了绷带的牵引，直接走到正面的位置，被4个人给开交的闪现拉开距离。后面军本仔进场，队友是没有跟上，不过来了一个雅典搭上了凯威的双重开战，又是一个 one ball combo。军本仔是控制了，这是居民控制了4个人，但还是被 D 给控制住。走在草里面的 Fighter 是被闪现进去，军本仔给绑住，被击杀右边位置。虽然军本仔倒下，但一剑选择站出来，跟着挖口来做收割，收掉了 Fifth。
But he ends up being able to do so. Kaiwing's in there. He does use that solar flare, and down comes that red carpet as Havey stuck in the pit. He can't even contribute. This is the guy that picked up 2 of your early kills. Jimmy's on the black. There's a massive ultimate potential. They do get the first kill to Team Blitz, but 5 people all locked up. And it is a massive team fight. This Aurora champ needs nerfs desperately as Frank get the ace. Only Gemini goes down, and it's a quadra for Wako.
He does do okay on Biopanther. Actually looks pretty intimidating in this fight, but this is all happening while Aurora is not even there, and I believe that is a 5-man Aurora ultimate.
Yep.
Every member of Team Bliss trapped in there. Violet eventually chased down. Nice snipe by Wako. Nowhere for Violet to go to.
ground. 'Cause I can take this pain, it's changing me. I will rise up to the moment and I won't stay the same. There's my decree. Burning like a flame, I'm coming a train, I'm coming your way, your way. Thunder with the rain, I'm flooding the game, start running away, away. Battle through the pain, transforming the game, I'm storming your way, your way. And I won't stay the same as my decree. I'm no immortal, but my fire will never die. They take me for a fool, I'm taken for a ride. The more my feet are battered, the more I'm taken down. The more that they come and they say I'm fighting from the ground. 'Cause I can take this pain, it's changing me. I will rise up to the moment and I won't stay the same. There's my decree. Burning like a flame, I'm coming a train, I'm coming your way, your way. Thunder with the rain, I'm flooding the game, start running away, away. Battle through the pain, transforming the game, I'm storming your way, your way. And I won't stay the same as my decree.
So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the lighter. Feel it burning through your veins. So welcome to the flames, getting higher. Welcome to the fire. Welcome to the fire. So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the lighter. Feel it burning through your veins. So welcome to the flames, getting higher. So welcome to the fire. Feel it burning through your veins. So welcome to the flames, getting higher.
Welcome back, everybody, to our first night of Civil War here at the PCS Stage 2 of our playoffs, and it possibly is the two most tightly contested teams going head-to-head. Of course, all the action will be once again brought to you by Riot Games, Kerry International, the Asus Republic of Gamers, as well as Changhua Telecom, who, if you sign up in the near future, you will receive 12 months of free Harmy video access with all the entertainment you may possibly need in the Sheraton Grand Taipei Hotel with 680 88 rooms. They've got Michelin-starred guest house. They've got a banquet hall. They've got spas, saunas, pools, everything you may possibly need, including our LJL representatives here in the second stage of the playoffs. And then China Airlines, who got all those teams over. I know SoftBank recently coming over. I believe I saw on Twitter yesterday. And without China Airlines, it would not all be possible. And last but not least, of course, it is TTL Brand Noodles, who have continued to support the PCS through the years. And without them, we wouldn't be able to put on the fantastic show that we do. So a big thank you to them, and check them out if you do find them at your local supermarket or grocery store. And I will once again be your host tonight, Vestian, and alongside me, it is Lo.
Yep, we are back, and today I find myself kind of confused and uncertain about the outcome of tonight's games.
Same as always.
True, but usually I'm confused but confident to make a prediction. Today, I'm really not sure who's going to win between these teams. Historically, I was having a look earlier. Throughout the year, CFO have bested Frank in best of series 3 times consecutively. Frank not being able to take a game most of the time going the distance in the series, so you can probably expect that today. Otherwise, you would think that CFO should just be clear favorites, but with the shaky form that we've kind of seen from both teams, I'm just having trouble. I'm having trouble calling it.
Yeah, and something that myself and Lo here were discussing before the broadcast was that it kind of feels like this could go one of two ways, right? Like you could have both teams show up, which, you know, recently it seems like some form is coming back to them. You could have both teams kind of just lacking where they usually succeed, you know, looking very, very rough around the edges, which also would lead to a pretty close series. Or you could have one team with a true return to form, looking very strong, while the other one is still struggling with those mistakes that they have had throughout the playoffs as well as the regular season. So it's really hard to predict, because ultimately if one team shows up, one team doesn't, well, a 3-0 seems almost certain. But if they both don't show up, or if they both do show up, then it feels like it should just be a 5-game series, because ultimately, on paper, very, very even sort of matchup when you look at the names.
Yeah, it is surprisingly even. I am surprised, honestly, by that stat that Frank have not managed to take a series off of CFO. If you remember last split, it was CFO that ended Frank's ridiculous 7-game win streak that even PSG couldn't put a stop to at the time. So maybe CFO just stylistically have this team's number.
For sure.
We'll have to see. I think if they do have Frank's number, it'll be through the top lane.
Yeah.
Where you have in Rest and Driver, honestly, 2 of the very few top laners who don't get blown over.
Absolutely, and if you saw on your screen just now yesterday's result, it was DCG taking the win 3-1 over DFM. So, bit of PCS pride, our second seed were able to get it done over the LJL second seed, which means now, of course, that the winner of this game will go forward to face one of PSG or SoftBank. The loser will go down to that bottom bracket, and I believe actually how it works is they'll face one of the losers of the second round. So they won't face one of these two teams. One of these two teams will go down to that match 6 you see in the bracket, and they'll go against one of the losers from either match 2 or match 3 or match 4, sorry. As today's match, of course, what we have been talking about is FAK Esports up against CFO. And honestly, throughout the season, I think both these teams have looked rough at times. They've definitely not finished where you'd expect either of these two teams. I mean, names like Wako, you know, winning both splits last season, coming in now, not actually really participating in spring, now in FAK Esports for this split, finishing in that lower seed, going into that first stage of playoffs, is definitely not where you'd expect these names on Frank. But the same can be said for CFO. You'd expect them to be second. The names they have, massive names, not really sort of succeeding how you'd think so.
Yeah, and speaking of Wako, who you're now seeing on your screen alongside the rest of Frank, I really loved what I saw from Frank in that best of 5 against Ground Zero, where it seemed like a return to Gemini camping the daylights out of bot lane, as he was doing in the previous split and kind of stopped doing in this split. But when you give Wako resources, it turns out he is pretty good.
Yeah, he would be an argument to the best, second best, or third best. It's very hard to separate Betty, Shun, and Wako in terms of just raw talent.
Yeah.
And so giving resources to this guy that is competing to be the best in your region and his given role, when the role is just so strong right now, and the champions that do get resources can just take over a game entirely, does bode well for them. We also know Gemini is probably the best jungler, alongside maybe Junja, at ganking that bot lane, looking for dives and pulling them off with absolute success. One thing we should mention as well, Jimmy is going to be starting the series. He had a flawless, in fact, Giga series out of him up against Ground Zero, just completely stomping Fido in all of those games. using that lead to take over team fights and really just go around the map being an absolute menace, you're not going to start Pretender. You're going to start Jimmy on the form he showed.
Yeah, and 2 of those games, he just straight up 1v9. They won 3 in a row. Number 1 and 2 play of the week for last week out of Jimmy in the mid lane. So no surprises to see him in the mid lane. They always have Pretender to fall back on. And I think that is quite a good asset to have against a team like CFO who kind of live or die by Gory in the mid lane.
Yep, and on your screen are that side of CFO. Of course, it is Driver, Kasa, Gory, Shun, and Sword Art. Now, you know, we say this every time, but if anyone hasn't caught CFO over the course of this season, you look at those names, right? You see Gory, you see Kasa, you see Sword Art, and you're like, damn, this team should be really good. None of those are their best player.
Yeah,
their best player is
AD.
Shun, and it is not even close. This guy has been performing in losses. He's been performing in wins. He is often the guy that, you know, all this game's looking rough. Who can we rely on? It is always Shun. He is the guy that is, no matter what state the game's in, the person with damage. He's doing the most damage. He's doing insane outplays and just being really, really impressive. So kind of going unnoticed because of the names around him, but certainly deserves respect.
Yeah, and even in games where, honestly, it feels like the rest of his team has straight up stopped trying, Shun is still managing to perform in team fights and not really quite getting them across the line against the top teams so far. Haven't been able to look all that impressive against specifically PSG and DCG have CFO. And I think as much as we do love these ADCs and we love these mid laners and the top lane, there are so many good players in this series. I think it's going to come down to the jungle and support synergy. If there's somewhere to exploit CFO, it is that. And Gemini and Kaiwing should be very good for that.
Yeah, that is a toe-to-toe between the 3rd and the 4th seed. I like that. Just the toe-to-toe showdown.
Yeah, very close to these two
They
teams.
They are, I think, just the closest 2 teams we have in the PCS. Now, you could also argue DCG alongside these 2 as well. I think that group of 3 teams is just, on any given day, any team could win. But I think, historically, when CFO have looked weak, so have Frank. And when Frank have looked strong, so have CFO. They've been very evenly matched. Now, the head-to-head is, just as you said, very, very, very much in favor of CFO. But I don't think that really matters too much coming into this series. We are obviously, who cares historically? Yes, CFO have been dominant, but it's all about this best of 5. Frank on the back foot in terms of those stats. Will be even if they 3-0 this. But honestly, after their last series against Ground Zero, you have some confidence. Maybe that Temple trekking went well for them.
Yeah, true. We forgot about the temple buff. Hopefully Frank have made it to the temple this morning or the previous night. I'm not sure how you time the temple trip efficiently, as this looks like their last encounter. And I don't remember Jiang playing this much Skarner.
Yeah. This was way back in the day. Honestly, this was back when Mordekaiser was picked, and it was actually Frank, if you remember, in Game 2, Driver was something like 0-4 as that Mordekaiser into Yi Jiang Skarner. And then he came into one team fight, took over it, and they got the win off the back of that. And then in game number 3, it was Gory on the LeBlanc really taking over against Jimmy in there in the mid lane. So it was actually a series that if you look at game 1, it was an absolute stomp, Frank winning that. If you look at game 2, they were also stomping that game. One misplayed team fight. CFO were back in it and absolutely won the rest of that series out. Now, who is the answer for Frank? Well, at least the eye test would suggest to me that it is Jimmy, and I think the meta, at least if they are playing these AD champs, suits him a lot more than Pretender. But we saw yesterday the Vex coming out of Cascada. We saw some AP champions coming into that mid lane, and some more, back to how it was. Some Lee Sin coming out there for 116, not 116, sorry, 665. And I think that looked really strong. I think they utilized it very well, and it's something that Pretender, if he can get onto those majors, would be the reason why you want to bring him out.
Yeah, even the Azir for Arya, though they didn't get the win in that 4th game, still looked very good and like a perfectly serviceable mid lane champion that we know Jimmyan plays so ridiculously well. Hopefully Frank are paying attention, both domestically and internationally, that you're not forced to play these ADCs if you don't want to. And honestly, for CFO, same deal, because they look so much better when they get Karsa on a tank who has agency for his team.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, into the pick ban, it is going to be that Renekton taken away from Driver, not going to allow that blind pick to come through. I'm sure Frank doing some homework over the course of the past few days to ensure this pick ban can be as good as possible. Now, remember, everyone, that CFO have had a lot more time to scout out Frank. They did qualify a lot earlier and got to see 2 series out of FAK Esports post their qualification. So they should come in with a lot of information. They should know what they're looking for, what we saw FAK succeed on, and particularly, obviously, in that series up against Ground Zero, they'll be well aware of what the likes of Jimmy and Zione.
Yeah, not only why FAK succeeded, but they got to see FAK honestly flounder quite a bit up against Bliss, who on paper should be a far inferior team to FAK. So maybe some weaknesses identified there by CFO that they can, put the screws in and punish FAK for the mistakes they made.
Taking away what, at least in my eyes, was kind of a crutch for Yi Jiang over the course of their most recent series, because he wasn't really performing all that well in general. He had one really standout win game, absolutely, but the Rumble was something that he was able to pick up, just do well in his lane. It's a lane bully, gets ahead, and then comes to the team fights and just has the impact that Rumble can have just by being Rumble, essentially. So taking that away means that Driver might be able to exploit Yi Jiang a little bit more if he is showing those same nerves that he really was earlier on in the playoffs.
Yeah, speaking of bans, though, there's one champion starting with an A who is currently available and remains available.
Yeah, and we've already seen Jimmy and Carry on this one. His top play of the week was the Aurora, landing a 5-man ult and really sealing the deal. Let's see if they do opt in for it. Of course, DCG showed that it is not the be-all, end-all. They were able to find a nice draft that included 80 junglers and a Vex. Let's see if CFO have prepared something similar or just their own take on how to deal with this champion, because internationally, it looks extremely strong.
Yeah, speaking of the Aurora internationally, especially in the LCK, I have noticed it is going to the top lane a lot, especially when it has to go up against a Corki in the mid lane. I'm not sure if that's teams just finding a better matchup into the Corki, who does have a lot of counters in the mid lane, or if they just prefer to play the Aurora top. So far, we've just had it mid for the most part.
Yeah, only 10 bringing it out in that top side there for Ground Zero. CFO, though, they're looking for their pick. Israel would be a good takeaway from Marco. It's what he's showed the most success on, maybe excluding the Zeri, which could be something they look to pick up in the second rotation. But Corey could also pick one of those 2 champs up for himself, although he's maybe looking for an AP jungler.
Yeah, and if you watched last night's series, you might think Ezreal is just the best ADC in the game. Fang is certainly trying to prove that. And we'll see how Shun does. A very, very good ADC.
Yeah, absolutely. And he has shown prowess, mastery of Israel as well. So it's not something that's, going to be an uncertainty. This is an non-entity now.
Oh.
Shun very good at it. Gemini.
Ooh.
Yeah, I would prefer the Lee Sin just because I don't really see the point of a Lilia when you already have the Aurora.
And the Maokai locked in, who is traditionally kind of picked into the Lilia, just with his point and click CC, takes away a lot of power from Lilia. Lilia is a good champion for following up on Aurora ultis. That does feel pretty good. I think some of the drafts from DFM yesterday were kind of lacking in terms of actual follow-up for the Aurora. It's gonna be just a blind pick.
Oh my god, we got a blind pick Riven?
Okay. All right, Driver, what you got?
This is a lot of mobility coming out of the side of FAK. Of course, just the movement speed Lilia has, the movement speed Aurora has, as well as the dashing around her ults and the invisibility. And then, Riven needs no introduction, right? Just the entire kit revolves around being mobile, dashes constantly. Poppy, to me, stands out as something that you could absolutely look for here. Maybe doesn't do so well into the Aurora, but definitely into the Riven. It looks to me like an impossible lane to navigate, but Corki is what they're going to go for. Get that lock-in, something that seemingly internationally does well into the Aurora, now into 2 bans. I imagine that it's going to be FAK banning out a Poppy somewhere in these 2 bans, because I don't see what world Yi Jiang would want to lane this Riven into a Poppy in.
Yeah, I'm guessing FAK will just ban 2 top lane champs. It just makes sense to here. But based on the grin on Driver's face, I think he has something devious cooked up for the Riven.
Yeah, and keep in mind that these 2 go against each other a lot. They're both top lane mains. They both play in a roughly the same elo on Korean solo queue. Watching Yi Jiang stream in particular, I see often they go up against each other. And now, actually, the most common pick I have seen Yi Jiang pick this Riven into was Driver's Rumble. But obviously, won't be an option here. Rumble is banned out, so it'd be interesting to see what he goes for. The Gragas banned first of all. Another great champ for Driver. Now, still leaving that Poppy open, which I do have concerns over.
Yeah, Driver likes the Poppy. He's pulled it out in the 1v1s.
Yeah.
That we have during the regular season. Smolder and MF banned away by CFO. 2 good champions at following up on these Aurora and Lilia ults.
Yeah, and Wako having a really good Smolder game, for himself.
Yeah, right.
Up against Ground Zero in that game number 3, just taking over completely, really.
Just winning lane on Smolder, taking his tower at like 11 minutes. which is kind of unheard of, and it's just Rakan only needing the Gragas and Renekton bans to enable this Riven. This is going to be a big deal if Frank can actually make this Riven work, whether they win the game or not.
Is there ever a world where Jimmian is piloting the Riven and it's just Aurora top? I don't think so.
Nah.
But maybe, like, if the Poppy came through, that would be the case. Now, Urgot's being looked at. This doesn't strike me as necessarily a great pick into the Riven, but it should be absolutely serviceable as Wako hovering some AD carries. Vayne the original one, but maybe a misclick as he does look now for the Varus.
Yeah, both do start with V. Varus is a champion that is first rotation being banned in the LCK. I'm not sure what is happening over there, that they are prioritizing the Varus that heavily. We have just been ignoring the champion.
Yeah, only Lemus really picking it up, right?
Yeah. So I'm not sure what version of Varus they're worried about over there.
And this would make much more sense than a Skarner lock-in.
Yeah.
As we're pretty certain we know our top side. Skarner wouldn't make much sense. So the Zeri again, Wako, he went 11-0 and something in their first game, was paired alongside the Aurora. So putting themselves together a team comp very, very akin to their game one up against Ground Zero. Other side of Frank, although the other side CFO aren't putting up anything even remotely similar. Sorry, they do of course have that Corki, but aside from that, not much similar. Now the Alistair, the final lock-in,
blind is terrifying.
Kaiwing has been performing exceedingly well on this champion. I remember game number 3, it was actually the Smolder Alistair that really got that game off to a flying start.
Yeah. The Braum feels amazing for CFO if they do decide to lock it in. Just because it would block the Aurora, a lot of the Aurora damage, the Zeri damage, and some of the Lilia damage, but Sword Art is going for a Rel, it looks like.
Yep, gonna lock it in. Bit of follow-up there for your Makai. It also does offer peel. Rel not just a one-dimensional champ by any means. You know, crash down forward with the Magnet Storm, then you get that remount, can kind of run back, save your AD carry, save your mid lane, or whatever it may be. So I like the Rel. I think the Braum might have been better, but I don't think it's that big of a difference that you're really too concerned, as well as Braum is going to struggle against something like Lilia.
Yeah, I also like Sword Art just on something like the Rel, where he can go in, he can run around the map and influence the map alongside Karsa. Could be instrumental in shutting down this Riven, and maybe just suits his playstyle a little bit better than something like the Braum that's a bit more defensive and passive.
And now, what better way to start our series of Frank Esports up against CFO with a very untraditional, well, I mean, pick ban really. We have a Riven in this game for damn sake. And other than that, I mean, you look down the rift, we have Maokai finally for Casa. We're getting away from those AP junglers. We're going to get something more traditional, something that CFO have found much more success on. And I think that bodes well for them. Aurora, once again, rearing its ugly head. Let's see if Jimmian can have the same amount of success he did against Ground Zero, or if CFO have found the answer in that Corki and how to play around it.
Yeah, and I'm going to be looking at Gemini this game to get off to a strong early start. Lilia is a ridiculous jungler from level 1.
Yeah, I think the most important matchups is top. Urgot versus Riven feels...
Yeah, that feels like it's just going to decide the game, which feels a little bit bad when you've got the Aurora on your team, right?
Yeah, but I mean, Aurora might just end up deciding the game anyway.
Yeah.
This champ has done ridiculous things. Even Arya in game 1 last night, really showing some of the limits that champion truly does have. It was a team comp sort of built to shut down the Aurora and did not do anything close to that. So now Jimmian going to have to try prove that he can do the same. Is going for the electrocute. So we actually saw Arya up against a range matchup go for the Comet, just trying to find some poke there and have an easier lane for himself. Jimmian going more that damage, more that all-in style with the electrocute, going to have higher burst.
The scaling on electrocute for this champion is ridiculous. It's actually not the laning phase, I think, where you feel it the most. It's in the late game.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Gemini actually up this top side, going to put down his ward there for his top laner. Just in the first bush, interestingly enough. Oftentimes we do see it placed in that second bush. But I think that actually usually happens when you are the ranged top laner against a melee, trying to avoid having that bush to play around the vision.
Yeah, and we will not be seeing Urgot invading this Lilia at all. I'm not sure what CFO are cooking. I think they're trying to steal the Raptors. They've warded their own Raptors and are going for the enemy Raptors, but will be spotted on this ward.
Yeah, and Gemini should be quick enough to be able to get to the Raptors. Now,
it
is going to be Driver coming down, There is Driver coming in to try and stop this from happening, and it will at least delay this blue buff from getting taken out, but Gemini, being the Lilia, should be able to take this Raptors camp down fast enough that Cast is not able to respond, although he is pathing. Yeah, he's pathing up there, so maybe going to see some action. It is Corki, of course, that's going to have priority, and I think Gemini has to be somewhat careful here.
This
He
is
could just
insane.
get flashed on, and who got it? Karsa got it.
Karsa got it.
Karsa with the flash. Gemini's going to be able to get out.
Is that worth his flash?
We'll see. I mean, he's going to have to prove it, right? But now there isn't going to be much gang pressure coming out of this Maokai. He does give himself that early lead.
Yeah, he's up a camp. Do you use your flash to go up
a camp?
Yeah.
Well, he used his flash to die at a Scuttle Crab once, so I like this better than that interaction he had.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. I thought it was going to be a split map, and that would have favored Frank, but yeah, not the case. Just going to be Karsa with an interesting approach to the early game. We'll see how it goes. Gory is just out of mana here. Does have biscuits.
Yeah, now I think the one concern is like Maokai, you know, you kind of want to get on the map, look for these early ganks. With that Twisted Advance, that point-and-click lockdown, it's going to be much harder, near on impossible without the flash available. So it does, while delay Gemini getting to that level 6, getting to that sort of power you find out of the Lilia, it also is going to hinder his early game as well.
Yeah, it feels amazing for Jimmy and in the mid lane, who, you know, is already half HP, would have to be worrying about a Maokai flashing onto him, and maybe Sword Art showing up too. Sword Art already halfway up river, but heading back to bot lane now.
Yeah, now, Driver, importantly, last time he went up against Yijang's Riven in a professional game, died level 2, so he's at least not had that happen again, as heavy trades in the mid lane, not necessarily favoring anyone, just extremely even. Oh, no!
Lord, there it
oh,
goes.
God!
Yeah.
I mean, how easy was that? Look at Jimmy, and Jimmy's having a little laugh for himself. Not going to do the mew just yet, not going to start mewing on him, but...
Yeah. I mean, he probably just can't believe he's been given this champ another time here.
Yeah, I mean, that was barely a champ thing, I'd like to think. Yeah, the burst is insane.
Yeah, just
but
disrespecting Electrocute,
that was
right?
Insane disrespect.
Yeah, he got a stack of his passive from the E on Aurora and then followed it up with a QQ. Made light work of Gory.
Yeah, I mean, now a lane that probably was going to be suffering for the Aurora certainly won't be now, as he is just going to be that much quicker to get to his lost chapter where he can just start constantly clearing out these waves with that Q and E.
Yeah, and here Gory has an HP and CS advantage, but he lands this E, so that's one stack of the Aurora passive. The Q, auto Q, proxy electrocute, activates the Aurora passive.
Oh God, back to
Gory.
life, and that's a second death.
Gory's used his flash as well. No flashes used on the side of Frank.
Oh God.
And this is what we mean by saying that CFO lives or dies by Gory.
Yeah.
His support and jungle have not come to help him out this game. They often just are in his lane so often because of how aggressively he plays. When they're not there to support him, he's just feeding.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is an insane start for Aurora. We already think Aurora is a champ that can 1v9. Well, if you start 2-0 at 5 minutes, you definitely think that's going to happen.
What happens here? He Valkyries forward onto the Aurora here, completely disrespecting Gemini being there. Also Valkyrying on the wrong side of the map with his Maokai on the top side. And that assist is going to feel really good for the Lilia, who, again, was denied that camp. Karsa sacrificing his flash there.
Yeah, at least Kaiwing does walk over a wall, so the vision is there now. Gory not likely to fall to this gank. But still, it is pressure that he's not going to like, especially with that flash going down. It means he can't play aggressively at all. Maybe not even able to regardless. But honestly, the big winner of this entire thing, you know, of course it is Jimmy, but the rest of the map now just has to sit there and survive. Jiang, probably not an easy lane to navigate as the Riven necessarily.
Yeah.
Now he doesn't have to. He just has to sit there and get whatever farm he has and play around this massive Aurora ult that can come through in these team fights. And Riven's going to love that. A bunch of people trapped in a small, isolated area. Your Riven, every single ability you have is AoE.
Yeah, and I know that Riven scales insanely well. I'm not sure how Urgot's scaling looks. I'm assuming the Riven just outscales in this matchup. As both supports just have to sit here and babysit their mid laners.
Oh, yeah. Gory, I mean, Jimmyan going aggressive, threatening that ult, and does force the Valkyrie away from Gory. Once again, going to lose pressure here in the mid lane. There's going to be a trade, however, of this dragon for the Void Grub. Gemini getting that very close.
Yeah,
very
they
low.
can maybe contest.
They might be able to fight. I don't think they can get here in time, although Gemini's coming down. He's not level 6, can't throw a bowling ball and look for anything. Though, there it is. Gory, he has no flash still, but is going to be able to get away safely into his jungle.
That feels pretty nice if you're CFO. You're definitely in a power trough on this entire bot side. Corki with a tier, Ezreal with a tier, and a glowing moat. So you're not feeling strong on these carries at all, and you only have tanks to back them up. So nice to get that dragon. So, you know, Frank not upset with getting the Void Grubs themselves.
Yeah, and Gemini now level 6. Shouldn't have to be careful. If he gets hit by a ball, can just be taken out pretty quickly.
Yeah, and I hate this from Frank. I did say I wanted to see them play around bot lane, but enable Jimmy to just stomp this lane that he's been destroying.
Yeah, let him push and then play around bot lane, I think could be a good way to look at this. Although there is no objective up, and they honestly aren't forced to do anything, because when this Aurora champ is going to come online, it's not this stage of the game. Obviously, yes, stronger than Gory right now, but you just want to wait for these objectives, look for those big 5v5s, utilize the AoE and just the mobility that Aurora has access to when that ult is popped, and play around that.
Yeah, Jimmy's been on the end of some bad trades. This Corki does look quite strong into the Aurora, but out of mana now is Gory, so that should be the end of the pressure on Jimmy in the mid lane. Both mid laners going to take it back, and yeah, it's fine. The Corki does scale, right? But you hate that you've given this Aurora 2 kills.
Yeah, and I think Aurora, while probably scaling, like similar to Hwei scaling, right, where you can have a lot of impact in the team fights, you're not necessarily just going to be completely 1v9. It is just such a good team fight comp that's been built. You get stuck in that ultimate. There's a Lilia, there's a Riven, there's a Zeri.
Yeah, every champ uses this so well. Even Alistair, we saw it was Ray Farkey on Cassante playing around his Aurora walls with his ulti.
Yeah.
You can shove people into the Aurora wall to do bonus damage to them. Alistair can even do the same thing. Driver so far built himself up a bit of a CS lead.
The ult! Oh, Gory just able to get out.
Wow.
Nice edge there, was that engaged, but it is going to cost now that ultimate out of Aurora, the flash as well out of Kaiming. He doesn't have Hex Flash, so certainly a massive cooldown to be down.
Yeah.
Gory does manage to survive that one.
Yeah, and Gory plays so well on those knives edge moments where, you know, he is just 1 pixel away from dying, but, you know, figures out a way to navigate a fight so that he lives, and the enemy team ends up expending a lot of resources for nothing.
Yeah, in the meanwhile, though, Wako getting the better of Shun in that 1v1 down the bot side while Kaiwing and Sword Art were missing. Picks himself up a tower plate. Sword Art now going aggressive, won't be able to connect on that stun, and so now Frank will be feeling completely fine. Although Kasa is in this bot side, so is Lilia, but I would be more scared of an engage coming through from the Maokai than the Lilia at this stage of the game.
Yeah, Sword Art aggressing there because he hits level 6 before this Alistair, who doesn't have flash. Would have loved to get an engage there, but not willing to commit his own flash. Ezreal can have trouble following up on those kinds of engages.
Yeah, and Zeri with just a lot more AoE at this stage of the game. It is a Sheen completed now for Shun, which will feel nice, but ultimately the other side, it's not like Wako is lacking. He also has that potion, that elixir, for extra adaptive force in those trades.
Yeah, neither ADC is super excited to fight at this point in the game. So Gemini has not really made up the CS deficit yet, as you'd kind of expect him to on a Lilia. Should be a much faster jungler.
He has spent time, though, ganking Gory and looking for things along the map, and Kasa really has done nothing just yet but sit in his jungle and
Karsa
farm.
could be in trouble.
Yeah, Carson may be in trouble. He's being looked at. The knock-up, he does use that Bramble Smash, flashes away with the Lofting Lullaby. Here comes Nature's Grasp. The hit away there from Kaiwing, but Carson is going to go down. So it's an advanced Gemini with the movement speed. He's going to get him to True Shot Barrage. Does find its mark there from Shun, but his jungler is certainly going to be taken out. That's a loss of flash for both junglers, but the kill, importantly, does go over to Frank Esports. It goes over to Gemini, and both these AP champs now feeling very, very strong.
Yeah, ends up being pretty sloppily played by Frank, but they get it done just because Karsa is so out of position. Look where Sword Art is. And this is what I was talking about these two players needing to link up. They're on opposite sides of the map right now. Once the bowling ball lands, it's almost just guaranteed. Now, this is where it gets sloppy. Gemini should never tank that Maokai ulti there, should let his Alistair tank it, and ends up losing his flash because he does tank it. Nonetheless, they get the kill, and it's an amazing start for Frank.
Yep, 3-0 up. They're up 1k gold at this stage of the game, and they have what I would say at least is the stronger team fight composition. Gory playing aggressively in this mid lane, has his flashback up and available to himself, so does feel like he is able to be a little bit more pushed up in his wave, as well as, of course, his jungle and support in the area to protect him.
Yeah, and we see this so often in CFO games, just 3v3s in the mid lane, because it is usually just Gory playing so aggressively in the mid lane that he draws both teams to him. And when he does, he's usually good for the outplay, but massive disadvantage this game.
Classic trade of Aftershock there. Nothing really too important.
Yeah, no one too excited to hit the enemy support.
Now, I have to look at cooldowns. This Dragon is now up and available. Of course, so are the Void Grubs if Frank or CFO choose to give up this Dragon in exchange for those Void Grubs. But at least for now, both
Malignance
teams
is finished.
on the bot side, Malignance is completed. So the strongest champion on the map alongside Gemini potentially is Jimmy, and their 5v5 potential very, very strong.
Yeah, it is bizarre that Kaiwing's taken a base here.
Yeah, just low on health, and honestly, it feels like maybe they're able to delay long enough as Carcer is just going to back away from that Dragon.
Yeah, the problem with this base isn't that they lose the Dragon, it's that Carcer can now get himself. He was way out of position to trade these Void Grubs earlier, but now can actually go pick them up. And if you're CFO, again, you're happy to make this trade with how weak your carries are this early on. Let's see. No, Gemini is just going to leave the Void Grubs.
Yep, I don't think you really care that much about the 3 Void Guard for 3 Void Grubs. You already got the first ones. May as well take this Dragon, get that stacking online, especially with just how strong you are at the moment.
Yeah,
I think the Dragons are just way more important.
Yeah, especially with Carcer's entire bot side up as well. If Gemini realizes this, he can
Kaiwing's
pick
already
up all
scouted
these
that
camps. As well as look where Shun has to stand now. Just cannot walk up to his lane. Instrumental in a lot of these CFO games is Shun, and he's not getting the resources he needs.
Yeah, still doing well for himself. Just sitting somewhat even with Wako, although Wako has pulled slightly ahead. Now Shun definitely needs to be very careful here. Sword Art on the way down, but there's a potential they can just look for the dive. Kaiwing, he misses out on that Pulverize, but he does go forward, and that is going to be everything used down on this bot side. Teleports even come down. Lusting Lullaby into Shun. He does use that cleanse, but Jiang, as well as Gemini, are going to be able to pick up that kill now. Teleport comes down on the bot side. It is Driver arriving to the play as well. 5v5. He is able to get that fair beyond death. That is 1 kill over the side of CFO. Jiang trying to outplay. Jiang going to get taken out. There it is, the stun, and a double kill for Driver here on the Urgot. Gory now being looked at by Gemini, and Wako, but will be able to just walk on out, and that dive does go pear-shaped, and it goes in favor of CFO.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure how it's gone pear-shaped. I'm surprised they don't fight alongside Jiang in the bot lane here. We'll see what happens. It felt like Frank just got split up. Maybe had to chase Shun a little too far, as Kaiwing, really well played by Sword Art to make Kaiwing tank this many turret shots. Gory does have to blow his flash there, but I'm surprised the carries of Frank don't just turn around and come help their Riven here. They have a numbers advantage, but decide to just leave their Riven behind. I think they had some more fight in them, considering they've got items completed and the other side don't. As well as Gory just being zoned out of the fight. But nonetheless, Frank Cole off the play, and it ends up in their bot tower going down. This Urgot took that down in a second.
Yeah, and now with that misplay, it is actually CFO who give themselves that slight gold advantage. Now 400 gold in their favor, as they look pretty strong. We have that Triforce now online for Shun, looking towards Gory to be able to pick himself up that item as well. But this Hull Breaker, I mean, it's not an item we see very often in competitive. It makes a lot of sense on the Urgot, and that is just how he was able to take that tower down so quickly in the bottom side.
Yeah, we'll see. That should help him a lot in this 1v1. But that does give us an idea of what Driver is planning to do this game. Never leave the side lane, you would assume.
Yeah, now, probably a little bit of quiet time on the map. No, Rift Herald is spawned, but we don't really see either jungler too excited to pick that objective up, especially seeing as Sword Art and Gory on that top side are just looking for the recall. Now, they are deploying back to that side of the map as Jiang almost certainly coming down to the bot side to match this push from the Urgot. It's going to be a very tough task for Jiang to deal with these super minions.
Yeah, the Hullbreaker is a very greedy item in the sense that if you're ever forced to group, it is a terrible item, but in the side lane, it's an absurd amount of stats for the money you spend, and will have Driver looking very good in this 1v1.
Gory going aggressive here onto Jimmy and winning out on that trade, at least for the time being, but Jimmy unable to trade back very well. 1Q landing would be the death for Gory, and there it is! It's
Massive.
Jimmy in once again, the second solo kill of the game.
Yeah, complete outplay from Jimmy and just dodging all of Gory's skill shots. Gory just decides to stand and deliver. Hits less skill shots than Jimmy does. Items were even at that point.
Finding everything he needs and more is Jimmy in here. 0-3-0 now the score for Gory, whereas the 3-0-0 planted on Jimmy in the scoreline. He's teleporting now to help out his team get this Rift Herald, and there doesn't seem much chance of any form of engagement, although Caster and Sword Art are coming down. Kaiwing,
Warrior
Marco, they're going to
CP.
have to come. It's a 3v4 if they are able to get there. Nature's Grass comes through. Who's tanking this up, though? Kaiwing's trying to get there. It's going to be Gemini. Gemini is able to get the smite. Here comes Sword Art, though. He comes in with absolutely everything, and Gory is able to teleport in. There's no ultimate available for this Aurora. Now, Wako going mental. He does use that lightning crash, and he's finding a lot of damage. It's going to be him to pick up that eye of the Herald, but it's Shun finding the damage. It's Shun going forward. It's Wako with the most fantastically timed dash, and the fear beyond death from Driver missing means Frank, they do lose their jungler, but it's essentially an extended 1-for-1 plus the Herald in their favor.
Yeah, amazingly played by Wako, who's kind of the hero for his team in this fight. Gemini and Kaiwing just completely out of position here to tank the Maokai ulti. Ends up him and his jungler getting hit here. Gemini gets 0 value in this fight, not even hitting multiple members with his Q flash. But it's Wako very strong at this point, actually up about 30-40 CS over Shun on the Ezreal.
Cast is so lucky he didn't follow all the way under that tower of us. He almost certainly goes
and
down.
Kaiwing is pretty lucky. The range on the Urgot ulti isn't just slightly longer.
Well, back to live. Driver and Jung fighting it out. Kaiwing now here. Jimmy as well. And here comes absolutely everything. There's no way out for Driver. He does try and trade back, but it's not even close as Jimmy now secures himself a 4th and having a fantastic game here on the Aurora, making CFO look like clowns for not banning it.
Look at the bot side river vision for Frank. That is just a sloppy death from Driver. That map is completely black for him and lit up for the side of Frank. He was really pulling away with this matchup, able to roam a lot more than the Riven. As you saw, he made his way up to River to shoot a Hail Mary ulti, as well as just pulling ahead 20 CS.
Yeah, absolutely. Talking about pulling ahead 20 CS.
Yeah,
Wako
80, yeah.
up 40 as the Zeri into this Israel. Now, he has received a lot more attention than Shun has, so you'd expect him to be up, but this is a substantial amount, and it's going to lead to this Runans coming online very, very early here for Wako. But meanwhile, on the top side, Kaiwing being looked at, he does have access to that ultimate, will use so. But Gory here, Gory on the backside, Gory flashing onto Jimmy, and just taken out. That's almost a solo kill in return. Nowhere for Jimmy to go, and a shutdown in favor of Gory. Luckily for Frank, though, Baron not alive and shouldn't lose too much, as they did manage to pick up that dragon.
Yeah, Driver commits his TP, but Jiang does not. I think that is the wise move to make, but I'm surprised Jiang is not continuing to shove this lane. Guess he has to catch the wave at his tier 2 bot. Jimmy picks up his 2nd item now. The top laners both with theirs already completed.
Gory coming in, not even getting that 2nd item online and just essentially one-shotting Jimmy in.
Yeah. I mean, you see why this Corki is so prioritized. It is a very strong pick despite starting the game 0-3-0.
Yeah, and now gold essentially even, but Driver coming out the big winner, up 1k on anyone else across the map. Only Jimmy even stands remotely close. And he, despite solo killing Gory 2 times, is actually down in gold.
Can't keep up in farm. Yeah, look at the CS. He's down 50 CS at 19 minutes. Aurora hasn't looked like the best champion at farming in these side lanes, but you don't expect this much of a CS lead for a Corki who's just straight up dying 1v1 constantly.
Absolutely not. Kaiwing getting himself some vision up on this top side. The Baron well and truly alive now. Both teams will do this immensely quickly, so any mistakes in macro, any mistakes in micro will almost certainly lead to this Baron being taken out in sort of the time you can blink, really.
Yeah, both teams way too quick at doing this Baron. Miramana online for Shun, almost online for Gory now.
You see the importance of
just taking the Hex Gate.
Yeah, this could be very, very scary though for Sword Art. Jiang on that bottom side, Hex Flash coming through. He's looking for Gemini. He's going to find it. Here comes absolutely everything. This is such a good lockdown. Gemini is able to get off that Zhonya's, and he will be able to get off the Lightning Lullaby. It's on to Jiang. Jiang trying to get in here. Can he find the execute? He might be able to get Driver as the Baron. Going to do the damage. And Jimmy trying to use this Aurora ult, and he's using it pretty well. Jiang flash forward, but Gory's going to answer in kind. That's a double kill now for this Corki. It's Jimmy with all the speed in the world trying to get himself out, trying to get himself a trade. Sword Art here, invisible for Jimmy, and as Shun jumps forward, gets the auto attack, and out of nowhere, it's a very, very clean ace. Only Driver going down, and CFO, they're going to get the Baron.
Yeah, I have no idea how CFO have managed to win a fight that cleanly. It looked really dangerous for Sword Art to Hexgate where he has, but you kind of see in this fight why the Maokai is usually picked as a response to the Lilia, not the other way around. This Maokai ulti has just shut down Gemini. who had a great start in every fight. Wako also just goes down without accomplishing anything in this fight. I think Shun just one-shots him 1v1. Yeah, Shun just shuts down this Zeri by himself. Insane team fight from him. He had to carry. He had his 2-item spike. Jimmy not able to land any meaningful ulti in this fight either.
Yeah, I mean, Sword Art just showing how good he is, right? How good he can truly be, just finding these team fight angles. Despite the deficit they have actually found themselves at, it's
yeah,
him.
Didn't even commit his flash, by the way.
Yeah, it was just a Hex flash over that wall. Now he has the flash available, the actual flash, the real deal on the Rel. As CFO now pretty comfortably in the lead. They were trailing after the back of what was a disastrous mid lane phase, I guess the laning phase. Jung going to teleport out. No way to stop that as the Corki.
Yeah, very online is this Corki now, and actually just finds himself ahead of Jimmy in this. Early game has been completely fumbled, or the mid game rather, has been completely fumbled by Frank.
Here comes the Nature's Grasp. This is going to confirm at least the tower almost certainly will go down. Oh, Kaiwing finds a 2-man knockup, and the lofty lullaby. Shun, he's in no man's land. He's taken out. It's a shutdown, and Jimmy bouncing back and forward. He's like a ping pong ball. He's going to live. Driver's going to be taken down as Lilia and the rest of Frank continue to go forward. Sword Art almost certain to fall as well as Gory will make his way out. And now Casa as well as Gory, all that stands. They know where Casa is. The bowling ball will miss. Are they able to find their way onto this Maokai? It is not looking all that likely, although yes, Kaiwing is here. The headbutt pulverize can come through, but the flash away from Casa means that he is going to survive. But Frank, they pick up 3. They're going to delay any form of push on this Baron. In fact, turn that on its head and find themselves at a lead.
Yeah, and Kaiwing sees an insane engage from Sword Art, returns the favor, actually catching them off guard once. How many times have they used this Maokai ulti and just won the fight off of it? Kaiwing catches them off guard. Jimmy finally connects with a big ulti, and you see how well all his champions on his team use this ulti. Aurora so instrumental in this comp as set up for all of these champions. Once the Riven and the Zeri can just pile on, Wako even going for the Runons for more AoE. And if it's not Gemini getting engaged on, these fights look really difficult for CFO.
Yeah, but CFO, they're going to pick up this dragon. I think wise decision by Frank to realize, you know, we just committed absolutely everything in that last fight. Our Zeri ult not quite up. Give them the dragon. Let them take that. We'll go focus on this top side, take out a tower, maybe even 2 for ourselves. As Jimmy now is getting to work on that, the Void Grub's going to help out as well.
They do need to get someone bot lane to help Jiyoung. It's not worth losing this bot tier 2. They've got 2 members on it. On the side of CFO.
Yeah, Kaiwing coming down. Jung certainly not able to walk up to there. As this mid lane tower also going to fall almost certainly if Shun gets access to hitting away at it. Now, Gory with the recall means that pressure on the map is going to fade for the side of CFO.
Yeah, you're happy with that if you're CFO, though. Tier 1 traded for a dragon and a Tier 2 is amazing. The gold going exactly where you want it, onto Gory and Driver.
Jimmy still low. He's staying up in this top side.
Yeah,
trying to get
needs
some
to do
farm
some more
for
farming.
himself.
Yeah,
very far behind in terms of that CS. Actually down on items despite how well he played that lane phase.
And I'm guessing there's been a lot of Wako catching these waves in place of the Aurora because he is 30 CS ahead of the clock on the Zeri.
Yeah, but how often do we say it, right, that we want Wako to get the resources? So I think in general this is a good thing, but honestly, Jimmy maybe not getting enough for himself.
Yeah, considering the start he had.
Yeah, he can't just come in and ult is the good thing.
Yeah, we were talking yesterday about this Aurora champ feeling like it could be viable even in the support role, just because of how impactful her ultimate can be in team fights. Is CFO going to pick up this Rift Herald about 2 minutes ahead of the Baron spawning. And there's a
Rift Herald.
Sorry, the Baron spawning. The Scuttle Crab. yeah. Jiyoung has a serrated Dirk in his inventory.
He does.
Is that an Edge of Night or something?
Yeah. What could it be? I guess Edge of Night. Yeah.
That's the only item that makes sense to me.
Yeah, because the other item I thought about was Serpent's Fang, but it doesn't make sense at all.
Unless he wants to just Giga Chad go opportunity and just flash onto this Ezreal or Corki, I'm down.
Yeah, Yomu's similar concept to sprint at them.
Yeah, I'm kind of fine with that. These are the 2 champions that it's very difficult to catch in the Aurora ulti. So I don't like Gory's delaying a QSS for so long. I think after the RFC, he should definitely be going for that. Now, one Lilia sleep can just end the game.
Yeah, but it is Wako we have to look towards as the side of Frank, if you are a Frank supporter, to be that damage. Through the Aurora ult, to really look to carry. He's recalling now. LDR should be picked up in base, or maybe the shield bow. It is the shield bow, so a little bit more safety he is now afforded on the Zeri, as well as, of course, the damage that comes along with that item. Now, Baron spawning very, very shortly, 30 seconds away as CFO, they're going to be able to come and take control over this dragon. I mean, of this Baron, sorry, and River that comes alongside it.
It's going to be the Jack Show finish now for Driver before Jiang gets to his third item. The side lane just never having any priority for Jiang.
Level 16 now, though, is Jiang on the Riven. Have to see how close Wako is. Wako about halfway, just under halfway to that level 16 Zeri ultimate. Jimmy looking for something. He goes invisible. Kaiwing not able to find his way in there. Too many people around, maybe not realizing just how many people were sitting there guarding Shun, allowing him to farm up in this mid wave. Now, Shun also, akin to what Wako does on the Israel, goes for that third item, Bloodthirster. Not necessarily the item I think makes the most sense, but it's something that the PCS AD carries have favored. In comes this ultimate, though, from the Aurora, Nature's Grasp in answer. But Gory's been found. Jiang found him. He's on his one trick, and he's making it look like he damn well is. His caster flashes away. Going to be able to use that Hextech portal to get himself to safety, but it's a double kill for this Riven. And Shun not able to find anything in that team fight. Gory just taken out, loses Flash. 5 members of Frank now on this Baron as CFO look for damage in this mid lane.
Yeah, it looks like they'll pick up the tier 2 here, certainly. So it's actually a pretty massive trade for CFO. I think an overinvestment towards the Baron by Frank. They're going to have to get a lot out of this Baron in terms of towers to just justify the tower trade here. It was Edge of Night for Jiang, and this time around it was Jimmy just committing his ult early, making sure he can get a decent ulti on this Aurora, and Karsa and Sword Art, who are usually so good at peeling Gory, just can't get to him because they're stuck in the Aurora ulti. And they end up just flashing to not be able to help. Wow, Karsa getting out there is massive.
And the wherewithal for Jiang, he's in the middle of 2 people, but he sees Kaiwing land that combo onto Gory, immediately flashes over there to make sure they can secure the kill, get that mid lane threat out of there, and Jiang from there just able to pretty much do whatever he wants on the Riven.
Yeah, ends the fight before it starts. Shun doesn't even bother throwing a spell in that fight. Just walks his way down to mid lane. Same for Driver. They both just decide to go for the objectives, as Frank should be okay to pick up this Baron. I'd kind of like to see someone in a side lane, considering they have Baron buff.
Yeah, Wako able to lifesteal there off those Raptors. Gory gets hit. He doesn't have QSS. But Jimin's not going to pull the trigger.
He doesn't commit. He has Wako there with all his sums up to follow up onto this Corki. They decide to not pull the trigger, though.
Oh, this game is on an absolute nice edge, and admittedly, that is where Gory loves to live.
Yeah.
That's where he oftentimes thrives in the last team fight, not able to find what he wants. Now there's a flash available for Jimmy here on the Aurora, and no flash, no QSS for Gory on the Corki. He has to play so damn well to navigate this next team fight, or his jungle and his support have to just peel for him like they've never peeled before. This dragon, it's Dragon Soul on the line, and it's Soul Point on the line.
Yeah.
And it's the Hextech Soul.
Here we go, onto Driver. Frank need to get their butts in gear right now, because they're wasting their Baron.
Yeah, the Baron is sort of fading away as Kaiwing getting very aggressive as a Sword Art lands that stun onto this Alistair as the Baron is going down and down. 1 minute left. Nature's Glass comes out. This Dragon getting so focused down. 2,000 HP. The smite away. Caster gets it. Not often do we see that on the top side, though. Kaiwing, he's just eaten up. Completely eaten up there by this Urgot. It's a Fear Beyond Death. Finds its mark. Now it's a trade back as Jimian able to take down Shun in this mid lane. 4v4, but the Dragon secured for the side of CFO. And the Baron near on entirely wasted.
Yeah, how many times do we see Gemini win those smites? Karsa gets the better of him here. Massive advantage for his team now, and I mean, Frank just looked completely confused with their Baron buff. They have double TPs up and just stand around the Dragon for a full minute. Their Baron has 20 seconds on it now. Massive play by CFO, who should have lost a lot there.
Yeah, didn't though. Well played by them, realizing they were under no concern of the Baron and just sitting there, brute forcing their way to that Dragon with, of course, the Nature's Grasp, one of the best abilities in the game to allow you to do that, and Gory positioning well. Shun did get taken out, so that's some downtime here for your Ezreal as he does work towards his Sherelda's grudge.
Yeah, Wako and Gemini had to commit their flashes to get onto him, though. Those are going to be sorely missed when this Baron is up in just under 3 minutes now. Driver maybe caught out in a side lane again, though.
This will be the
CFO
second
already.
time he has flash available, but there's 4 members here, and there's no Baron on the opposite side of the map. Driver with a fantastic flash. He is going to get locked up now, though. He has no way out of this Aurora ult. As Jung trying to zone the rest of CFO away, and will do a correct job at doing that. No way to get through this river. No way to support their Urgot. And Driver, for the second time in a row, caught out in that bottom lane.
Yeah, and it felt like CFO were ready for it. So I was worried for Frank when they commit so hard onto this Urgot. He was so tanky. You saw how long it took to take him out, but CFO decide to not go for the fight.
Yeah, Jiang actually just bouncing away from his team, not DPSing the Urgot, and just sitting between him and his team.
Yeah, making sure his teammates are safe. Intelligently played fight from Jiang, who's going for Cyrilda's now, I assume.
Yeah, will be that Sherelda's grudge coming through for him on that Riven. It's also very likely that Wako's extremely close to having that LDR online if he does choose to go for that. I guess it could also be the Mortal Reminder. We'll have to wait and find out.
Yeah, a bit of lifesteal on the enemy team, healing from the Maokai.
Yeah, Mortal Reminder it is.
Yeah, okay. I like the Mortal Reminder.
Yeah, me too. Now, I mean, I said it before. Game's on a nice edge. 1.5 minutes until this Baron. Frank, I mean, they should have all the pieces of the puzzle. It's very difficult to teamfight, admittedly, up against this Maokai and up against this Rel. But they have been doing well. Kaiwing been going down early, but taking a lot of that pressure. But I think, really, we need to see Jimmy find a massive ult because we haven't seen that for a long time.
Yeah.
And we know for sure he's capable of it.
Yeah, and I'm not sure the ult even needs to be all that massive. 2 members looked good enough as long as his teammates can get onto either Ezreal or the Corki. It's kind of, yeah, it feels like it's on Jiang to find an AD carry on the enemy team.
Oh, Shun! Okay, that's nothing.
Yeah.
I got excited, but he's just going to be able to jump out. Now, Malignance, and obviously just so much cooldown reduction from that Cosmic.
Yeah.
He's going to have his ult back before this Baron.
Yeah, I mean, it's already a quarter of the way back up by the time Shun has cleared a couple creeps.
Yeah, it's going to be back up about the same time as Marco finding some poke
Nice damage.
Yeah.
Will be for naught, unfortunately, as Maokai plenty of healing in his kit, and Warmog's finished on Sword Art. And it feels like in these fights, with all these massive team fight champs, it still just comes down to which support finds a better angle. With maybe the caveat, if Jimmy can find some ridiculous ulti, he can get it across the line for his team. Frank looking to maybe just hit this on spawn.
Yeah, maybe. There is both AD carries missing flash, but Wako's will be up before Shun's.
Yeah, Cosmic Insight. Most likely slightly up before Shun's.
Yeah, but Shun is probably the safer AD carry, although Zeri no slouch when it comes to that either. It is Frank with control over this river at the moment, but that Scuttle Crab doing wonders to provide vision there for the side of CFO.
Yeah.
Jimmy, look at him. He's just waiting in that side bush. They found their way onto Shun. It's going to force out everything. He's going to get locked up. Oh my god, it's both carries. Gory, he does manage to somehow make his way out, but it's Frank winning this team fight. Look at Jung. Look at Jung just rampaging through. The flash forward. Gory trying to run away, but Wako won't allow it as the double kill comes through. And Frank Esports will clear this team fight. Only Carson survives. It's 5v1, 35 minutes into this game, and it should be Frank now almost certainly picking up game number 1.
Yeah, this will take a miracle from Karsa. He does have Smite to maybe suicide onto this wave, smite the cannon, but the next wave isn't all that far away for the side of Frank.
Yeah, and the only person spawning is 15 seconds on a Rel. That's not going to be enough. There's 5 members. Can he get the wave? He goes on in. He tries to get it. He's done a lot of damage. There's 1 minion left, though, in the teleport. 2. Both TPs, but they are going to have enough minions. This last tower to go down. They are tanking it up. Only Sword Art here. Up goes the Rammus. Okay, thumbs up emoji. And down goes CFO's Nexus as Frank now lead the series 1-0.
Yeah, and I think it just came down to Kaiwing found the engage before Sword Art could in that last fight and allowed his team to cleanly follow up. No Ezreal E makes Jimmy's life on Aurora so much easier.
And what an engage it was.
Yeah.
What an absolute engage that was. Finding both the carries for Jimmy and to then go in and find both the carries. Gory narrowly making it out of that Aurora ult. But ultimately it was enough. Jiang, so much was used to run away from the Riven. And if there's any champ you're probably not running away from, it's exactly Riven. She has 8,000 dashes on a 0-second cooldown, able to catch up, able to secure that teamfight win. And Frank, I mean, somewhat surprising, actually picking up game number 1.
Yeah, also surprising was how well CFO did in that game, considering the 0-3-0 start for their Corki.
Yeah. The spirit of Fido lives on in that Corki.
Yeah.
Where you just go down quite a lot in lane, but then Giga Smurf the team fights.
Yeah, it is just a Corki thing, I guess. You gain power as you grief kills.
Yeah.
Shun having a really good game for himself too, just straight up solo killed Wako in some of those team fights, down like 40 CS.
Yeah, I guess there's a caveat to that though, because the last 2 team fights in a row was actually Shun getting caught out, which was very uncharacteristic of him, and I think that's a mistake we don't often see. But yeah, that last team fight, Kaiwing just finding his way onto Shun, forcing out that E, and it was like 10 seconds, by the way, until Shun's flash was back. Wasn't able to get it back in time, and so does go down. And I think the fight before, right, it was a 1-for-1. Kasa steals away the dragon, but Shun is caught out on that mid wave, which is where he loses that flash. So I think he played well the entire game up until the very end, and unfortunately, the very end is where it matters most, because that's why it becomes the very end.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how I really felt about the Urgot. Where are you on this Urgot pick?
I think it looked good, other than we kept getting caught out on the side lane. I think maybe we needed to provide some vision for him. Sort out, put down some wards. Maokai saplings probably would have been enough, but 3 times, there was just Kaiwing running behind this Urgot and able to find him, forces out the flash, and that's not going to get you out of an Aurora ult afterwards. So, yeah, I don't know. I think it looked good in the isolated 1v1, but then
he did actually end up with like a 20-30 CS lead now that I'm thinking back. Did have to build the Hull Breaker, which took away some of his team fight power, but still looked pretty invincible on the Urgot in these team fights. So
I think it was
kind
just
of an answer to the Riven.
Yeah, I just think it wasn't played around at all. Honestly, I think it was just so easy for Frank to walk bot and kill him that it was like, maybe Driver shouldn't be up that far, but maybe we need to be supporting this pick that we've intentionally picked into the Riven to exploit that 1v1.
Yeah, Sword Art looking in high hopes, though. They don't look too disheartened. Maybe Shun in the back there.
Yeah.
Looking a bit glib this game. Didn't have the best performance. Wasn't given all that many resources.
No.
Not at all, right?
Frank did kind of pressure him a lot. Didn't really find a kill, but just being in their bot side, forcing him away from his tower, while Sword Art was somewhat inexplicably walking around headlessly in the top side.
Yeah, that pick onto Karsa in the bot lane. Here's the final team fight. It is so pretty. Corey also just kind of walks out of Aurora ulti there. Maybe he did make it with the flash over, but does eventually just get cleaned up, and never feels good when your carries are already out the fight while your tanks are full HP on the side of CFO. Sword Art never even got a chance to ulti on the rel in that fight.
Yep. And, okay, Jimmy in doing the most damage. I mean, you just
barely
probably think so. But that is against a poke champ. The Corki was very much online, was at 4 items, I believe, at least by the end of that game. So competing and doing more damage than a 4-item Corki as Aurora, I think is pretty impressive overall. Wako having a great game for himself, I think. Very quiet, didn't really get focused for any of those like kills, but just doing well, farming up.
Gemini with a 2-0-1 start on this Lilia. Managed to get out damaged by Karsa by about 6 or 7k damage from a Maokai.
Yeah, it's the Nature's Grass and saplings, though.
It's kind of criminal, though. Lilia can just run away with games when she has those kind of starts, but you kind of saw how hard he struggled against the Nature's Grass. Maokai just pushes R, and Lilia is so depressed in these fights.
I think the Lilia didn't make sense as a pickup in general.
Yeah.
But I also think that it's kind of unfair to judge, because every single ability Maokai has pretty much is just AoE, and one of them gets you into a range to land a 5-man Q. You know, I think, I mean, and we saw last time Jimmy played the Maokai, he did the most damage in that game too, despite Jiang being the one carrying on the Riven. I think it's just one of those champs that when you build AP on it, it just does the most damage because everything's AoE.
Yeah, appropriate key matchup, in my opinion. There was a rare game where Riven is picked and is not the MVP champion on the winning side, just because Jimmy completely diffed Gory this game.
Yeah, that's, I mean, all you can really say, right? It was a complete gap. Gory did a good job coming back into that game, but the fact he had to come back from, I mean, just solo dying.
I forgot about this play too. Insane. You see Jimmy positioning as well. He's queued the back line there. So he positions so that Gory is getting hit buy the pass through from the minions behind him, and it was really the dodge on this Q that decided Gory's fate. As you can still go down here, but Gory completely whiffs his Q. And goes down.
Threading in the auto attacks between dodging spells too. Very well played, and a true testament to just how good Jimmy is mechanically to be able to do that. I think ultimately, obviously, yes, he was already, ahead at that stage, but still, I think to be able to pull that off as a champion like the Aurora, who isn't picked for her 1v1. She's picked because she's very good at team fighting. But Jimmy in 3 times that game, I think, just completely outplaying Gory. And that was kind of why the game fell apart, because if Gory didn't fall so far behind, CFO probably win that game, because they were even ahead at many stages.
Yeah, with a 0-3-0 Corki, they managed to still play the map so well that Gory was just finding himself ahead a bunch of farm.
Yeah.
So something to look at for Frank still.
Yeah, definitely. Frank, they needed somewhat sort that out. Of course, Wako did pick up a lot of that CS, but we'll see what happens in game number 2, because Frank leading, not what I had on my bingo card. See you soon.
就打前面，我加车，过去，推中我，一波，中路一波，快呀，吉米，中路一波，先对，
再冒凯，没啥，可以，
顶一下速金就行了。
好战者先回，
可以，不要让他速金大，
他不好 TP 的。我还有 TP 的，我可以卡，把炮车掉，他会重击炮车，
把速金踩了。哇，杀我的时间，他绑上来就杀，可以，不要给他 TP， 我先停了，我在卡，要杀他，TP，挡兵，
上面，
有爆炮，来手，
哇，我的闪差一点点，永远，我没看清楚，刚没闪，下把，不对，刚刚我是闪，在前面，牛逼啊，Kevin。
关键时刻，握着阿嬷帮我准备的球拍，让我更有把握赢球。阿嬷，好睡吗？
睡哦。
家人的爱是多年的依赖，就像我多年以来依赖中华电信。金白来，最疼我的家人，最挺我的中华电信。舞动精彩，共创未来。
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳第一级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far. Oh love you all my. Oh no me no da right. Oh la di da right. Oh la di da right. No. Is this hello paradise? I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far. Oh love you all my.
So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the lighter. Feel it burning through your veins as we're walking through the flames, getting higher. Welcome to the fire.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 2 on the horizon. FAK Esports lead our series 1-0 after a phenomenal mid lane performance from Jimmy, getting himself very far ahead and absolutely stomping Gory. And now I'm sure Gory, he's going to want to get revenge because we've seen him, probably more so than any other mid laner, be the person to exploit his lane. If he's able to find an advantage, just run away with it. And after last game, he's got something to prove.
Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't be surprised to see a salty run back just because of how that game played out. A horrific early game from CFO into, honestly, complete recovery. Finding themselves at an advantage after your mid laner goes 0-3-0 is very impressive and speaks to how well they played this comp. So I honestly wouldn't hate to see it run back and approached just slightly differently in the early game.
Yeah, absolutely. And hopefully we can see a more even look coming out of that early game. Some more competitiveness in those team fights. I mean, it was cool to see Yijang driven, although definitely a quieter game for him.
Until the team fights,
yeah. And then kind of just finding the right person was Kaiwing time and time again.
Yep.
Taking out one of those damage threats. And so pretty much Yijang able to just do whatever he wants. And you've seen it. I mean, his mechanics on this champion are absurd.
Yeah, if it wasn't for those early game 1v1s going Jimmy's way, it might have been a Kaiwing MVP that game. He had a great game.
Yeah.
As so far, Renekton and Ban staying the same. Don't expect Frank to switch up too much. There's nothing too scary coming out of the side of CFO.
Yeah, I don't like the Lilia, and we talked about that as well. It didn't really seem to get much done despite the early advantage it found itself at. And ultimately, I just think it wasn't a team comp particularly good for Aurelia. Aurora, though, it is going to be banned by CFO this time, so they thought they had something cooked up. They didn't. Just going to ban it.
Yep. We couldn't really identify what the strategy was for beating the Aurora, just trying to outskill their opponents, maybe. Rumble banned again. Now, which ban does this mean they dropped on CFO?
Oh, I don't remember.
Yeah, I cannot recall. The ban's exactly the same for the side of Frank.
Yeah.
And with the Ashe ban, it made sense while the Aurora was available. I'm not sure what this means they're going to first pick now. Maybe just the Corki. They banned the Lucian.
Yeah, Lucian taken away. One more ban to come through. I mean, the Corki would stand out as that first pick. Riven, okay, so whatever. They banned 2 bans. I don't even remember necessarily what they were. Maokai, maybe the first pick. I like this. This is something that I see time and time again from Frank, and Gemini might just be the best and the most consistent performing Maokai.
Yeah.
Well, it's weird to say about a champion like Maokai, but
yeah,
he is very good.
It is also just a very strong champion, and does usually get the better of Sejuani in these matchups. So maybe just reading that CFO are gonna play tanks no matter what in the jungle, and you get the best matchup when you pick the Maokai. Also gives you the flexibility of not feeling all that bad about picking double ADCs and not getting any AP anywhere, because the Maokai, as we've seen, does plenty of damage if he goes for that Liandry's first.
Yeah, but not necessarily needing to. Now the Smolder does come in. This could be a 3-way flex, ultimately.
Works in every lane, does the Smolder, and if Jiang goes for something like the Cassante, we could very easily see Driver up in the top lane on this champion. Won't be seeing him mid if this gets locked in. Makes sense as a denial as well. Corey and Karsa really like to play the Sejuani Yone. So I like that pick, most likely for Jimmy in the mid lane.
Yep. Again, as with Smolder, this could be a 2-way flex in theory, but after last series, you expect Jimmy in to be the one playing it.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Out of his mind performance, found a 3-man ult, and next team fight, found a 4-man ult. And so,
as well as just winning the early lane against a Corki somehow.
Yeah. Yeah, not going to be Yuumi when Kaiwing is your support.
Yeah.
It will be the Alistar again. I liked his Alistar last game. It was really, really good. And give it to him again. Bodes well, I think.
Now, I think you're kind of forced to just put this Smolder bot lane now. Unless you see a greedy tank top lane from Jiang. Oh, I like the LB to punish the blind Yone. This will be very scary for Jimmy to play this game.
Yeah, it is very easy for Yone to get magic resist. Ultimately, he'll be able to get that early lifesteal online, the Merc Treads as well, and I think he'll actually be completely fine in this 1v1.
Oh, with how he's playing, certainly.
Yeah, this is true. Kind of coming into a tier of his own in this playoff so far has Jimmy.
Yeah, and it would make sense to ban ADCs, I think, for CFO, unless they really want to force Jiang onto something like the Cassante and get the Smolder up in the top lane.
Yeah, now, Israel going to be the ban here. Makes sense, right? If you don't want it for yourself and you're probably putting that Smolder down the bot side, why give it to Wako? A fantastic player, on the Israel especially. He's just gone back to it time and time again. Very self-sufficient is he on this champion.
Yeah, and I hate to say it, but it may be a Wako on Zig's game if we see some more ADC bans.
I don't think so. You've got the Maokai. Yone does a lot of magic
true.
damage.
You're probably okay.
The Varus is something that Wako performed probably the best in the league on for a long time. Wouldn't be surprised to see that. Zeri still up and available. Played that last game.
Now, the LCO teams do think that Smolder is a counterpick to Zeri, which is contrary to what we believe. We'll see where Frank are sitting with that. They were playing Smolder into Zeri when they had the 11-minute tower incident as the Smolder.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, Jin's still up and available as well. You're kind of fine, I think, here if you are Wako.
Yeah, do you feel like you need to ban a Braum here if you're Frank? Braum Sejuani, very strong combo. Feels bad having so many melee champs into a Braum. They go for the Renata instead.
Yeah, stronger lane phase out of the Renata. Also does well into the Alistar.
Yeah, traditionally a champ you'd pick to counter Alistar a lot more often.
And it's just going to be the Braum almost certainly for Sword Art. It's also, I think, his most played champ this split, so not all that surprising. Really.
Has at some point decided it's not a Halo Blades angle on the Braum.
I'm glad for that.
I think that took maybe too many games to figure out, but now Frank are going to have to lock in their final 2 champions, and CFO will decide where they're putting this Smolder.
Yeah, and where this Yone is going. Although we have kind of agreed it should go top.
Oh, Jack's blind with Gragas available.
Yeah, but there is just a lot of magic damage already. The Smolder, the LeBlanc, the Sejuani, any more magic damage probably is pretty detrimental in general for your team composition.
Yeah, we might actually see a Wit's End. Doubt it.
Wit's End is actually not a bad item.
It has a lot of tenacity on it, too. So it feels good into Sejuani, but it just kind of sucks.
That's not bad anymore. It's actually way better.
Yeah,
the build path
buffed.
is a lot better as well.
Yeah, it feels a lot better. It was buffed specifically to make it a better first item.
There is a wombo combo now coming out. The Yone, of course, the Alistair and the Maokai. Braum, though, probably the best champion in the entire game at shutting down a Misfortune. Maybe Yasuo a little better, but you know, that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, looking like the Gnar into the Jax. I guess just not wanting to over-invest into that magic damage. LB is going to feel terrible if you do pick magic damage in the top lane.
Well, let's see. Team Comp's now locked in. It's the Cassante eventually. So, I mean, this is a matchup that I have now seen hundreds of times. Again, it's just a similar Cassante matchup, really, where it's like everything goes pretty even. Cassante's kill pressure at level 6, but somewhat struggles prior to level 6. Outplay potential for both sides of the matchup, but probably favoring the Cassante in that regard with access to the Pathmaker. But Jung, I mean, you don't really expect him to succumb to any outplays.
Yeah, so on the side of Frank, you have champions who are just individually very strong, just in terms of raw stats on champions like Jax, MF, and Yone. But on the side of CFO, you've got an LB who loves to just pick apart these comps where these champions don't necessarily want to be playing together. Yone and Jax want to be sitting in side lanes for as long as they can. And it might be the kind of game Gory can take over. Has plenty of CC on his team.
Yeah, and I think one thing that's important to note as well is last time these two teams went up against each other, game number 3, it was Gory on the LeBlanc, and he was the one to take over the game. So setting himself up for another opportunity to do the same here in game number 2 of our best of 5. Especially now, you know, they're down 1 game. They really want to get that one back, make it that sort of fraudulent best of 3 instead. But we'll see. Not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination here. It is.
Here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Game number 3. Game number 2, sorry. Jimmy on his Yone. Looking very, very good here in the playoffs thus far. But Gory getting his LeBlanc back once again. The AP champions are back, baby. And I'm glad to see a less priority here on those AD mids. I think looking around the Rift, I don't necessarily have a favorite for who comes out on top in terms of that
and these solo lane picks are so exciting that we've kind of ignored the fact that you have Smolder, probably the weakest early game ADC, into MF, who likely is the strongest early game ADC.
Ashe.
Yeah, behind the Ashe. So we'll see if Frank can take advantage of how lopsided this ADC matchup is. Gonna be difficult to get dives off against this Braum, but definitely doable.
Yeah, and I think it's also just equaled out a bit by the fact that Braum is a lot stronger early than the Alistair. So
yeah, and so good into the MF specifically.
Yeah. We'll see. It's going to take... I mean, this entire game, honestly, similar to last game, just comes down to execution.
Yeah.
In general. Now, I will say I think the Frank side has a lot easier execution.
Yeah, I agree. Just sit in side lanes. These champs both crush Cassante in a side lane. If Gory can't get any advantage, it's going to be difficult for CFO to play the mid game here.
Yeah, concussive blows comes through, and thanks to that, Aftershock won't be too detrimental.
Yeah, also just MF does so much more damage than Smolder at this point, so... Oh, nice Q from Sword Art. The reps on the Braum paying off.
Yeah, and does have Guardian. Thank B Sword Art.
The heal as well, I think, is quite intelligent. No point in taking Ignite, at least for the lane. Might feel a little... might feel pretty good against the Yone later on. as well as the Maokai, but for the lane phase, makes sense to take heal.
Oh, that's looking fun. Pressure Tech not able to be procced though by Wako. Thankfully for Shun, not going to lose out a big chunk of his health, although he does lose a big chunk anyway.
Speaking of losing chunks of HP is Jimmy-in.
Yeah,
Still has his health bot.
Not overly surprising here in this matchup, but he has to be careful. Thankfully, no Ignite on Gory.
Yeah, this feels like a lot of damage to have taken just at level 1 and 2.
Yeah, gonna pop his pot now. And thanks to the absurdity that is Fleet Footwork, Absorb Life, Second Wind.
Doran's Shield.
Doran's Shield, he is back to half HP. He has that pot ticking, of course, as he will lose access to that. But
yeah, Gory not having to use a single potion yet. But yeah, you do just trade CS for HP on champions like the Yone. And once upon a time, the Silas.
And the
Kali. What happened to those champs? They were fun. Unplayable into AD mids.
Yeah.
If you're wondering.
Yeah, I would hate to be a Silas and have a Lucian picked against me.
Yeah, even just a Corki. Pretty depressing. Not giving you all that great of an ultimate.
Yeah, last split, Silas actually was great into Corki. The AP Corki.
Yeah, you got like 8 rockets or something, no?
Yeah, just you got the full stack of rockets, but also it just did more damage because of how the ult scaling works. Now Jimmy going to be going aggressive onto Gory. Oh! That would have been really cool if it had paid off, but it doesn't. The Ignite coming through though, Gory. He almost... Oh, the Bramble Smash. Oh my god, if that had worked out for Kaiwing and you see Jimmy-in laughing, that would have looked so cool, but instead he did look a little silly. Eventually they do manage to find that kill though, as Gory, unfortunately not having access to that distortion means he doesn't have that gap closer, only the flash. He will go down. But it does cost both flashes from the support and jungle there on the side of FAK Esports. As yeah, Jung trading well, but Driver, I mean, akin to this Yone, just has so much sustain built into his kit with those runes.
Oh, the TP finishes for Gemini. This could have been a good counter gank for him.
Jung, Jung's just dead. Here's a ward. Will be able to jump away. Has flash as well, so he's fine.
Yeah, nicely played from Jung. Absorbed some pressure there. Karsa has to show on the map.
Yeah, doesn't lose anything but a ward.
And honestly, Gory is a psycho for not flashing here in Kaiwing's defense. But Gemini has to come in with the flash to save him, and I think LBW very close to coming back up and getting Gory over the wall. Max range Q from Gemini as
Skywalker and Pretender having a giggle.
Relief for the coach of Frank. As yeah, that was so much invested in the mid lane. Jimmy now able to pick up this null magic mantle. Is going to feel so much better in this lane. When you have so much healing, resists gain a lot of value compared to HP.
Yeah. Well, that is, I mean, an early kill on Gory again. This time not solo in his defense, but again, it's just Kaiwing and Gemini playing so well around each other, finding those same timings. Kaiwing even returning now once again as Wako looks for that recall. He's going to make his way to this mid lane. And with that, Gory's just going to have to allow priority over this mid wave for Jimmy-in.
Yeah, the trade-off here is that Shun is doing perfectly fine on the Smolder in a lane that should have been very difficult for him. But they're identifying that LB is the most important champ on this comp. Is nice trading from Jung. LB is the most important champion on the side of the CFO comp. If she's off to a bad start, the side lanes are a tragedy for CFO.
Yeah, and you can have all the Smolders that you want. Smolder not going to want to be in a side lane.
Yeah, against Jax or Yone. And just can't be in 3 lanes. You can be the strongest champ on the map. And it's really frustrating to be an ADC in that position when the enemy solo laners are just stronger and playing 3 lanes. Though CS lead still heavily favoring Gory.
Not overly surprising. We usually see Yone go down a little bit against these range champs. And I think with the lane pressure that Gory has on the LeBlanc over something like an AD carry, which is traditionally what we've seen this Yone picked into, you're just going to be able to have a little bit more prio as a pause will come through. And I should let everyone watching at home know that we did get information that there have been earthquakes over in Taipei, so...
Yeah, hopefully it's not that. Hopefully someone's headset just disconnected or something.
Yeah, obviously for the safety of the teams, if an earthquake is going to be interfering with the teams and whatnot, they do just pause the game and make sure everyone is okay. But yeah, I agree with you. I'm hoping someone's mic's not working or or there's
something less ominous than an earthquake.
Yeah.
As you know, webcam's not shaking, so that's a good sign.
Oh, thank God.
Wow,
We
I
got
called
word.
it.
We got word. That was a headset issue.
Yeah, Gemini having some headset problem.
That's not their mid laner. It's Jimmy.
Yeah, sorry, Jimmy.
Jimmy's headset.
It's easy to mix those two up, don't you think?
Yeah, it is awfully similar sounding names.
And they've been a duo for a while, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Someone's got a name change, fellas.
No.
Different star sign, Aquarius in the jungle. Maybe Scorpio.
But that doesn't work if his star sign is just Gemini.
Yeah, very true.
But back to live.
Yeah, can they break this freeze on the side of CFO before the Maokai gets here? It's looking likely. Yeah, they managed to break the freeze. Looked a little bit scary, but Shun is just level 6 already.
Yeah.
So the hardest part of the lane certainly over for the Smolder, and that is the trade-off for this kill that they got onto Maokai, really. So right now, not feeling all that amazing about this mid play, Frank.
No flash here on Gemini, but they are looking for Shun. Nature's Gas coming through. How's he going to escape this? He has the cleanse, but he's going to have to use it immediately. Flash away. Can Kaiwing find his way onto Shun? No, he won't, but it is both summoners now burnt away from the Smolder.
Yeah, more opportunity cost showing there for losing your flashes on your support and jungler. Gemini with his flash there certainly kills that Smolder. Jimmy has to use his E to last it. That is horrifying.
I mean, that is often what happens. It's not an unknown thing about Yone. Now, he has teleport, so he's going to be able to get back to his lane.
Jiang,
but
no flash up here.
Yeah, no flash available. Will they be able to find this dive? Not the easiest champ in the world is Jax to dive. Jiang, though, gets slowed up. Should be able to get CC. Grandmaster's Might comes out. Q3 won't land, and he's managed to navigate it for now. Waiting for this ultimate to go down, but the teleport now. Jimmy keeping it from the play earlier as Caster flashes away. Will have Arctic Assault, but Jimmy, importantly, utilizing that teleport to save his top laner. Won't be able to get back to his mid lane, but I think a very, very well worth it trade.
Yeah, gonna suck a bit for Jimmy, who cancels his recall.
Yeah, just yoinking some of his top laners' farm.
Yeah, it makes sense to go for that TP. As Jimmy, and they could just leave Jimmy up here. He should do fine into the Cassante, but he's built. I mean, they've both just built magic resist up here.
Yeah, is going to eventually go for that recall now. Cassante very quick at pushing waves, but does struggle a little bit with the cannon waves. So hopefully Yijiang able to get up there in time. Is Kaiwing going to spot out a pink ward?
Yeah,
take that one out.
Just going to miss a creep or two on the Jax. Crisis averted. You need this Jax to be strong for this game plan to work for Frank. Of having mega side lane pressure. Because right now, the game plan of Smolder carry us late game is looking pretty good for CFO.
Yeah, but hold up. Swordart going to be able to just get away. That was a very long-ranged Braum dash, but Swordart has quite a few reps on this champion, so not too surprised that he knows the range on that ability.
Yeah, Waka's looking quite good on the MF too. As Kaiwing goes in, not 6 yet. Just be a little careful, but it is just a no ulti Smolder at this point in the game. As you have to imagine Gemini is going to reset here and run straight back bot. What have you seen?
Just the amount of tower plates taken. Almost 2 up at that top side for Yijiang.
Yeah, very good start for him with a cull as well. Going to be mega scaling into this game. Puzzling Spectre's Cowl, I think, from
that's
Driver.
what I was about to ask as well. What is the purpose of this item?
Jax does do a lot of magic damage, so along with the Maokai, who he's mostly going to be fighting. But yeah, it's still weird. Jimmy really suffering. He's just used his TP top right, and Gory still has his own, so...
Swordart going to face check into this bush, and there's 2 big brawly men in there, although Cow in a tree is more accurate to their lore, as Swordart can use that racial fissure, get himself out. But here comes that bullet time. Shun getting punished. Gory coming down, but won't be able to find the angle.
Yeah, I think Gory's maybe left a little too soon, though. Gemini's in trouble.
Yeah, Gemini is...
I think he's just dead.
In no man's land. Flash away, going to use that twisted advance to get onto Gory, but he gets stuck up. Very, very nice out of Caster, and Kaiwing's going to go down now as well. The Unbreakable Will not going to be enough to tank up, and that is Shun picking himself up a kill alongside Gory.
Yeah, Frank, I think, make the correct play and trying to gank this Smolder again, but CFO just read him like a book. It's Swordart who has his summoners up, who finds them first. As we're going to see Gory just running away from Jimmy. Not much Jimmy can do to stop this LB roaming, really, and Gemini overstaying his welcome. Not much not much to be done, and Kaiwing loses his flash on the tail of this.
Ooh, top.
Oh, no, keeps his flash.
I saw Driver use his all-out and came out even in that trade. His all-out ran out. Jiang went aggressive, used his Grandmaster's Might, and lost the trade. So, interested to see what actually occurred up in that top side.
Oh, Jimian gets his recall interrupted as a tragedy for him. Maybe he can stay around with Kaiwing here to protect him. He's trying to block the chain there, but Gory not even throwing it. Gemini, no flash here.
Will be found out. Actually, chain goes wide there onto Gemini.
Yeah, trying to trade the grubs now. Will be 6 grubs for Frank, which, if the plan is to win through side lanes, feels pretty good.
Yeah. But, I mean, on the other side, right, it's these 2 early dragons, which will force the side laners out.
Yeah, love that on Smolder.
The good news, I guess, for the side of Frank in terms of that is that Jax and Yone are both 2 very good team fighting champs anyway. It's not like they're just a one-dimensional, we have to split push to win kind of champs.
And we saw Frank use specifically this Maokai Yone combo really well against Ground Zero.
Jimian's on the bot side. We found Sword Art. Up goes the wall, but through comes a bullet time. It's blocking up so much of that damage, and Jimian's not even able to snap back to that E to get out in time, and he just goes down. It looked like a good proactive play out of Frank, but it's CFO who went out in the end. Is Kaiwing going to use his ult to tank up this minion wave to try and disallow a dive from coming through? Now, Wako has both sums. He gets stunned up. Kaiwing's trying to find Peel for his AD carry, but not able to do so. As Shuntank in the tower will be able to get on out of there, and it's a kill for nothing. In the top side as well, Driver, he misses out on that Q. Now, Jiang, he's running away. There's a blast cone available to himself, and he does manage to get away.
Yeah, I think Jiang gets very lucky to survive. They're both flashes blown by these top laners. Kaiwing does his best to tank up the wave, but too many members of CFO and too many cooldowns expended by Frank for Wako to ever survive there. I believe Kaiwing did get out with his life, as it's the Muramana build for Shun. I think it's usually Muramana into Spear of Shojin when you do go for the tier first on Smolder.
Yeah, he's got all the components for Spear of Shojin, very close to having that. Wako on the other side has the Bloodthirster.
And yeah, just not enough damage to take down Sword Art. He starts this fight chunked as well, but maybe you have to question Wako going for the ulti while the Braum shield is still up. Would have loved to still have his MF ult up here to kill this wave, make the dive more difficult. Wako does use his flash here, but it's after the LB chain has already landed for Gory. Buffers it with his W there, so he still connects onto Wako. Doesn't quite go down to that last tower shot. Very depressing. And yeah, it's actually Driver winning out as far as plates go in the top lane. You see on your screen.
Yeah. Jimian now coming up here to this top side to match Gory. But this Rift Herald, I mean, it is CFO ahead. Not the most insane lead, but 1k this stage in the game is pretty good, especially when you have that Smolder on your team.
Yeah, and the 2 dragons to boot.
So only got a team comp built around the early game and then a Smolder, I think, is a pretty good way to try and get the Smolder online. Just so much power through that Cassante, through the LeBlanc.
Yeah, and this Braum pick just feels so good for shutting down this MF. A good way to come back into these games is just finding a massive Ali combo or Yone ulti into an MF ult. Sword Art can single-handedly shut that down. As you see, he tanked an entire MF ulti and still walked out with about 300 HP. And it's looking really difficult to get these side laners online at the moment for Frank.
Jimian going to go backwards with his Q there, I think to no one's real surprise.
So on the Rift Herald, I would be shocked to see Frank contest this, really.
Yeah, we'll see. I doubt it as well, but I mean, Jimian has pulled off some magical stuff on this Yone. Maybe he'll look for it again, but he doesn't have any control over that top lane.
Yeah, 0 prio and no ulti.
Marco just clearing out the mid wave, as is Shun there on the Smolder, but CFO, utmost priority. Should be able to pick up this Rift Herald for themselves, and we'll see what they get with it. Obviously, this bot lane tower going to go down to Driver, as we see on our screens now.
Yeah, that's first tower picked up. Driver definitely getting the better of Jiang.
Yeah, up a lot of CS as well.
Yeah, did get that one gank from the Sejuani, but you still wouldn't expect him to run away with this matchup so severely.
Being looked at now, though, the flash from Gemini is Driver trying to find some way to get out of this. The all-out comes through, but shouldn't be able to find anything. And Jiang able to confirm himself a kill. It's another game. And Driver getting caught out in the side lane.
Yeah, kind of throwing away how well he's played this early lane phase. Does have a Spirit Visage finish somehow. Just picked up so much plate gold and first blood tower.
Yeah, and Gory on the top side picks up a tower as well. So it's not all for nothing, but certainly would have rather picked up that tower without having your top laner go down.
Yeah, actually undid the Spirit Visage. Decides he might want boots. Undoes the boots. Okay, and starts building armor. That makes sense to me.
Yeah. Jiang wisely going to back away from this wave. Much quieter game here, game number 2. As the teams are still fairly even in terms of that gold. It is 1k still roughly in favor of CFO, but more standing gold on the map available for Frank if they get the time to look at it. In saying that, though, Rift Herald is actually in CFO's pocket as well as 2 dragons, so certainly in the lead are CFO.
Yeah, and the problem is you've picked up these Void Grubs and not really been able to touch any towers yet on the side of Frank, so they're in horrible shape to fight the Soul Point drag if they do want to, and I feel like you kind of have to.
Yeah, it's getting started up here. You're not going to want to give over 3 early dragons to the team that have the Smolder, but Shun positioned well, staying very safe and able to thwart off any attempts for Kaiwing to get into that pit, as well as Gory finds Jimmy on the side and chunks him out. A substantial amount of health taken away from this Yone, as Gory piloting this LeBlanc fantastically.
Yeah, the Snow Magic Mantle not doing all that much for Jimmy, and 1 LB combo taking off half his HP from a perfect safety.
Now Jiang looking to trade something for himself up on the top side. Is just going to commit to the tower as Driver trying to clear out the minion wave. Will be able to do so, but down goes the tower.
Yeah, matchup still looks the same.
Fano went to Sword Art. He has that Braum shield. Going to use it nice and early. Through comes the Twisted Advance. And the bullet time. Not going to have the damage, but Jimmy may be able to find his way to Sword Art. He will be able to do that. And now Cast has just been caught out. And oh my god, this guy has gone from one side of the map to the other. But Gory comes in from that side of the map. Shuts down Jimmy. Is able to find that 1 kill back. It's a 2-4-1 though in favor of Frank, and they also did manage to pick up that top side tower, but now it's CFO in this mid lane with Gory sitting between these towers with the Rift Herald now placed down, looking to take down all the map prio for themselves.
Yeah, how do you defend this tier 2 tower now if you're the side of Frank? They've even rotated Driver down. They don't go for it. Surprisingly, it felt like Gory was in such a strong position there with these low HP bars on Frank. But they decide to play disciplined on the side of CFO, as it looks like Karsa is just griefing once Sword Art eventually goes down here, but it is because they have Gory. I'm assuming he TPs to the Raptors here, yeah. TPs to the Raptor. Jimmy and takes so much damage to finish off Sword Art, and Gory is gonna pick up a very delicious kill onto this Yone and salvage the play for his teammates, even grabbing the Alistar flash on the way out.
Yeah, so I mean, things still remaining relatively even, especially with this tower now certain to go down, and you can see the difference in how these teams want to play the fights.
Yep. Jiang now finally coming online in the side lane, it feels like. Hasn't had to lane against this LB yet, importantly. Can very easily go down.
Yeah, and I like Jimmy's itemization. Looking for that Hex Drinker next. Gives him a lot of resistance up against the LeBlanc, and he needs it as soon as possible because Gory now sits at 2 items. I would say the strongest champion on the map at this current stage.
Yeah, insanely farmed and just has 3 kills, 2 assists to his name.
Jimmy,
oh Jesus.
My lord.
That is
a the ult.
Lot of damage.
The Mimic now gone from Gory. He actually gets knocked up there, and Jimmy finds a trade back for himself.
Yeah, not nearly enough lifesteal at this point, though, to sustain before Gory's ulti comes back up, so has to take a recall. And it's actually, yeah, as expected, I guess, the LB, when she gets a good start like this, means that the Yone never gets online in a side lane. Gonna be shield bow, I guess, for Jimmy.
No, yeah. I thought it was actually just gonna be him going for that Hex Drinker.
Feels like he needs to get MR somewhere. Maybe just upgrade the Null Magic into a Negatron. It's less gold efficient, but...
Yeah, and I mean, ultimately, he's probably going to go Jack Show. That's what we see. That's what we saw him go last time, I believe.
Yeah, Shun online alongside Gory. Sword Art 2 items as well. Just connecting with every chain, Gory.
Yeah, I think still a very contentious game. at the moment.
Yeah.
1K in favor of CFO. This has stayed the same for so long. There's just 3 saplings in the same bush.
Yeah, tanked up by the Sejuani passive. I don't know if they even stack damage.
I think they do stack the damage, but not the like sequential burn damage.
Yeah.
You know, I think the little
you.
tick damage doesn't actually stack, but the original explosion will. But that doesn't really do any damage anyway, so. But
Cryo in the mid lane for CFO.
1 minute.
1 minute on this Cloud Soul. Feels good for CFO's comp. Cassante gonna use that so well. LB gonna just use it so often.
What about Shun stats? 1 minion. He's 1 minion.
Really, he's online. Oh god. This is gonna be.
Oh, he didn't queue it. He still needs 1 minion. He's gonna get it anyway.
Yeah, he can just
does anything.
hit a champion.
Yeah. Oh, talking about hitting a champion. Jiang being looked at here in the bot side. It's 3 members of CFO hitting away at this tower, and nothing really the Jax can do about
TP
it.
flank.
Yeah, TP flank coming in though. Jiang going to try find his way onto Shun. Shun playing very, very aggressively, but they don't know. Do they know that Jimmy's here? It doesn't seem like it. Jimmy should be able to find an angle. Aggression coming through, and we don't have Gory here. The knockout comes through. The 3-man once again. The bullet time is massive, and Frank have found the team fight angle, but Shun, he's online. There's a lot of low health bars. Execution number 1. Can I get an execution number 2? Yes, I can. As Gory comes in and secures that 1. A 2 for 2, but the tower's going to go down. And priority around this dragon soul, mind you, for CFO.
Could have gone down to that chain from Gory. And the engage looks amazing from Frank, aside from this Maokai ult just being used maybe way too early by Gemini. They just lock down the Braum. Braum doesn't counter the MF if he never gets to move and actually cast his E. Kaiwing, insane engage for his team there. But once Gory shows up to this fight, Shun is just free hitting the whole time. Once the LB shows up from Gory, the fight just completely swings in CFO's favor. They're able to pick up a couple kills, the tower, and probably the drag if we jump back to live.
Yeah, we'll see maybe another fight. Castle just soloing it, and it looks like the side of Frank Esports just don't give a damn, and they're sitting up here on the top side trying to get vision over this Baron, but with Driver there and a Sword Art and Gory as well, there's not really anything that Frank can do to make any form of play, I guess, around this top side anyway.
Yeah, they don't even try to hit the Baron. There's an LB there waiting to one-shot someone. Even the Maokai, because he did go for the Leandries first, is very susceptible. Jimmy going to get a good chunk onto Sword Art, who has his Warmogs finished anyway.
Yep. The tale is old as time. Chunking the support's not mattering.
Yeah, Warmog's now finished for Gemini. Gonna feel good for him if he can get out of these fights.
Cloud Soul, very scary soul to have, especially on just everyone, actually.
Yeah,
just everyone benefits so much on the side of CFO.
Yeah, especially the LB and Cassante.
Yeah.
Even the Smolder feels pretty amazing. Gives him another escape tool, essentially, with his ulti. Already often used defensively.
3 items
for the
now
healing.
For Shun on the Smolder. Gory getting close to his Void Staff as well.
Yeah.
Jimmy and barely getting off the ground.
Yeah, nightmare situation for Wako as an MF this far behind a Smolder. Means you're just never going to be as relevant, especially with a Braum on the enemy team. They did have the option to ban this. As flanks now is Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy might be in a lot of trouble here. Probably going to have to use that ultimate, try to get away. Here comes all the CC layering. Kaiwing staying alive. Jimmy's made his way out though. He has eventually go down. Gory's able to find him. Here comes that bullet time. They aren't able to find a kill though as Driver. And with the movement speed afforded to him, with this Cloud Soul, is just sprinting around the team fight.
Yeah, Gory has TP up now, so this should be just the Baron secured for CFO. Wako without ulti on the MF. Gemini, same deal on the Maokai. Jung TP'd here, probably wishing he stayed and went for a tier 2 bot.
Yeah, Gory does take a bit of a chunk of damage here from Jiang, but we are going to contest. Wako's still alive, Gemini still here. Oh my god, it could be another theft. Gemini's so good at doing so, trying to keep his AD carry alive, but there's no way to do that. Wako is just annihilated, and Shun is just running around this team fight doing whatever he could dream to do. Now Gory chasing Jiang is going to land the chain, but Jiang trading back, and he's trading back well. Gory jumps out. Gory able to find that lockdown, and it's CFO finding yet another team fight win. 4K in the lead, and this Baron sure to go down in the near future. They're just running away with game number 2.
Yeah, Jung feels so strong. He pretty much single-handedly stops that Baron take as his teammates just go down without much of a fight, and it takes so long to kill the Jax, even for 4 members on the side of CFO, that they can't actually finish the Baron. Still in a great spot for CFO. Gory picked up his Void Staff and a blue potion now. Gonna be destroying this Yone that he is just sprinting out.
Shield bow now finished for Jimmy, and so it gives him a little bit more safety, but the CFO, they're just running up here so fast as Driver. Coming gonna have to flash away. Maybe is able to get away because of that Nimbus cloak, but no, he gets slowed up. Jimmy trying to peel for his support. Does find a 2-man, maybe even 3-man knock up, and is he gonna get stunned up at the back end of his E? This Yone gonna go down. Driver able to just auto attack him out, and that is 2 people going down, and CFO now sprinting towards a certain Baron.
Yeah, Wako clears the mid wave, and they have no top wave, so no towers or inhibs taken by CFO, but they'll be pretty happy to pick up this Baron. It will segue them perfectly into the Elder. That's going to be up in 2 minutes 30. And if you're Frank, you just have to be looking at this Elder as your opportunity back into the game.
John getting very aggressive here. Does try jump over the wall, but it's too little too late, and Gory hits him with a nuclear bomb.
Yeah, and an emote to boot on his way out. Massive on the LB. Finishing his Void Staff before Jung can even get any meaningful magic resist. Just a Negatron cloak.
Yeah, looking for the wit's end is Jung. Gemini here. I mean, I don't know what my Maokai is trying to do, but I don't think it's going to work against the 7-1-7 LeBlanc. Gory so far ahead.
Yeah,
Certainly looking better than game number 1.
Yeah, and if you remember how much they invested just to get that 1 death onto Gory, means it's definitely an MVP performance out of him this game, and probably means that's the last time we'll be seeing a blind pick Yone.
Yeah, 2 towers will fall. Both the mid and the top lane. Inner tower is now going down as we approach the 30-minute mark. It is CFO firmly in the lead. 8k gold advantage. Certainly growing out from the 1k it was for many minutes not so long ago. Baron available still for 2 minutes, and Elder spawning in the middle of that means that CFO, if they want to, they can play it slowly. Play for that Elder. But maybe you don't even want to. Don't want to offer Frank that chance as Driver.
Yeah.
Getting some headway in the bottom lane, actually landing with that in the top of his strikes, but Young not really feeling the impact all too much.
Yeah, has a level lead now. This Baron gives so much XP that every member of CFO is at a significant level advantage. Jung just engaged on by Driver, taking so much damage.
Yeah, gonna have to go now back to his base as this bot lane inhib is almost certain to fall after this tower does go down. Mid lane as well can be the same can be said about that, should I say, is yeah, 2 inhibs will be going down. Now, 45 seconds on the Elder. Will Frank even be able to contest it is really the question.
Yeah.
Because right now, they're going to lose a 3rd inhib. There's going to be multiple doubled up Baron minions. Both teleports available for the side of CFO. It might just have to be a Gemini steal attempt. And admittedly, if there was someone in the entirety of the PCS that you would want to rely on to steal this objective, it definitely is Gemini, but boy oh boy does he have his work cut out for him.
Yeah, how's he even getting to this pit? Look at the vision on the map. Not a single ward outside the base. I guess a couple of wards outside the base for Frank in that top side, but that's the wrong side of the map if you want to contest this Elder.
Yeah, Kaiwing is making his way there. He has Gemini behind him. Wako and Yijang not so far behind. Pings onto that teleport. They realize, CFO, what they can do. They don't need to play for this Elder. They are the ones with all the cards, but they're looking for Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa getting focused down as the Nature's Grass comes out, and Shun's going to be completely untouched. Teleport does come through. Jimmy's going to try and find his way into Shun, but won't be able to do so. There's going to be an execute coming through. On the other side, Gory just annihilates Yijang. He's able to play however he wants on this LeBlanc as Wako is taken out. The teleports is all it's going to take now. They're going to confirm the last 2 kills. They're going to teleport to the base. They're going to take game number 2, and it's now all tied up.
Yeah, Frank doing what they had to even have a chance of coming back into this game. They show up to the Elder fight. Doesn't go their way. They just go on the first member they find in Karsa, hoping that CFO are out of position to back them up. Well played by CFO to not be, and they close out the game very cleanly.
Very cleanly indeed, and I think back to the drawing board when it comes to this draft, because I think you had a gaping hole in that mid lane where this Yone just could not do anything. And I think, honestly, after looking at game 1 versus game 2, you're probably just going to go into game 3 and ban the LeBlanc, I think. Just get rid of that. Gory looking way better. on this LeBlanc. He did it to you last time you went up against them. He's done it to you this time when you got up against them. Don't let him have this champion because he will just take over the game entirely.
Yeah, and you do just maybe have to ban it unless, as Frank, you're willing to take the red side away from CFO. CFO have chosen red side 2 games in a row now, and it's to enable picks like this out of the mid lane.
The Yone blind was perplexing. I will say that.
They tried to get cute and deny the Sejuani Yone combo that CFO really like, but you let Gory take his pick of the lane bullies that he wants to play. Very good on the LB. We've seen him on it before.
Yeah, and honestly, after game 1, where Jimin was able to just take over, why not give him the tools to carry that game? Yeah, the Yone can carry a game, but you're blind picking Yone. And while, you know, it does well into these AD carries, in theory, certainly doesn't do well into the LeBlanc. Sure, it probably should be able to survive a little better than he did, but you're never going to get ahead in that lane.
I have no idea how he was just 20% HP before he even hit level 2 on the Yone. I know it's a losing lane, but that just seems like we had to give up some CS.
Yeah, you just get... Well, you do. You give up the CS, but you also just can't be in the XP range, and that's the problem. You have to be in XP range. Usually you get walked off your wave, but you can still get that XP while the AD carries clear the wave. But in this instance, you get walked away from it. LeBlanc is just auto-attacking you, proccing Execute, you know, auto-attack you, auto-attack, and what can you really do about that? She hits level 2, QW auto-attack. Again, that's another electrocute proc, and you can't really do anything about it.
How untiltable is Gory, though, after the start he had last game, into the start that Frank went for this game, committing 3 flashes, maybe just the 2 of the support jungle to kill this LB, not getting nearly enough out of it, especially when you consider it didn't actually do anything for the Yone's lane. He was still just... LB came back to lane, continued to destroy him. It meant that Shun just got all the free time in the world with just a tier on Smolder up against an MF. Having a dream, CSing, finds himself up CS. First recall up against an MF, which should never happen for a Smolder. As well as the 2 dragons picked up.
Yeah.
Just meant it was so difficult for Frank to play.
I also think it's important to note that Jimin actually spent a lot of this game saving his lanes. He teleported bot to try and save Wako and Kaiwing. He teleported top to save Yijiang. And, you know, I don't think you can necessarily blame him entirely for how everything looked, because he genuinely was being very much a team player. He was not playing for himself at all, realizing that in this matchup he kind of can't. But there's something went wrong in every other lane, or maybe it's the jungle or whatever it was, that caused him to just have to go around the map and save these side lanes.
Yeah, but it is understandable that the side lanes needed saving, because the side of Frank invested so much in mid lane that continued to lose, which then allowed Karsa to gank the sides if he wanted to. A counter gank bot lane and a gank early on to blow Jiang's flash just set the side lanes behind for Frank as well.
Yeah, and I think also, if we're picking Misfortune as our last pick, we probably shouldn't be picking it into Braum. You saw that dive that originally happened on the bot side. We looked a lot of damage onto Braum. Everything piled into that shield, and sort of just kind of walked away laughing. So, yeah, I think ultimately this game, at least in my mind, just came down to how we played the map. I don't think it was necessarily pick and ban that was entirely the problem, but we just left the Smolder unchecked the whole game. We had our sort of so much pressure in the mid lane, but it doesn't matter if the Yone gets ahead. He's never actually threatening the LeBlanc. The LeBlanc's always going to be way too slippery. So just let him farm. He'll be down a bit of CF, whatever. Let the Maokai go around the side lanes, try and punish Cassandre for playing aggressive, trying to punish Smolder for leaving tower, if you will. But we didn't really see that out of Frank this game.
I think the bright spot, though it was a bit shaky for him in the early game, Jiang on this Jack's blind pick looked pretty good. Once he was able to finish his Triforce, he was able to take 2 towers in Driver's face. So that felt pretty good. But then once he had to interact with the 7-1 LB, he was just getting one shot.
And I think, to no one's surprise, we're about to see a key matchup, the mid lane, for the second time straight, but this time Gory being on the receiving end of that MVP, because I think he just had a stellar performance for himself. Got both flashes from the jungle support. Level 3, 4, whatever it may have been, and then just ran away with the game from there.
Yep. Nice game from Gory. Completely deflecting the pressure applied to him and taking over the game regardless.
I also really want to just see more pressure around Dragons early. I think these Void Grubs are really fraudulent.
Yeah, when you pick MF, I mean, it feels horrible to grab all those Void Grubs and then never really touch a tower. Jiang did eventually get to those towers, but yeah, just too little too late.
Yeah, they couldn't even contest. They were so far behind, they couldn't even contest the 3rd and 4th dragon. And, you know, if you went for those early dragons where you were very strong, I think we have an entirely different game on our hands. But it was CFO just playing the map better, playing even this fight better.
Yeah,
like Jimmy may have found himself the way back in, but it certainly wasn't to be.
Yeah, Kaiwing with an insane engage there, making up a bit for how poorly Gemini has placed his ulti in this fight. Not a mistake we ever really see him make on this Maokai. And Jimmy needed his team to be able to stand their ground there for him to ever escape here. But the Smolder is just completely online. We used everything to kill frontline, but it's the carries you got to worry about on the side of CFO. Mega fed Smolder and LB.
Yeah.
Karsa, only frontline left alive, but is enough on the Sejuani.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, what a dream to be someone like Karsa on that Sejuani that game, because you pretty much didn't have to do anything.
Yeah.
You were just sitting there, taking objectives while Gory ran around the map smurfing, and then eventually Shun came online and was flying into the face of Jax, into the face of Misfortune, and just destroying them. So,
yeah.
Pretty easy game there for Karsa.
Same deal for Sword Art, honestly. It feels like he was just getting tank checked by these behind carries on the side of CFO, and like, yep, I am tanky still on Braum, and felt pretty good about that game.
Oh, Misfortune, let me gobble that one up.
Yeah.
Om nom nom, and it happened multiple times. And I think, like, you can pick things like Misfortune into the Braum, but it just requires so much higher execution than if you have Misfortune into a different support champion. But game number 2 does tie us up in our series. CFO do take it. When we're back, we'll see who claims game number 3 and gets himself ahead of our series.
我来了
，nice，
慢慢拉扯就好。我会下去，先杀杀一波就行。啊
，nice，一波吧，nice，
啊，这阵容太爽了。
好像对嘞，
包死毛德，
肉阵，
真的是发育就是等这个等级阵容。
他们下一把应该会被，没差，等下再说呗，我们能换方的。
对吧？确实，
那是兄弟们，
那是啊，加入送我一波开启哦。
关键时刻，握着阿嬷帮我准备的球拍，让我更有把握赢球。阿嬷，好睡吗？
睡哦。
家人的爱是多年的依赖。 就像我多年以来依赖中华电信，金白来最疼我的家人，最挺我的中华电信，舞动精彩，共创未来，
永远走在最前面。中华电信。
陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
To lose way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pay on no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pay on no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. Too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pay on no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, see it in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pay on no mind, it's about that time. Saturday
too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah, in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah.
Wherever you roam, there's no place to go. Nowhere feels like home. From a deadly kiss to this apocalypse, you feel so alone. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Tell me what's the goal? Do you have no soul? Why are you so cold? If I'm too proud to speak, will that make me weak? How will this unfold? Suddenly terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster.
So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the lighter. Feel it burning through your veins as we're walking through the flames, getting higher. Welcome to the fire.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 2, it was CFO taking the win over FAK Esports, and now it's FAK Esports' time to see if they can bounce back, because CFO certainly did, and certainly did well.
Yeah, bounce back is maybe an understatement. They just completely crushed that game. Not a single objective, it felt like, going the way. They did pick up the 6 Void Grubs on the side of FAK and didn't get to use them all that much.
No, they did not. And I think that is something that I think needs addressing going further on in these playoffs, is that the Void Grubs just don't seem to do much.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't feel worth... I think the trade of 3 Void Grubs and 1 Dragon is an equal trade, obviously, I guess. But taking the 6 Void Grubs for the 2 Dragons, you need to have a plan once you do that. Because you've got about 5 minutes to use those Void Grubs to build a significant enough advantage that you can fight that 3rd Dragon. Once you give up the 3rd Dragon, it's so difficult.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And we saw that game. I mean, FAK Esports didn't even contest the 3rd or the 4th Dragon. It just went cleanly over to the side of CFO, and they very much sprinted away with it. utilizing, obviously, the movement speed buff you got through there. And just, yeah, I mean, it didn't seem at all like they were feeling threatened at all. So, Frank, I mean, they did obviously get it across the line in game number 1, looked very good. Maybe it's just an angle where you look to ban out this LeBlanc, because Gory certainly seemed extremely comfortable and dominant on that pick.
Yeah, also a champion that it is difficult to catch Gory out on, and you know, one of his weaknesses as a player is sometimes positioning. He positions very aggressively, plays on the edge, as we've said, and the LB is probably the best champion to do that on.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Aurora gonna stay banned by CFO, and I think the bans are shaping up to allow that LeBlanc ban instead of the Lucian here on the side of FAK Esports.
Yeah, we will see. Yeah, I'm surprised they were banning the Lucian so often when they didn't go for the Corki, given the opportunity to last draft. So I think, yeah, the Lucian is a ban you can definitely afford to drop if you're Frank. The Smolder is actually the target. Okay.
They might go for first pick LeBlanc.
Wow, okay. I wonder if Gory picks the Silas into it, or just Corki feels pretty good to LB, quite frankly.
I do not think he will be picking
after
the Silas in it. I think LeBlanc probably, like, he probably just goes Lucian into the LeBlanc.
Yeah, makes sense. ADCs have good matchups.
They banned it.
So they're begging Frank to lock Corki here. At least that's how I feel.
Let's see.
Go for the Maokai again.
Yeah. Maybe just saying that if the LeBlanc isn't picked as a counter, it doesn't have the same strength, which I would agree.
Yeah, this used to just be a Sejuani first pick usually, and
I like the Maokai better.
It feels so difficult, though, because they're unwilling to play into the Yone Sejuani from the side of CFO.
Oh, we don't know that necessarily. They might have just felt that it was going to be more than likely an AD carry picked up in the mid lane for Gory, and then just sort of turning it around.
Yeah, maybe just not recognizing how well Gory can play the LB, though that's surprising since he has played it against them before.
Yeah, and carried that game as well. Oh.
Yeah, I'm not sure why the change from CFO, but they have gone for a change, picking up the Lilia now.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's necessarily a reason to, right? But this does mean now that LeBlanc won't be coming through.
Yeah, almost certainly not. LB, you know, it just has to be solo AP.
Yeah. Yeah, if she's going against Magic Resist, she sucks. So, Corki, there it is. Now, what if Frank pick into it? It could just be the Yone. It honestly just could be. We've already seen Jimmy play it well into a Corki. And it's not like he's a slouch on it. Yeah, he finished that last game 1-6, but it was near on the most impossible Yone game after how the early game panned out. Not necessarily for him, but just for the map.
Yep. Maybe just a Zeri mid. I'm inclined to think it will be. You can pick up an Ezreal here if you want to on the side of Frank. Very good champion for Wako.
Wow.
Go on.
Look at him. Slam it.
You can window a Lilia ulti, by the way.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, wow. Okay, just going back to the ribbon. They did ban it game number 2, did CFO.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Oh.
Oh, boo. Boo.
Not letting Driver get it. I think it makes sense.
Yeah, he looked like a monster on the Cassante last game.
Always does.
Yeah.
So get that off out of the hands there of Driver. See what he's got prepared for this Cassante. And I would not be surprised in the slightest to see that it is the Gnar.
Yeah, very good into the Cassante. We haven't seen Driver be quite as dominant as Aja in this matchup. Probably the most decisive top lane lead we've seen out of Aja.
No. That was the Kennen Gangplank.
Right. I think both times against Driver, actually.
Yeah, it was. Unfortunately.
Yeah, so we'll see if Driver's picked anything up from playing against Aja. Alistar's banned away. They've noticed Kaiwing is really tending towards this champ, so makes sense. Get him off something comfortable. Is just landing massive. In that last game was just also landing just 3-man knockups, making Alistar look like Malphite. Ezreal banned away. Making me think maybe it's a Zeri bot lane, because Ezreal is usually a response in the bot lane to the Zeri.
Yeah, I think it's Zeri bot. I think it would give Jimmy something else. What that is, yet to be seen. Zig's banned away, so they're thinking Wako is not piloting this series. It's just hard to really know, isn't it?
Yeah.
Smolder, still available.
Now, I'm not sure if Jimian plays it, but something like a Draven here feels very strong when you've got the Maokai on your team too. Gori cannot take cleanse in the mid lane on Corki, so just a flash Maokai route. Post 6 just feels like a guaranteed cash-in for your Draven.
Misfortune maybe picked up here by Shun.
Yeah, really good combo with the Lilia and the Gnar.
Smolder's not available. I'm dumb. It was banned first rotation.
Yeah. Does leave them susceptible to a Braum response if they lock the MF here, though.
Yeah, definitely not a good-looking Braum game right now. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Now, will we see Sword Art on the center? Because I believe it was against PSG. We saw Sword Art playing center and Shun
playing Ornn,
on the Ornn.
Looking like a beast on the Ornn, too, might I add.
I do think they lost that game, if I remember. No, that was against Sengoku, actually, I think. Oh, I don't remember now.
I do remember him performing on the Ornn, though.
Yeah, me too. Every week just fades into one another. Leona picked up.
Yeah, Kaiwing not all that depressed about the Alistar ban. Renata actually banned again by Frank, this time without even showing their support, so I'm curious what is prompting these Renata bans. What's the bot lane combo that they're worried about? Maybe Renata Varus?
Possibly, as it looks like we might have Jimian once again piloting this Yone.
Yeah, I like this.
Yeah, me too. I think this is a very good-looking Yone game.
Yeah, stick to your guns, and if he loses mid again, you can always just swap him out for Pretender.
Yep. So far, the key matchup for the series has just been mid.
Yeah.
And thankfully for the side of Frank, if mid's looking bad, they can just put in a new mid laner.
And it will be Shun on the Ornn again.
Yep, okay. So they are keeping it this way of doing things. Maybe just Shun more capable of last hitting, as he does obviously get a lot more practice at it.
And Sword Art, just a true support player, refuses to take CS. Is going to be on the Senna. It does make sense, because sometimes you see these ADCs a little bit lost on the Senna in terms of where to be. Because you do become the support, right? And you're freed up to run around the map, but not always the smartest, the old ADC players. As much as I hate to admit it.
Well, it's just like, it's things you learn almost off like, just, what's the word? You've been through this situation so many times, and you've played the early game so many times, you just have a feeling of where you're supposed to be at the right time. And because AD carries tend to just sit in their lane and farm, they don't have that experience, they don't have the exposure.
Yeah, I think you saw an example of that last game when Sword Art was running around the jungle, face-checking the enemy team, trying to force the engage onto himself rather than his ADC.
Yeah.
That is the type of play that's really difficult for an ADC player to make.
But here, it is just going to be, obviously, as you said, the Ornn for Shun. We've seen it before. It's a known entity. He did look like a beast. I don't think they won, but...
Yeah, I don't remember who they were against, but...
oh, actually, I think they do. It was against J-Team. It was up against J-Team, so I think they did actually end up winning, but it was not without its controversy. I remember that game being a very close one.
Yeah, shockingly close considering it's CFO against J-Team.
Yeah. With Lalva on the Maokai that game, I believe.
Yeah. Gemini on the Maokai this game.
Yeah. Maybe finding the composition where they like to play this into.
He paired up a lot better with Jimian in the previous series they had against Ground Zero, with specifically this mid-jungle. So we'll need more of that. The Maokai ult seems to pair really well, as Corki has gone for first strike.
Yeah, wow.
Very aggressive from Gori, being spam-pinged our CFO. Not going to be allowing this Maokai to start on his Raptors, which he loves to do.
Yeah, you don't feel that bad starting your top side, starting Wolves, but he's just pathing down there now, and he will be safe to do so.
Yeah. Yeah, good wards from the side of CFO. From the side of Frank, sorry. Let them see CFO on their way out, and it means that Gemini can start his ideal pathing. So Carson's actually starting on blue buff, surprisingly.
Yeah, not something we see all that often, but just maybe wanting to head to the same side of the map that Gemini is. Obviously, we've seen Gemini get very aggressive early on both games now.
Yeah.
in the jungle.
Has guaranteed cryo in the top lane because he has an R up there. Ian from Kaiwing, very aggressive. And yeah, I'm not sure why the camera is down here because this should be a very uneventful lane. Frank gonna hit 2 very soon. As they're going for a 3-wave crash, as you usually just see on the winning side. Not often you see Leona with cryo level 1, but or not bringing a whole lot to the table. Neither is Senna, honestly. Jimmy on a much higher HP total this time around than previous, though. Yeah, though maybe not actually.
We have cursed him.
Yeah, as we see him scratching his head there.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the same threat.
Yeah.
Right, at this HP, while he is low, Corki not going to one-shot him from here.
Yeah, might even still win the all-in on this HP.
Yeah, it'll be close. I mean, he's pretty certain of it. Actually cancels out the Valkyrie. And,
nice dodge
Gory.
from Gory.
Gory's a bit of a beast there.
Yeah, Jimmy actually dodges the Corki Q with his Q3.
Yeah, cancels the Valkyrie as well. So, while the trade fairly even, considering the health total Jimmy started with.
So much more sustain on the Yone.
Yeah, and the mana is the big problem, right? Is those trades cost Corki more than they cost the Yone.
Yeah, and what a start, honestly. I think Jimmy's just completely brought back his lane with that and forced Corki to TP in so early.
Yeah, and
has
I
a
mean,
tier
he
at
gets
least.
the tier, so yeah, it is fine for Gory, but Jimmy still won't really feel that threatened to leave lane. He pops his pod, he's now at half HP, and he'll pretty much remain between that and about a fifth of his HP, generally, is where Yone sits in this lane. And
yeah, gonna be feeling great, especially because Gory backed for no combat stats. And can maybe... Oh, should be fine.
Yeah, Casa trying to predict the snapback, but...
Now we'll see if he commits his TP back. Gory is trying to freeze. Yeah, so he does just have to TP. I'm not sure how many creeps he has there. As Gory, if it's only a couple of range creeps, you can maybe walk back to lane, but Jimmy does TP back in with a call. So even more sustain on him. I believe that item still gives life on hit.
Yes, 3. Not the most
adds up
significant amount, but yeah, I mean, it's that alongside just everything else, right? The Doran Shield, the Absorb Life, the Fleet.
Yeah, add it to the long list of sustain. Yone has to get through these lanes. The free's going to be broken, going to be a big crash for Gory, so he's going to try to get some damage onto Jimmy as this wave crashes. Carson not going to be around to help him out, though.
Yeah, Jimmy going to lose out on that cannon minion, but obviously would have lost a lot of health going for it. Gets the ward down to make sure he's safe from that top side. Castle, though, nowhere near where that ward is, so...
Kaiwing, on the other hand, is sprinting at the Snar.
Yeah, it does have both Sums and going into Mega soon as driver, but good timing on that ward. He sniffs something, some treachery is afoot.
Yeah, very little opportunity cost for that because Wako is just recalled at the time, and Shun, I think, is doing a very impressive job of keeping up in CS in this lane. You expect the Senna lanes, with whatever melee champion they've put alongside it, to fall behind a little bit.
But yeah, finding advantage for themselves and even finding this dragon ahead of the spawn of those Void Grubs.
Yeah, and I think pretty much everyone overperforming in their losing lane matchups here, whether it's Jimmy and Jiang for the side of Frank, probably with a lot more CS than they should have, and the same deal bot lane as now Wako's going to maybe pull ahead, but I mean, Shun still has TP on the Ornn.
Yeah, I mean, pretty even, once again, are these teams. Frank actually up in terms of that gold, but ultimately shouldn't matter all that much as the first dragon does go down. Kaiwing and Gemini down this bot side, though. They do see Sword Art up
Shun
in the top. And, yeah, Shun all alone. Now, he is an Ornn, not the easiest champion to dive by any stretch of the imagination, but Wako's actually level 6 to just a level 4 here of the Ornn. He's going to have to try and find an immaculate way of diving, and they do. I mean, Wako just picks up that first blood for himself. Clean as can be. They're going to give over these Void Grubs, but I'll take that trade any day of the week. His teleport now coming through. It is Shun returning to his lane, but this could be a very bad play. He once again goes unstoppable. Who's tanking up the tower? I actually don't know. Gemini is, but he flashes away and he gets out.
Oh, look at all these minions, and his TP is down on Shun.
This is the second time we've seen Shun do this. Last time was on a Ziggs.
Yeah. Not able to get out there. Not even able, because so much CC is on the side of Frank, to use his flash. Has no opportunity to. Is just locked up the whole time. Would be wasting it. Not recognizing he's wasting his TP, though.
Yeah, and you see he was staying relatively even in this bot side. Well, I'm here with news. He certainly isn't anymore.
Yeah. Such a good early game start for Shun, though. He did find himself down a lot of XP somehow.
Yeah, just 2 levels.
Maybe just because of how big that wave. That looked like 4 minion waves or something.
Yeah. And he loses out on all of it.
And all the time Sword Art spent mid just straight up laning with this Corki has not amounted to any advantage for Gory.
Yeah, Jimmy actually up in CS.
Yeah, miraculous. And what a bounce back from him. We talked about Gory's mental to bounce back in that previous game.
Wako almost
Same
has
deal.
ult back up. They have to be so scared bot, I think. I think Wako just is just so strong. Way stronger than he should be. Although, Warden's Mail might just be the most broken component item in the entire game. Maybe Hexdrinker, actually.
Yeah, some of these pings are making me think Jimmy is going to stay mid. Yeah, he stays mid on a sliver of HP, and he's very lucky that Sword Art has not hung around, though he does have ulti on Senna. And I guess it's just an XP trade, because for a second there, Sword Art's 2 levels up on Leona. But you'd rather the XP on the Ornn. Usually you're seeing level 3 Sennas running around at this point in the game.
There's the exchange of emotes. I think that's the 3rd time I've seen them do that.
Yeah, I'd say advantage Sword Art.
Yeah, well, I mean, after the paycheck, yeah.
True, the TSM paycheck. Gemini is up here to gank Driver, but very close to Mega Gnar, rather. They have to go soon.
Oh, hold up. They're going to force out that flash. I mean, I didn't see the angle.
Yeah, me neither.
But they found it.
Yeah, well played.
And it costed essentially nothing. Like, yeah, the Maokai ult and the Cassante ult, but you'll take that. You can go regank this Gnar if you so choose so.
Yeah, and
not the biggest detriment, those cooldowns.
Yeah, Jung already doing amazingly well in this lane, considering the counter pick, and is going to have a much easier time now that the flash has gone off this Gnar. Realistically has kill pressure just 1v1 off his next ulti. I think at this point, I think Kaiwing is maybe staying a little too long bot. I feel like Wako is going to be perfectly fine 1v2.
Yeah, probably just wants to get level 6.
Yeah, fair enough.
Obviously, they're going to want to contest either of these next 2 objectives, be it the Ocean Dragon or these Void Grubs, as they are spawning at the same time. I think CFO are probably just going to take the Void Grubs. In a position like this, it's good, I think, to take the Void Grubs, right? They already got their first Dragon, they got their Void Grubs, and now they're spawning at the same time. Give over the first Dragon to the side of Frank and get yourself the 6 Void Grubs, and you're in a winning position.
Yeah, especially when you're so much weaker bot lane. It is a nice luxury that you've picked up 1 Dragon.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Yeah, this should just be left as a 1v1 as often as you can. Though, Karsa, I think, is being very cheeky here. If he can get a gank off and take out Wako somehow, Warren very good at setting up these ganks, they can suddenly pick up a 2nd Dragon on CFO.
Yeah, but we're Sword Art down here. I don't think Wako's looking to play all that aggressively, so...
Yeah, Kaiwing not coming to the bot lane either.
And, I mean, Zeri is just probably safe enough, even if it's a 3v1.
Yep, cleanse as well, just... Nothing to cleanse but the Lilia ulti, really.
Man, look how much better the Yone looks into an AD carry. I think they did just think the AD carry was coming through last game, but Nature's Grass coming out, and that's going to actually manage to land. The flash forward. This will be the Ornhorn coming through as well as the center ult, but absolutely one shot was Karsa. Now the team fight coming through. Wako, though, he is going to be able to join this fight, or he finds one for himself. There's a nice knock-up coming through for Shun, but somehow Kaiwing has once again landed everything he needs to. Wako comes skirting over that wall. Jimmy and waiting for Gory to flash towards him. He will flash after, and that's another kill. 4-1 is the kill score. Advantage for FAK.
Yeah, very scrappy fight there, but they eventually take down Gory as well, and it feels great to be Frank right now, especially if you're Wako. 2-0 on this Zeri. 100 CS. And just on the edge of this Maokai ult is Karsa. Tries to W out of it, doesn't get it off in time, and once he gets hit by 1 piece of CC, I'm surprised he even has the time to get his ulti off. Because he does, though, Gory's able to get a big trade kill here onto Gemini, and that Shun stun probably avoids disaster for Gory as he gets 2 flashes for his own. Yeah, well played here by Gory to draw these 2 flashes from the side of Frank. as well as pick up a kill for himself.
Yeah, Void Grubs, this will be 6 picked up here by CFO. We haven't seen them have all that much impact thus far in the series. Obviously, a champion like Nar can utilize it pretty well in that side lane, but it is going to be traded for the Dragon. Frank going to even up that Dragon score now.
Yeah, I think you're still feeling great. You do love to get these Void Grubs as the Nar, especially if you're not giving up 2 Dragons for them. So,
hold up.
Oh, okay. Maybe a contest.
Oh, no. Sword Art. He is in a rough position. He's able to dodge out of every bit of CC, though, but now he's just stuck with Wako. He does flash away. He's going to have to cleanse as well. Teleport coming through. This is Driver. He's got that Mega Gnar, but how can we kite? It's a nice Gnar roll to lands onto 2. The flash away from Gemini, though, is Jimmy trying to find his way out of this pit. He will have the Q3 available for himself soon, but Wako is just wailing away at these health bars. He's kiting, dipping, diving, dodging absolutely everything, and the Nature's Grasp will come back. They trade back 1 kill, but it's a double. Make that a triple now for Wako as he's got more left in the tank, and a quadra kill for Wako. Only 12 minutes into this game, and the Zeri takeover is real.
Meanwhile, Gemini is doing his Krugs, and Jiang is hitting the top lane tower. No need to show up to this fight. And I guess Sword Art just outplays it initially here, dodges everything, but holds onto his flash way too long here, underestimates Wako's damage, and goes down to the Liandry's plus a sapling. Driver not able to stun up Wako here. Perfect positioning from the ADC of Frank this entire fight. Has 100% uptime in this fight while taking virtually no damage himself. Only unavoidable damage. Gemini shucks out an ulti and goes to his Krugs, as Wako's just able to very cleanly pick up these kills. Quadra kill on the Zeri does not bode well for CFO's chances this game.
That is the most animated I have ever seen Wako.
Yeah.
In my entire life, in my entire career here of
Jesus, it's
English.
It's such an early fight to do that much damage on a Zeri. My goodness. He didn't, I think he maybe had Static Shiv finished.
Yeah, I think he did. Oh my god, it's a 6-0. Zeri, feeling pretty good about yourself if you are Wako.
Okay.
Sleep comes through. We're looking for something aggressive here onto Kaiwing. It's going to be broken by that Snare of Sword Art, and we're still going aggressive. There is no flash here for Kaiwing on the Leona, but by God, have we committed a lot to this. Lightning Crash available for Wako. Nature's Grasp very soon to be up, but it is just a nice pick found and a kill going over there to Gory.
Yeah, and the kill going on the Dream target if you're CFO. This Corki is the only champion on your side who could possibly match the Zeri later into the game. Long way to go still. If he's going to be putting out as much damage as Wako. Rift Herald now picked up for Frank, and Jimian is going to have a Dream in the side lane now, whether he's against the Gnar or the Corki. I think he'd rather the Corki probably, but we'll be fine into the Gnar as well.
Yeah, not going to be too impacted either way, I don't suspect, as see him just going forward at will. We'll get the recall, probably has that Blade of the Ruin King finished up, although cancels the recall now, as does have to be somewhat careful. Kasa not yet finishing his recall.
With the spells there. Driver, he has the CFO emotes. A lot of emote mind games going on.
Yeah, he
not
was
to be underestimated.
The CFO mid laner last year, remember?
Yeah, a bit of a grudge match.
Oh, this is a Mega Gnar. Yeah, Mega Gnar coming through, but and the teleport. Driver going now aggressively onto Kaiwing. Jimian gonna try and turn this around as Shun does come in there. Nature's Grasp locks up 2 people. The tower's gone down. The 2-man Fate Sealed coming out here of Jimian, and Wako's in. Wako is completely in there. Drives that Rift here into the wall. Maybe a misclick coming through, and Gory picks up a 900 gold shot down. The misclick coming through from Wako is going to be absolute disaster for him. But here goes Jiang. Jiang arrives, he gets it all out, and Kasa has gone for a roller coaster of emotions as he finds the team fight win into an absolute joyride into that top lane tower.
Oh my god, Wako, I think he's misclicked onto the Rift Herald and just driven it straight to his death. Looks a bit frustrated, but yeah, I mean, it's a risky play to go for these. I cannot believe Kaiwing is walking up to right-click this tower as the Gnar goes Mega, gets heavily punished for it. So much CC on the side of CFO. The tower eventually goes down to the Rift Herald, but Wako misclicks into the Rift Herald, drives it straight into the enemy team, and gets one shot.
Yeah, pretty clear cut at that point.
Again, the kills, just the shutdown 2 going to Gory on the Corki. Yeah, Wako kicking himself for that mistake.
Yeah, an otherwise flawless game thus far.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you can't be having mistakes like that when you've got a 600 gold shutdown sitting upon your head.
Yeah, and it goes to Gory, worst case scenario.
Yeah.
Still just mega fed on this series. Fed enough to probably just win the game anyway. But not a team you want to be giving these opportunities. You saw how well in Game 1 CFO were able to play from behind.
Carmen gets knit up again. Shouldn't. I mean, not taking all that much damage, but ultimately, this Zeri doesn't do much until ult's popped.
Yeah, gonna be the dragon picked up likely for Frank. Doesn't look like CFO are in any position to contest this.
How funny is this unsealed spellbook keystone, man? You just have an Ornn with heal teleport.
Yeah. Always looks silly. And I think if you're Frank, you need to just completely slow this game down, get the LDR on your Zeri, and then just win every fight from there.
Yeah, I think it'll be shield bow. LDR feels a little bit troll on Zeri a lot of the time. Just, you do so much magic damage, you know. It's always rough, though, when you are just going up against mega armor.
Yeah, Frozen Heart into Sunfire. Oh, probably the Hollow Radiance, actually. For Shun, though, there's not a whole lot of magic damage on the enemy team.
Yeah, I mean, Yone, Zeri, and Maokai, they'll all be doing magic damage.
Yeah, and the item is just so good on these Senna pairings that you probably just go for it anyway.
It's like the only time that item's picked up.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes we see people build it top, but we never really agree with it when we do see it. So Jimmy going to slow push this wave to deny Gory as much CS as possible. And frustrating for Jimmy, and he was in such good shape this game. Gory picks up a couple kills, couple shutdowns, and now he's mega spiked on this Corki, way ahead of curve as well.
Yeah, I mean, Frank's still comfortably ahead, but they do have to be very careful that Gory doesn't get too out of hand. 2 items, as you said, spiking, mega spiking even at this stage of the game.
Yeah, you don't have the easiest access onto this Corki this game. Gorky. Should I just start calling him Gorky?
No, that sounds like... I know it isn't, but it sounds like somewhat derogatory, you know?
Gorky.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
All right, we'll hold off on the Gorky then. I keep accidentally saying it.
Yeah, there are some tongue twisters. But it is okay. All is well. Yeah, as we have slowed down the pace of this game, and I think, again, Frank, they kind of can. They just need to play for this dragon, it feels like. Baron's spawning soon, and ultimately both teams, once again, we say this every game now, we'll do it pretty quickly. Obviously, Frank doing it a lot quicker than CFO will, but just by virtue of having this Lilia and the Corki, you're going to do it perfectly fine anyway.
Yep. Both teams can't really let their guard down for maybe 15 seconds or the Baron is gone. Jimmy taking a big chunk from Gory. Looking very strong, but up some XP is Jimmy. His reward for playing this lane extremely well through the early game.
2.5 minutes on this dragon. We have obviously a lot of pressure around this bot side, but probably no action really to come out, as it probably isn't really for a long time.
Yeah, honestly, Jiang, Frozen Heart on the Cassante is something we don't see that often.
Oh. All right.
Highwing misjudging, maybe trying to predict a Valkyrie from Gory.
Fair enough. It'll be back up in time for Dragon. If you get that kill, blows open the game quite a bit. If you don't, just hold off on fighting.
And I didn't really think about it, but this is a nice draft for CFO in the sense that Corki doesn't love being in a side lane, and with this draft, he gets to stay in mid lane. You're not going to swap Ornn to mid. So he never has to actually suffer in a side lane against this Yone.
That's true.
And Sword Art will suffer some sapling damage. Always looks much more impactful damage on a Senna than it actually is because of how much she heals.
Yeah, and just how easy it is to access that healing. Just Q a ward.
Yeah. It's going to be LDR from Wako. I agree. I like the LDR pickup.
It's probably going to be...
Mortal Reminder, maybe.
Mortal Reminder, yeah.
Always forget that that's a viable item now.
Yeah, it hasn't been for a long time. Finally finding a way for it to be a good item. And honestly, just in many cases, is the better of the two.
Shieldbow now picked up for Jimmy.
Oh my... Okay, have we not just Giga high rolled?
Whoa, Sword Art. There are 4 souls over here.
Tell you what, I know someone that would not let those go down, whether he died or not.
Yeah. And honorable. About to get Flame Horizoned is Shun. Avert your eyes. Not much he can really do in this game after how bot lane played out for him. Lest we forget, CFO are somehow in this game after their bot lane carry, essentially in the Ornn, died level 4 twice under his tower.
Man, imagine if CFO win this. I feel like the graphic of key matchup should just be the entire side of Frank and Shelly.
Yeah, just got 1v9 by the Rift Herald.
Hold up.
Nice
Talking
engage.
about 1v9, it's Carson that's in that position now, and he has been completely eliminated from the fight. Wako seemingly hasn't used ult, but he is 1 HP, and he obviously has no way to return to this fight without looking for a recall, so...
Frank might have just picked off the enemy jungle and can't take the dragon. Should be able to defend their mid tower, you'd hope.
Yeah, teleport coming through now for Jiang, who does not have his ultimate available to himself. Neither does the Maokai or Kaiwing. But Zeri ult is still available, and possibly in the state this game is in, the most important ultimate to look at. So Frank are going to be able to get to that dragon eventually, thanks to the help of this Chemtech map and those honey fruit. And now are on Soul Point, I believe, for the Chemtech Soul.
Yeah, Frank probably have some words for Riot Games, as last game their opponents are stacking dragons and get a Cloud Soul. This game, they get the Hextech Soul.
Chemtech.
Oh yeah, sorry, that's a different dragon. They'd love the Hextech Soul.
Yeah, this dragon kind of sucks.
Yeah, agreed.
It has its niche, you know, like occasionally you live on low HP, but you can't really visualize the effect it has versus the other dragons, right?
Feels really good when you go for shield bows, because you just get more shielding at lower HP when your dragon soul is kicking in.
This is true.
And they will have 2 shield bows likely this game. Though I'd kind of prefer an IE from Wako, though it's debatable whether he...
I think.
Yeah, it's debatable whether he needs the damage from an IE or the utility from like a shield bow or a Bloodthirster. Maybe just gets him across the line anyway.
I think the Bloodthirster makes sense because of situations like we saw just before, right?
Yeah, that was scary. It was an Ornn ulti, 2 Corki rockets, and a Gnar Q completely took Wako out of the fight.
Now, vision control over this top side. Jiang, pretty much unkillable at this point of the game, is able to just walk alongside Kaiwing to ensure they're able to clear out those wards. There's not much really occurring mid, just playing ping pong with these minion waves as we come to expect in the mid stage of a League of Legends game these days.
Yeah, Wako again just finds himself on Zeri. Incredible last hitting, just so far ahead of the clock, and this game 7 kills to boot. And Driver not really able to get all that much done on the Gnar this game.
Yeah, Vam Scepter for Wako, so it will be the Bloodthirster.
Yeah, I think I agree with this.
Yeah, me too.
The IE feels good, and as an ADC player, you're always tempted by that item. There's another 3 souls just left to go to the abyss by Sword Art.
Yeah, only 66 at this stage of the game is appalling.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you want to be in terms of the clock, as Frank are just hitting the Baron.
Yeah, they are, and it's like, how do you contest this as CFO? There's a Maokai ult to come through to deny any walking into the pit. The saplings, look at the damage it does to Sword Art as he continues to burn away. Because of that, Leandri's vision will be granted to the side of CFO thanks to Sword Art's ult. Yeah, Carson with flash, but how's he getting into the pit? Here comes the call of the Forge God, is able to knock up Wako, but Wako feeling completely fine at the moment as this Baron continues to go down. But Carson finds a fantastic sleep. He's putting everyone there on the side of Frank to bed. The Baron healing back up as Jiang trying to deal with everyone, and Jimmy finds his way onto Sword Art, but Driver's waiting for him at the back, and Driver's found his way there, found the kill. Wako trying to do the damage on the top side of the fight as Kasa, Sword Art, and Shun just continue to walk forward. It's a sleep from Kasa that seals the deal in this fight as Jiang and Gemini are going to have to fight for their lives here. All out available, he's going to find it on to Kasa. A trade back of kills would be important, but not able to do it as Wako somehow kills out Shun.
Yeah, massive Ornn ulti from Shun there finds Wako, despite Wako using his dash in that team fight. And Karsa is still up for the side of CFO, so I can't imagine Kaiwing and Wako can actually stop this at all. Driver also going mega. Yeah, they can't get here in time. And I think it's a good Baron start by Frank, but the team fight completely misplayed.
Wako has to be careful. It is the Baron picked up for CFO, and they now are back ahead in this game. It's Wako against the world as fantastically played team fight out of Karsa.
A massive ulti from Shun here, followed up by Karsa, and it's just a complete overchase. K'Sante can't just right-click on the enemy team and run at them like this, and Jung gets punished for it, so does Kaiwing. Jimian finds a decent flank, actually gets onto Gory, Swordart, and the rest of the team, but just wasn't there in time to actually follow up his teammate CC. As the one bright spot for the side of Frank is that Wako got to keep his flash. Has no cleanse now, though.
Yeah, trying to trade back here. I'm not sure what happens to Shun, just caught out on the bottom side of the fight, I suppose, as he tries to run away.
Tanks the tower for his team and then finds Wako here.
I mean, that's, pretty easy kill there for the Zeri.
Yep, did his job as the Ornn. My goodness, down so much farm, so few resources. Is now going to be upgrading his teammates' items, already upgraded his own. And should be this dragon going to CFO. We'll see if Frank decides to contest it or not.
Yeah, ults are available. No flash for Jung. No
TP,
flash for Jimian.
TP used by Jung into the mid lane, so
trying to get pressure.
Seems like they'll contest.
Have to watch out for the bowling ball. The three-man bowling ball
Q3
is
for
egregious. Yeah, here comes the call of the Forge God. Nature's Grass comes out, but we found our way into Driver. Wako just hitting onto this Gnar, but he should be pretty safe. Wako trying to struggle to do damage. Is Gemini going to be taken out? And Castle on the other side of the fight finds his way there. And the headshot from Swordart from downtown. Going to get themselves another kill. Driver even taking down this jungler. And things are all falling apart here for the side of Frank Esports. The CFO claim the team fight win, and they'll be able to pick up the dragon.
Yeah, and it's another fight where Frank are forcing the issue without their solo laner in position to contribute. This time it's Jung, last time it was Jimian. And even just a couple seconds behind on the play is going to be punished by a team like CFO who are so decisive at going for these fights. Second dragon now for CFO.
Yep, second dragon. They're going to stop that stacking, of course, coming through from Frank Esports. And I mean, Wako just not able to find the damage in these fights. He is going to pick up now a Mercurial Scimitar to have access to cleanse once again. Going to make the fights a little bit easier for himself, but still, I mean, Karsa and Shun as well, pulling the trigger at the correct time on the correct member.
Yeah, while Jung is just trying to get to the fight from mid lane. Wako had to go for a QSS, felt like he would need it fighting that dragon without his cleanse. Doesn't get a chance to use it and is kind of just forced to go for the Merc Sim. You've got a Vamp Scepter and a QSS, so it just makes sense to finish that item. As they are putting every resource they can onto this Zeri. Need to get him level 16.
All the upgraded LDR.
Yeah, Gory looking monstrous this game.
Yeah, 7-2. Arguably just the strongest champion here on the Rift. Sits at 4 items, working his way towards his Infinity Edge here.
Yeah, as a result of honestly just unforced errors from the side of Frank. Long before they threw at Baron, they made that throw in the top lane. And I don't just mean the Rift Herald popped in by Wako. I mean going for the play in the first place. Over-aggressive from Frank, punished by CFO. We'll see if Frank can get their way back into this game. Still just have a 4 items Zeri.
Yeah, and Nature's Grass coming out, trying to delay any attempts here onto this inner tower. Is Shun going to be locked up? Call of the Forge God coming through. Jung, he will have that Pathmaker, can get out of that CC, but he brings a root onto Kaiwing, onto his Leon, who doesn't have ult. Knocked up now is Jung. He has to flash away. Wako trying to find the damage. Lightning Crash comes down, but it's Gory who goes godlike, and CFO, they're able to just continue running forward. Gemini to get their shielding through from Yi Jung, and he's trying to stay alive, but Driver now on the flank. Driver may be able to find something. It looks like Frank will be able to limp away with 3 members still alive, but Gemini and Kaiwing have gone down, and how are they going to defend?
Yeah, again, it's Frank who forced the issue, but end up losing the fight. They cannot find a clean engage to save their lives against the side of CFO. Constantly kited out. This time it's the Zhonya's that thwarts their plans.
Oh, God.
Yeah, as expected, this Corki is only going to get scarier once he finishes this IE. We don't usually get to see Corkis make it this far into a game.
Yeah, 32 minutes now. CFO and FAK Esports, they are inseparable in terms of the levels, but in terms of gold, they aren't. CFO 7k up despite the disadvantage they had this entire early game, and Gory has just recalled and finished his 5th and final item. The Infinity Edge is now available, and Exodia is now roaming the map.
Yeah, and when you consider that the Ornn upgrade is worth about half an item as well, he is so far ahead of this Yone. Yone does provide a bit of utility in these fights, and will certainly still be a threat, especially onto Sword Art in the backline, but I'm starting to think Gory can probably just face tank him.
Yeah, and it's rough, right? Because Jimmy didn't even necessarily misplay this game. It was just...
Yeah, he played it incredibly well this game.
Yeah, it's just Gory was picking up the kills in the team fight the whole time. Got that 1,000 almost gold shutdown onto Wako in the top side after, again, as you said, a very unforced issue.
Yeah, just didn't have to go for that play. Had the option to just scale and stack up dragons, but went for the top tier one and got punished for it. CFO maybe just too good to make those kind of mistakes, yeah. Wako's still doing plenty of damage, needs his IE online if he's gonna come close to matching the Skorky in terms of damage.
Baron now 10 seconds away from spawning. It's CFO with all the control in the world over that top side river. How will FAK try and get through? It's so much easier to be set up on the objective as the Maokai in comparison to walking into the objective.
Yeah, you can maybe push ulti and force them off the objective, but then they can re-engage while your ulti is down. Kaiwing loses half his HP, so does Wako.
Yeah, the sleep can come through. That's going to be QSS, Pathmaker as well in the Nature's Draft to make sure there is no more forward movement. Now, that is a big cooldown expended from Kasa. Wako still has cleanse available to himself, but Gemini just getting chunked out, and this Corki is raining hellfire down on the side of FAK Esports. And with the priority they have now, just marching down this mid wave, is Jimmy and having to answer the bot side with Driver's consistent split push.
Yeah, Wako runs top, and who is here to wave clear? He's gonna run back here as fast as he can, and I think he's in time to clear the wave. CFO not gonna force the issue. As they are, it looks like they're worried about a
every
TP
rapid fire auto attack is just absurdly strong.
Yeah. Jun positioned so aggressively too. As I think you just give this dragon if you're the side of FAK. You try get IE up and running on the Zeri. And at this point, it's FAK who find themselves having to outplay in these coming fights.
Dragon now started. As you said, FAK, they can just opt to give this one up, but they're walking down here. Ultimate not available here for Gemini. He still does not have that Nature's Grass. Kaiwing, Solar Flare has come back up for him as here comes the call of the Forge God. Shun perfectly positioned, but misses Wako. Wako able to dodge out there of that ultimate. Solar Flare, though, does go wide as Driver just able to walk on out of that. As Jiang now getting fired upon by Gory, but is able to as well escape from any of that oncoming damage. Now, call the Forge God down. It means FAK are trying to walk into this topside river, try and get some, honestly, priority back for themselves, get vision, and they are just hitting it. No ultimate available for Ornn. Maokai now, the Nature's Grasp available, can come down. When will they use it? Climbing on a flank, he finds Sword Art, but how important is that? It doesn't seem all that important, but they found Gory! And talk about shutdowns! That's the shutdown that you would dream of! As this massive Corki is taken down, and the massive Zeri is going untouched! Sword Art and Driver have so much to do, and so little to do it with, as the cleanse comes through! Enough space has been made, though, and FAK cannot keep going forward. Big Gory, all it takes is one mistake and one capitalization, and Kaiwing was there.
Yeah, it was Jimmy and Kaiwing finding their way onto Gory. I think it was just straight up a Leona Q from Kaiwing that somehow finds the Skorky. Gory not even a chance to flash in that fight, and that was exactly what you needed on the side of FAK. Borderline a miracle, but they get it done. You see how much CFO are relying on Shun for these team fights with his Ornn ultimate.
Yeah, they didn't seem like they had any play whatsoever, right? But the Gory just
gets Q3. It has no Valkyrie here. The E, it's actually the Leona E from Kaiwing. Not the easiest spell to land against players of this caliber. And Wako, without the damage from the Skorky as a threat onto him, and Driver and Mini means it's just the freest fight you could have as a Zeri. Now he gets to his IE on the Zeri and does use his flash there and his cleanse.
Oh,
yeah, frustration.
Stress.
Yeah, you had to feel like the boys had done it if you're the CFO coach.
But now that lead comes back bit by bit. Kasa doing an immense amount of damage there, despite being focused down by Yi Jiang. But it was that lacking damage in that mid lane. Now, Jimian didn't do all that much, but importantly, he was there to follow up.
It was done to Gory is the important thing.
Every bit of damage pretty much that you saw that Yone have was on to Gory. It was on the follow-up. Kaiwing somehow, again, just finds his way onto a flank. Those Mega Blast Cones blast him in. Zenith Blade and Q and Gory caught lacking. Flash was available. Flash still available. Nature's Grass coming through. It's Frank finally maybe.
Gory has to flash.
Yeah, Gory going to flash away from it. I'm not sure that he actually needed to, and Shun not able to reactivate as he was just stunned up there by that Nature's Grass. Now Driver being looked at. Kaiwing also being looked at though. What is going on? There's two fights on two different fronts. It seems like Jimian's made his way out, but he's going to get slipped. He's going to use that Fate Sealed very, very defensively. We found our way to Gory. Gory once again. Lightning Crash from Marco is one shot. That Corky down. It's a single. It's a double. Could it be the tres? It is. No, Jimian. Actually, Jiang, the one that takes it away, is Driver and Sword Art running for their lives against this 5-man army that is Frank Esports. Gory, back-to-back team fights, mispositioning. It's the mid lane that keeps on mattering, and it's Wako that keeps on dealing the damage to give Frank the 2-1 edge, in the series. All that matters now is this Nexus. Driver might go down. Nexus Tower 1 certainly does. Nexus Tower 2 sure to, and the Nexus thereon after.
Yeah, and Frank needed Gemini and Kaiwing to step up if they had any hopes of dealing with this Corky, and step up they do. Those were two back-to-back fights where the first one, it's Kaiwing finding Gory, and in the second, somehow we're landing a Maokai W without our flash onto this Corky.
Narnia.
Yeah, I have no idea how Gemini's managed to do that, but massive rebound by Frank now, and they take the third game.
Yeah, and I want to see that last fight again, because even the Maokai, from the moment the Maokai ults pushed, that was sent from basically Twisted Tree Line. That came so far, and somehow, some reason, Gory flashes it. I didn't see exactly what happened. He flashes away, and then he just face checks into a bush he doesn't have vision in, and all Gemini does is press W, locks down that Corky. Waku comes sprinting in, and just the lightning crash with an auto attack, and that's Gory taken out, and that's all of your gold. That is your entire team fight damage taken out in one quick blow. Twice in a row, it was Kaiwing, then it was Gemini, and it was Frank.
Yeah, the Senna's just not going to provide consistent damage like the Corky can, and it's too much work for Karsa to do in these fights. Gets focused down, Zonya's forced out. And yeah, you just have to find ways to survive. If you're Gory on this Corky, maybe he just needed a QSS somewhere in his build this game.
Maybe.
Feels hard to fit extra items in these Corky builds. They're so optimized at the moment. But would have been nice into the Maokai this game.
Yeah, and the Cassante, honestly. Although the Cassante, it didn't actually seem like Jiang was on him all that much, but there was just a lot of armor. You had to get that LDR, right? The Yone had the Jack Show, the Maokai was building armor. Cassante, you had to get some armor pin. Yes, there's a little bit of true damage. It's not going to matter.
Yeah, and with these comps, you're kind of expecting a front to back, so it's understandable he skips the QSS. There should be someone there to block the Maokai ultis for him, but him and Shun kind of out of position. Pick your poison, who's out of position and who's not. But they needed to sync up so that Shun could, on the Orin, you can just W through the Maokai ulti, right?
Yeah, and honestly, as well as that happened, as Gory flashes away from the Maokai ult, as Shun gets stunned up by it and uses his ultimate, by the way, Driver also is forced to flash on the bottom side because of Yi Jiang, as well as Wako peering up to try to take down that Na. So losing, honestly, he lost Mega Na and Flash at the same time, which makes that next team fight near on impossible, which makes it even more perplexing as to why it was Gory just walks dry into a bush and is in range of a Twisted Advance. And
yeah, we'll get to see what happened. So yeah, Shun way out of position to block this.
I don't know if he needed to flash that. Maybe Kaiwing follows up.
Yeah, he has no QSS, right? So can just get CC chained. Though there weren't actually people around to finish him off. Nice ulti from Jimmy in here.
Yeah.
Just as the Drowsy hits him, and then Gory just gets, Maokai straight up, Maokai W'd, and credit to Wako, perfect positioning. Jimmy cannot follow up, and neither can Jiang. It has to be Wako here, jumping into 5 people. He does exactly what he needs to in this fight.
Yeah. And with Corky down, there's not much threat on him, right? Yes, Lilia does a lot of damage, but it's over time. It's not immediately and so he has enough time to get in there, kill the Corki, and then create space for himself. Most damage in the game was Waku this game.
What a gold graph.
Yeah, the gold graph. I mean, honestly, just an emotional roller coaster because that game should have been pretty clear cut in favor of FAK Esports, but Waku hops into a Rift Herald, gives over 1,000 gold shutdown. CFO end up coming back, clawing back, getting ahead, and then Gory didn't jump into a Rift Herald, but certainly jumped. What did he do? I don't know. Just through. I don't need a metaphor.
Yeah, in that Baron fight, it honestly felt like Shun had one ulti in that game where he didn't headshot Wako, and they lost off of it. That Baron fight, Gory walks up too close, gets hit by a Q3 from the Cassante of Jiang out of nowhere, has to Valkyrie out, and then he's easy pickings for Kaiwing. Doesn't flash the Zenith Blade, gets one shot.
Yeah, that was honestly, like, you could argue that Kaiwing, just for that play alone, somewhat deserves MVP because Gory, it was truly just Gory should carry this game now. We have a 6-item Corki. He's the strongest champion. He's been so consistent this entire game, and then somehow sort out Blast Cone, Zenith Blade Q, and that's all she wrote. Wako, of course, does pick up the MVP.
Yeah.
This would be your pick, but I'm just, there's plays in there that it's like, man, Gemini headshotting Gory at the end.
Yeah.
Kaiwing finding Gory before that. But yeah, it was ultimately Wako, the most consistent.
I forgot about this fight. This fight was just a complete 1v9 by Wako. Actually finishes off Sword Art there, catches him off guard, and then outplays Driver here, who tries to get the 3-man Gnar ulti, dodges his stun too.
Dodges a Q in here as well.
And just has had 100% uptime for, I'm honestly like a full minute already at this point in the fight. Dodges the W out of Shun, as well is there to follow up the damage on Corki. This was an early game team fight where Wako did 5.3k damage on Azeri with one item. That is insane.
Yeah.
There's not that much health on these health bars at this point in the game. That's pretty much every champ just killed by him.
And he continues gliding on into the distance where he hopped into a Rift Herald and made the game very, very confusing. But they did get it across the line. So now it is FAK that are leading the series 2-1. They only need to get one more win, and they will go on to face who you'd imagine will be PSG Talon, although it could be SoftBank. I think PSG would be a bit crazy to choose DCG, but ultimately they would move on to the winners bracket. They'd continue on. They'd still have the 2 tournament lives, whereas CFO, if they are able to win, of course, they'll keep playing for that 5th game, but if they do lose the next one, they'll go down to that lower bracket where things become a lot more scary. You become a lot more nervous, and you just have to show up immediately. You don't have any room for mistakes.
Yeah, and I'd be surprised, honestly, to see this one not go to 5 games. Just historically, these two teams always go the distance. You can tell how evenly matched they are, and we'll see how CFO bounce back, eh?
Yep, we certainly will see how they bounce back, but first of all, we're going to have a little break. When we are back, can the CFO take us to Silver Scrapes?
阿嬷，好睡吗？睡哦。家人的爱是多年的依赖，就像我多年以来依赖中华电信。金白来，最疼我的家人，最挺我的中华电信，舞动精彩，共创未来。
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
想吃花雕鸡面呢，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品，向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5+皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
Not too fast, we got time, go make it last. Champagne glasses, hear them. I'ma move like this, you gon' buy me a diamond. So jump on it, come on, I know you want it. Raise them glasses to the sky. It's our time, we own the night. We got tonight to be happy. Let's take our time and be happy. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Say, ooh la la, I like the way you feel. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me say. Ooh la la, I like the way you feel. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. Ooh la la, eh, we came to party. Ooh la la, eh, we came to party. We came to party. We came to party. We came to party. This is what we came to do. Come on, baby, don't be shy. Come on, 'cause you and I, we own the night. We gon' take it slowly, right up till the morning. You know it. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Ooh la la, I like the way you feel. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me say. Ooh la la, I like the way you feel. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. Ooh la la, eh, we came to party. Ooh la la, we came to party. Ooh la la, eh, we came to party. Ooh la la,
Yeah. Come from nothing in the world, but it's all good. Catch you looking at the stars like we all should. I'll be lighting up the sky like a star burns. I've been standing in the shadow, now it's my turn. See me aiming at the mark with my eyes closed. I'll be shaping up the rock with the grindstone. Now I'm stepping up my game, got my mind set. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! What's good? I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. When you hear them go wild, it's a home crowd. But you never slow down when it's sold out. I'll be ready for it, I can take it home. When you see me in the frame, I'm a FAK Go. Watch the heads turn, see the sky burn. Catch you looking at my style, but you'll never learn. When it's all done, when it's all said, I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! What's good? I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Touching on me, I'm getting so good. Go write that check, cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek God. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Bet you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, so go 100%. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond, I'm red. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the light. Feel it burning through your veins as we're walking through the flames, getting higher. Welcome to the fire.
Welcome back, everybody. It is FAK Esports now up 2-1. It's forward and back this whole series, and CFO are going to want to keep it that at least for game number 4, as they have to get this across the line to have a chance to win the series.
Yeah, and I don't think I'm done processing the game we just watched. That was FAK completely in the lead, no opportunity for CFO to come back in the game, and then CFO come back in the game, and it's FAK in that position. No opportunity to come back, and they come back. So I'm going to stop trying to predict who's going to win a game based off gold leads or map states or anything. And just go off vibes, maybe.
Yeah. I was going to say that. Maybe we just look at the vibes, see how everyone's looking, because Waco's been getting emotional.
Yeah, I've been looking at the map, but I should be looking at the player cams, maybe.
Yeah, the series is shaping up to be a banger. It already has been. Maybe, just maybe, CFO going to return to that LeBlanc, which seemed a lot more comfortable for Gory, a lot less volatile for himself.
And also, the Sejuani pick looked a lot better than the Lilia pick. That was just a strange pivot.
Somewhat. I mean, that one team fight where he finds a 3-man E is just ridiculous.
Yeah, maybe I have my jungle matchups the wrong way around, because this is the second time Lilia has been picked into Maokai. But I thought it was Maokai generally used to counter the Lilia. Who knows anymore? As bans identical for the side of Frank.
Yeah, both sides.
Yeah, same.
Could it be the Maokai lock-in?
Don't really see why not.
Me neither. Yep. Now, what was picked next? It was Corki.
Lilia. But I think it should be a return to the Sejuani. I can't remember what they did in Game 2 alongside the Sejuani first rotation. But it just made more sense. Sejuani not a great matchup into Maokai, but... Oh, I think it was Ezreal. Or was that Game 1? Who knows. Yeah. Ezreal, great champion, though. A flex pick as well.
It was Smoldering Game 2.
Oh, yeah, right.
But there is the Sejuani. So, Kasa now going to be on that Sedge, a lot more stable. Although he did play very well for himself, I think. Honestly, probably was the highest performer on his team.
Yep. And I totally approve of the Zeri pick. Completely ignore either comp and lock this man Zeri, because when he's picked this champion, he is just 40 CS ahead of the clock and getting 10 kills a game. It is going to be the Cassante instead.
Can still lock the Zeri here, though.
Yeah. Will most certainly be getting banned if they do go let their ADC pick go to the second round.
You'd think so, right? Especially after how the last game shaped out. They're probably just debating the Yone or... Ooh.
Maybe wanting to counter the Ezreal with a Kai'Sa, but no Kai'Sa has looked as strong as Waco has looked in some of these early game fights on the Zeri.
Yeah.
Would have brought some extra AP damage and maybe afforded Gemini to go away from the Liandry's. And,
the blind LeBlanc into a double blanket ban could be the option.
Yeah, and with Gory having by far his best game on the LB, I wouldn't hate it. It's gonna be the Gnar instead. Unsurprising. Well, honestly, Driver didn't get all that much done.
Yeah, John was actually a hit in CS for a lot of that.
Yeah, he did receive some pressure as the Gnar. The Maokai ulti burning his flash early in that game.
Yeah, that was an insane angle, actually. I forgot about that.
Yeah, Gemini using this Maokai extremely well. Probably our best Maokai player.
Yeah, it always feels weird to say that.
Yeah, but there is finesse. Yeah, there is finesse on these tanks, including Sejuani.
Who was it that W'd out of a Diana ult? Was that Junja? I think that was Junja.
Probably Junja. Sounds like a Junja move.
That was probably the best play on a Maokai I've seen.
Yeah. Alistair banned away from Kaiwing again. Has been preferring that champion this series. So get him off it.
Yeah. Alistair Braum going to be the response ban. Probably what Sword Art looked the best on too. We might just see the Ornn center again. I don't even think that was necessarily a problem. I think both Sword Art and Shun did perfectly okay. Although Sword Art was very far behind in stacks.
Yeah, there is no Corki picked up yet for either team. Such a strong pick in the mid lane. Is very blind pickable, and Frank banning this Braum makes me think maybe they do want to go for the Corki.
Maybe. I mean, I'll be interested to see what Corki's win rate is right now, because it must be appalling. But it doesn't really feel like it's because of the champion, right?
No, the champion is just such a generically good pick without really strong counters to it. Yone Bandaway also making me think the Corki is about to come out, but Gory has the opportunity to just pick up the Corki here. You are lacking ability power, but might just be the lesser of two evils. You're gonna let Jimmy get his hands on the Corki without the Zeri, the Lucian, or the Yone that you would normally pick into it, even the Smolder being picked into it internationally. So this is a champion that's already good to blind pick with so many bans to support it.
Oh, and we might just have Kaiwing's Rel. Always a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, Monster on the Rel. This Kaiwing. The Alistair ban making a little more sense when you lock the Leona.
Yeah. So we are going to have the Rel. Now it's up to Jimmy and what mid laner he wants, unless the Zeri's going there, but I think you just want to give it that to Wako.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Should be Zeri going to Wako. And what does Jimmy want to play? I just think it should be Corki. Difficult for this comp on CFO to really kill the Corki, honestly. We'll see if they want to go for an LB. Oh!
Okay.
Okay. I feel like you're kind of letting them pick LB here as...
Yeah, but it could just be the Zeri mid.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, now you'd want the... Now you definitely would want the Ziggs mid.
Yeah.
But now you'd want the Zeri. Now you'd want the Ziggs. I think that's a cool thing that Frank has done, is they're actually somewhat interchangeable.
Yeah, they showed their whole comp and still maintain flex picks, which is rare.
It doesn't look like they're opting for it. I actually would prefer to see the Ziggs now go mid into the Azir. He does struggle into the Ziggs.
Yeah, I agree. Ziggs stylistically does very well into Azir, outranges him, as well as Azir having to stand still very often to use his soldier autos means easy skill shots for the Ziggs, but Wako won't be allowed to play the Zeri.
I think it's weird. Maybe Jimmy just doesn't play the Ziggs, but I honestly, this comp looks so much better having that Ziggs into the Azir.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Wako runs it mid. Makes a bit of sense. You can't really take cleanse on the Ziggs, so you don't feel amazing into the Leona. But if you can get any advantage as a Ziggs into an Ezreal in the bot lane, even just an early recall for your last chapter, you are just going to push this Ezreal into his turret all game. He's not going to be able to do anything.
Yeah, which Israel admittedly does hate being at his tower. Likes to be at your tower, in fact, and just poke away at you with those Qs.
Yeah, but something does have to go wrong for the Ezreal for that to happen.
Yeah, I agree.
And much stronger in these fights.
I find this so weird that we're now putting Marco onto a pretty much
Ziggs.
zero autonomy champ after how well he's piloted.
Both their wins.
Yeah.
Yeah, both their wins with Wako on Zeri getting monstrously fed. Farming well ahead of the clock. We'll see. Maybe we're sleeping on the Wako Ziggs. Maybe he's got something cooking for us and we'll put out a similar performance.
Well, we've seen him on the Ziggs before, and it never looks that impressive. Like, it's just a Ziggs, you know, whatever. Yep. Shun? I think criminally going for cleanse here. Possibly the most criminal cleanse of all time.
Just for Maokai.
Yeah, literally just Maokai.
Yeah, I guess sometimes you just need it.
No, man, you just Arcane Shift.
Yeah, but you Arcane Shift the Maokai route, and you're still rooted. Ziggs is going to be able to follow up.
I think you just take teleport here.
Yeah, it feels really good to be able to take TP into the Ziggs. And as far as the 2v2 goes, it'll be Ziggs who really wishes he has Cleanse. Shun not going to get any value out of Cleanse in the 2v2.
Yeah, the Rel stun is like 0.5 seconds, I believe. It's so negligible.
Yeah.
Halftime's just there to proc Aftershock. No, it does set up for the crashdown, of course, but...
Yeah, it feels good into these engage supports, the Rel Q. You can just disrupt their engages, things like the Alistair, and even the Leona, as she ease in, can get stunned up and it delays the Q coming out.
Hey, this is not how level 1... Oh, God.
Lord.
Oh, God.
What a disaster for Driver. Should never be caught like that. It must have been Jiang hiding in the fog somewhere.
Well, I mean, I think he would have just hidden in the bush that every single Cassante that's ever been locked in hides in.
Yeah, and maybe Driver threw a Q at it and Jiang dodged it. So that prompted Driver to walk into the bush himself. I'm not sure. We'll have to get a replay.
Hopefully there's a replay because, I mean, Na losing Flash level 1 against Cassante might just be the worst possible way to start this matchup.
Yeah, he would have had to Q the bush and miss him. Otherwise, I don't know how that happens, because if you don't have a skill point on the Gnar there, you're not happy about it, but you just take E. Proc your fleet footwork and waddle on out of there.
Yeah, there's some matchups where you literally just start Eon. Admittedly, K'Sante's not one of them, but if you're in a position like that, then sure, just E away.
So Jimian does go for TP on the Zeri. We don't always see this with the mid lane Zeris. Often opting for barrier.
Yeah, that's only Cascada, to be fair. And
internationally too, whether it's the Zeri, whether it's the Zeri top or mid, people just tend to prefer a combat summoner on this champion.
At least you get stuck in a little bit more, I suppose. And
yeah, kind of needs it in these early game fights. Not doing the most damage as Gemini understandably posturing here.
Driver teleporting back already, and
yeah, well, he saved his flash for so long, right, that he took so much damage from Jung. And K'Sante is just winning the early game against Gnar.
Yeah, by a lot, seemingly.
Looks like an early base for Shun to get his tier online. Have to find those bases somewhere, otherwise you get stuck against this TP Ziggs. So even if you're sacking a bit of CS, still worth it on Shun. He's happy to lane forever now and stack up his tier.
I am glad for the side of CFO to see Gory back on these majors.
Yeah.
He has just historically in his career been best at the majors. I mean,
yeah, you saw it, game 2.
Yeah, for a long time was kind of touted as a 2-trick, right? As a Talia Zia connoisseur. Wow, what a nice satchel from Wako.
Yeah, well played. Still going to be on the worst end of that trade.
Yeah, Shun and Sword Art certainly taking control of the spot lane at the moment.
Yeah, and Shun losing nothing for that early base. Well played by CFO's bot lane so far.
Gawk at this.
Mystic shot.
Oh, classic satchel for poke.
Yeah. Feels good when you have Comet. Gets the last hit as well, does Wako. Oof.
Wait a second.
Ooh,
we're seeing why we have cleanse, maybe.
Cleanse. Yeah.
Flash, he does use that cleanse, but loses both his summoners for only the Flash of Kaiwing, who does have Hex Flash.
Yeah, and if we're talking about things that can go wrong in this lane, Shun luckily doesn't take too much damage there, but this is a freeze. Oh, nice poke landing.
Yeah, a lot.
Wako. The satchel, a mistake, I think, throwing that without his Comet up.
Nice by Kaiwing to avoid as much damage as possible there using that crash down. Now Wako, very low on mana, but does have teleport available to himself, so
yeah, 2 biscuits too.
Look soon. Yeah, true.
I think he'll probably use these before he looks for the TP, just because of the state of the lane, and he probably doesn't have his lost chapter. That is when Ziggs can get pretty terrifying in the bot lane. Iwing takes that one for himself.
Yeah, Link.
Jimian trading TPs with Gory and doing perfectly fine mid.
I'd be interested to see the difference in the amount of gold the support items have, because maybe Sword Art's been proccing it on champs while Kaiwing's been farming, but 6 extra minions for Kaiwing. We know one of them was just him gobbling it.
Do you get more gold for hitting champions or minions?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Champions.
Yeah, definitely more fighting for Sword Art.
Okay, Castle though, he's going to get himself on the board once again, 2 times in a row now with this pre-Void Grub spawn dragon, but this time a lot closer to the spawning of those Void Grubs means that we'll just be traded.
Yep, I'm not going to feel the best for Shun, who does pick up the honey fruit at least, but he's in danger of just getting locked into this lane against the Ziggs once Wako's ready to recall for his lost chapter. Still has those 2 biscuits. So, yeah, we're going to see the usual trade.
Not punishing this flashless Gnar. Driver going to have flashback now for himself, so lane back to how you'd expect.
Yeah, Jung still getting that early flash out of Driver. Hasn't amounted to all that much because of how strong Gnar is into the K'Sante.
Yeah.
Is definitely overperforming in this lane, though.
Grooving looked at. Very hard to find the gank angle here with the Emperor's Divide available.
Yeah, Wako gets his lost chapter, but does decide to hold on to his TP. Is not going to be attempting. I wasn't paying attention to the bot lane, but won't be locking Shun in. So crisis averted for the CFO bot lane. And both ADCs should just be fine if the supports roam away at this point.
And Jung just constantly aggressing with that pathmaker. Oh, Driver.
Why.
This might just be his flash going down. He's locked up. He does get the flash away, but there is a sapling waiting for him, and first blood goes over to Gemini.
Yeah, well played by Frank's top side.
Yeah, nice foresight to put that sapling down. Realize Driver's only way out was through that bush. His aggression from the mid side. It is Sword Art who lands that Zenith Blade, but with the wall there, Jimmy able to just get on over that one.
Yeah, Gemini with a really early locket on the Maokai because of that kill he picks up. And Junk just baits Driver here. Driver maybe feeling emboldened because he has his Sejuani so close and is mega, but barely lands on the second hop before Gemini is on top of him. And nice flash from Jiang to make sure this Gnar goes down. And any hopes of winning through the side lane probably dead with that flash and death for Driver.
Oh, I just saw Lightning Crash come out mid as Glory seemingly just jumping away, ASAPy.
Yeah, gets to hold on to his ulti. Glory. So we'll see if they can sync up a play with the Sejuani once she has her ulti up.
They're probably too hard onto the Zeri.
Yeah, very mobile, but if anyone's going to find it, will be Glory. Is a very good Azir.
For sure.
Jimmy aggressing.
Yeah, Glory has flash, but also just has the Shurima Shuffle. Gets himself out once again, but it does cost a lot of mana using that, so
yeah,
alleviates pressure for Jimmy in the mid lane. Nice Pathmaker here from Jiang, but he misses actually on the reactivation. Maybe he's actually trying to get the
He was going
wave.
for the cannon. Out the cannon with it.
Oh, I mean, they know this pink ward's there. Are they going to aggress? I don't think Kaiwing realizes he's been completely unseen up to this point.
Yes, suspects that Driver knows where he is. And I think he must have seen Kaiwing just as he disappeared, and that puts Wako in a bit of danger, but you have no wave
And
often
he has
against the
ult.
Ziggs.
Yeah.
So poke onto Sword Art.
Damn.
This is the power of the Ziggs, right? You can enable your support to roam so much more.
Nice dodge.
Because of your wave clear. Sword Art, though, just kind of sitting bot and getting XP, is level 6 first and looking to make a play on the map. Look at mid.
Yeah, Casa, Sword Art, both here. Jimmy, and though he does have backup, Kaiwing can be able to clear out that ward for his mid laner and thwart any attempts that CFO had onto Jimmy's life, although Casa's still sticking around.
Yeah,
could look for something.
Yeah, and Jimmy's just constantly been up a little bit of XP in this lane, though he's not up any CS, so maybe someone's been taxing, possibly Sword Art.
Oh my god, 5v5 over the Void grabs.
Could be.
Wako's...
Yeah, everyone's here.
Marco's, yeah, already up on this top side, as is Shun. True Shot Barrage comes through, actually goes wide. Magnustorm, what a massive engage coming out of Kaiwing as all out comes through there from Yi Zhang on the bot side, though it is Jimmy going down, and the Emperor's Divide is fantastic, but ultimately Jimmy is staying up and available, and Kaiwing finds the knock-up. It's a double kill on the top side for Yi Zhang, and on the bottom side, Jimmy claims himself one on Nikasa, and Shun narrowly surviving as Frank take the team fight win, and Shun limps away from this Cassante.
Yeah, and you see why we were so excited when Kaiwing locked in this rel. Decisive play from him completely wins his team the fight. Wako is just so patient. He doesn't use this combo on the Maokai route, but instead waits, trusts his support to land this, and Driver in Mininar, not even close to Mega, gets farmed by Jung, who is just 1v3, by the way.
Oh!
So clean.
It's so cool to watch a good Cassante.
Yeah.
As I know many people hate watching this champ. I actually love it.
Yeah, CFO's certainly not loving it, though.
Yeah, as they are now starting up on this dragon. It's half HP. Gemini, no ultimate available here on the Maokai, but Kaiwing making his way around and also
blast over.
Has no ult. Yeah, he is looking for the steal. He gets... Oh, I don't know if that's what he meant to do, but it means he doesn't die. Also doesn't get the dragon, as 2 now picked up for the side of CFO.
Yep, feels pretty good if you're CFO, but you are down 2k gold just about at 11 minutes.
Ooh.
Jesus, Kaiwing gets beat up a bit by the Ezreal of Shun. The Shun of Ezreal. The
Shun of Ezreal.
Yeah, I had it first the right time.
Oh
God.
All
right, you take
right
over
time.
for a bit.
All right, Driver, once again, trading with Yi Jiang, who is standing there and just accepting his fate up on this top side. Actually not opting for the early ninja tabbies, as he does just have that Iceborne Gauntlet fully completed. It does mean, of course, these auto attacks are doing more than they generally would. But
yeah, that is such an early Iceborne Gauntlet in this matchup, my goodness. Driver in serious danger, just in the 1v1 now.
Oh, we found our way here onto Casa. He is going to get snared on up, and oh my god, Gemini finds a fantastic and smooth Maokai combo, but we maybe have forgotten that Waku is not on Zeri this game, and in fact is on the Ziggs.
Yeah, Ziggs with a Luden's companion as well, so not really itemized to kill this Sejuani, who has his locket finished, and Gemini probably feeling a little silly, but the chunk on Karsa is going to mean they pick up these 2 Void Grubs and get 6 for themselves.
Yeah, it is going to be nice, and you know, you have a Ziggs, Void Grubs, anything to take those tower health down just that little bit lower, rather. Yeah. Feels really good when you have that Ziggs on your side. Yet to really see the impact of it, though, of course.
Yeah, feels like overkill, honestly, on a Ziggs. But still going to be helpful, especially if Jung can just have pressure in the side lane, which he's looking like he will.
Jimmy in pretty scared to walk up, as he probably should be, but Sword Art now recalling. He doesn't know that, but his jungler's coming. His minion wave has been thinned out, so now he feels completely okay. But it is 2 tower plates going over to Gory on the Azir.
Yeah, we've seen it time and time again. Gory is really good at generating gold for himself and getting his teammates where they need to be to help him do so.
Maybe being looked at here. Gemini not trying to be discreet, just sprinting, barreling down this lane.
Yeah, and this might be an overforce from Frank onto this tier 1 bot. We saw this last game.
We're going to back on out. Not really generating much pressure across the map, Frank Esports. They are up 1k gold, but it is really CFO who are aggressing in a lot of these situations.
Yeah, and they've shrunk the gold lead down to almost 1k now, CFO. Always impressive from behind in this series.
Yep, but
Mako belligerent with these W's onto Ezreal. Built to kill the Ezreal and the Azir has Wako.
Yeah, I think well done by Gory to not go tank Azir. I think just doing more damage feels so much nicer in general.
Yeah, especially on these super tanky comps.
Yeah.
You need someone to get through Jiang. And if he can find his way onto Wako or Jimmy, especially Jimmy, you take out the Zeri, and Frank's comp is just out of consistent damage, assuming you can kite the Cassante.
Going down this bot side to try and protect this bot lane outer tower, but Casa as well as Sword Art here too. Wako was coming down though.
Yeah, I mean, I called Wako belligerent, but Gory has just built a Nashor's Tooth and been punishing this bot lane tier 1.
Maybe able to get it. No, he should actually back off. We're too scary to walk up and auto attack at this point. Jimmy ain't going to be able to keep that tower alive just that little bit longer. Would really love to get first tower when you're the side with 6 Void Grubs and a Ziggs.
Yeah, it feels like you have to when you've given over 2 dragons. We talked about this game 2, where we had the exact same situation. And Frank weren't able to generate enough gold with their Void Grubs to contest this 3rd dragon. This time around, they're just straight up ahead, so they can fight this dragon. Meganar not going to be available for Driver, as he's recalling in Mega right now.
Yeah, no way for him to generate that Gnar bar back up as he's in base. We'll be able to teleport in, but maybe the cooldown just a little bit too long there. Does have his Triforce though, so an important pickup nonetheless here for this Gnar.
Yeah, Highwing is a little hesitant to check this push, but only tanks in here for the side of CFO.
Jung cares so little about Driver that he's actually just gone for the Merc Treads up against the Sejuani and Leona. I think I like that. Actually.
Yeah, he just won his lane straight up on Cassante. Shun eats a big chunk.
Yeah, that's going to make...
into the ulti.
Even
well
more
played.
of a chunk. And that should make this dragon that is alive a lot easier for the side of Frank, as they also spawn in this Rift here, but Kaiwing maybe getting a little bit too aggressive and Shun able to get that honey fruit down in the river. Gemini has to be careful. He's going to come on out there. Emperor's Divide available, but committing to that would just probably result in a flash, and I'm not even sure that's winning.
Yeah, I'm surprised Frank don't drop it and then run to the... I think they're waiting for Mega Gnar to run out.
Yeah, Mega Gnar
Driver's
come back up. He did, yeah. He altered maybe the wave, get pressure, come in. But Jung now going to be able to teleport down. Kaiwing sidestepping that true shot barrage is Jimmy as well as Gemini. That ultimate duo of bot lane, mid lane and jungle. Going to be able to take down this dragon. Gemini thought he was going to walk away. Hold up, fight comes out. Glacial puts it onto Wako. Kaiwing getting very low. All out comes through there from Yi Jiang and not going to be able to find any kills. And it is just going to be this dragon going down. But Driver may be answering with the tower up in the top side.
Yeah, Jimmy's in for a rude awakening if he TPs to this top lane tower. Isn't even going to go for it. Going to try trade the bot lane tower. And this was a nice adaptation from Frank. We saw them a lot of the time just commit 5 members onto the dragon that CFO aren't contesting and lose a mid tower for no reason. Wako this time around hangs around, makes sure his mid lane tower is safe, but still, CFO always getting the most that they can, manage to grab a top tower.
Yeah, they're actually clawing back this gold lead as they are now finding themselves roughly even. Only 400 gold separates these two teams despite the kill lead heavily in favor of the side of FAK Esports now.
So straight up macro clinic from CFO.
Yeah.
Without any fighting, they've managed to, in 5 minutes, just claw back a 2k gold lead. That happened very early in the game. Jimmy commits his TP to the top side. Next objective will just be the Baron, so he's fine sitting up here without his TP. It's Jiang who's going to be missing that spell.
Kaiwing has to be a little bit careful as Kasa comes on in. Remount coming through from Kaiwing gives him that speed boost to ensure his safety. I think that mid tower must be just one satchel away from going down as Gemini finds himself onto Sword Art. Going to proc that phase rush and sprint the other direction. Losing out on that trade for sure is Gemini here on the Maokai. Jimmy but Permafrost comes through. He's got no cleanse, and Jimmy just caught lacking.
Yeah, Wako not getting all that much damage out with his ulti either. Is relentlessly bullying Shun in this game, though.
What happened? How did full Permafrost just come through?
Yeah, I have no idea what happened to Jimmy.
Wako was able to finally get that satchel off.
Yeah, N6 is very good at just sitting here mid, but he feels a lot better when you can rotate him around the map. No chance to for Wako so far this game.
Yeah, they get that mid tower, which is nice to open up the map, but they have lost both their side lane towers. Wako deploying mid once again, and now Jimmy does respawn to go claim that top lane farm, although most of it would have fallen to tower. Insanely slow have these last 3 games been in the mid stages.
Yeah, and it seems the more it slows down, the more it favors CFO.
I agree.
Not because of scaling or anything, but just because they play better in these macro lane assignment situations. Kaiwing 2 levels down somehow.
Just, he has never been in a lane. He's just let Wako sit there, scale up, Wako up a level.
Yeah, enjoying himself, Kaiwing, with the free time, having a good game for himself. Kind of responsible for that 2k gold lead that Frank managed to get.
Yeah, some really, really precise goes on that rel. Does recall now, picks himself up a Warmogs. Baron live. Not the fastest Baron in the world this game. From either side, really.
Yeah, not super slow either.
No. I mean, there's just a lot of damage.
Jimmy in the jungle, gonna spot out Sword Art as maybe CFO overstepping a little.
Yeah, Kaiwing gonna be able to land that Q there onto Kasa, proc the Aftershock, and now will be a lot weaker. With the Nature's Gas coming out, and who are we gonna find our way onto? It looks like absolutely no one. Although Jiang's on the back. What a fantastic Pathmaker. Now Gory's in a lot of trouble, but on the bottom side it's a 4-man combo. In comes that Mega Inferno bomb. It's so much damage coming through, and Jimmy flashes forward, but he's gonna get caught lacking. He does go down, and Shun with the true shot barrage. Everyone's so low on the map, except for Driver and except for Wako, but Shun able to claim the kill there, and a shutdown to Yi Jiang, and it's a 2 for 2, all things said and done.
Yes, such a good fight for Frank, kind of thrown away by Jimmy, and at the end they're way overestimating his damage on the Zeri. Rarely do you want to flash forward without the ult available. He had it running, but not the actual activation there.
Yeah, thought he was Wako from last game. Unfortunately, not quite there.
Yeah, and I mean, Jiang plays this fight out of his mind.
The
This is a very
insane.
scuffed engage. as yeah, the Pathmaker on the Cassante, the Zero ulti rather, just straight up solos Gory, and then comes back to help in this fight. Looks for a second there like he's redeemed his yeah. This is a nightmare. If you're playing Ziggs and you have your teammates flashing forward like this, these are not the fights you can excel in. Wako doesn't get to do anything this game.
Yeah, and that's a shutdown over to Shun, 2-0-1. We said at the top of the day, right? The person, even when they're behind, that you look towards, they're not behind, admittedly, but you know, from those team fights where it looks like it's going to get run over, it's Shun you look towards, and Shun does provide yet again there on the Ezreal. Now, Dragon, number 3 on the cards. The CFO do start it up, but Frank, they're not willing to give it over. Kaiwing, though, he does not have access to that ult. Jung on the flank, but again, he doesn't have that all-out available to himself. There's so much missing on the side of Frank, whereas on the other side of the Rift, everything's up. Gemini comes through with that Nature's Grasp. He's trying to get into the pit. It's so low, and he does take it once again. Jung finds the all-out once again onto Gory, but he gets that extended blast cone to get himself out. Now, True Shot Barrage from Shun predicts where Jung's going to go. He does come out, however, of that all-out. Won't take all that much damage, and it is just the heist. No deaths going across the Rift. It's once again Gemini for, I don't know, the 1 millionth time this playoff, stealing away an objective.
Yeah, there's good old reliable Gemini. Give him a Maokai Q and a Smite, and he will win those 9 times out of 10, it feels like. Just a flip from CFO, kind of understandable. They were down resources on Frank. You had to go fast before these spells came up. Luckily, Gory is able to get away from Jung, who plays this fight fantastically. Let's see the Baron HP. Perfect Smite comes out a little early from Karsa. And yeah, lucky for Gory to have the Blast Plant there. Picks up the CS and gets a recall off. And just a straight up Rooker and finished for Jiang, probably going for the
it'll be the Jack Show next, yeah. Oh, these fights are close.
Yeah.
But it is Jiang, the big difference maker here. And I think finally, obviously he has played a few good games this playoffs, but this is truly what we expect out of Jiang. A game like this.
Yeah, this feels like regular split Jiang.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Kaiwing getting aggressed on by Sword Art will just turn it around as these saplings continue to come through. This time, no AP available here for Gemini, realizing that doing that would be bad, but Kaiwing's just one shot. Sword Art taking that one for himself as the Nature's Grass comes through, but maybe a bit too little too late. That's a good locket, but Shun still taking a sizable chunk of damage there to Wako, who is out of range of any potential Arctic assault.
Yeah, Wako trying to return damage there, but the engage is clean onto Kaiwing. You see how much damage this Azir is doing now. Getting pretty scary as Gory.
Yeah, Kaiwing may be thankful that he is such low level, as the respawn time are going to come through exceedingly quick, and he is just back on the map now already.
Yep, Sword Art gets his recall interrupted. Not going to be very consequential, as I think both teams probably just prioritizing the next Dragon. Feels like this game is heading that way. No one's going to hit the Baron, I imagine.
Yeah, it is just too hard. I mean, if Ziggs is alive, you can't really hit the Baron.
Yeah.
And if Ezreal's alive, you can't really hit the Baron.
Yeah. And somehow Shun has just fed this game out of nowhere. Felt like he was really struggling up against this Ziggs, but get to team fights, Shun seems to always deliver.
Yeah, there's top tower going down.
Yeah, Void grub diff. Wako close to level 16 now. A lot of his damage does come from the Ziggs ultimate.
Yeah, I think smart locket purchase by Karsa. Realizing, you know, a lot of times we do see the Ziggs come through, but the amount of AoE from Zeri as well as Ziggs, you just want to get that AoE protection, that shielding for your team.
Yeah, just a bunch of utility on Karsa with the Abyssal Mask. I like it to enable Gory in these fights. As well as just Ezreal doing 30 to 40% magic damage.
Yep. Oh.
Yeah, Gory is chunking.
Only 2 items too. There's a lot more of this to come.
Yeah, we forget how strong Azir is.
I'm not sure the likelihood of a fight to happen around the Baron, honestly. I think we're probably just playing for vision and see what happens when this dragon spawns. That'll be the real time where something breaks out, whether it be a trade, whether it be a full-on 5v5 fight.
Now, Jimmy and...
Hello? Kyling's not convinced.
Now, Jimmy does find himself up a bit of CS that he's only able to do this because he has TP on the Zeri. We'll see if that matters when he doesn't have cleanse into Sejuani Leona, though. I think in a lot of situations you'd see other mid laners take cleanse on the Zeri. There's a fist fight between Kaiwing and Karsa.
A very thrilling and intense battle.
Yeah. Up quite a bit of CS are the carries on the side of Frank right now.
Yeah, down gold, ultimately. I mean, there's a 40 CS gap in the jungle, but I don't really think you care.
Not at all. I think the Sejuani is pretty tanky this game, but once the Void Staffs and LBRs come out, you'll be feeling perfectly fine. And I think you're really grateful to have an Azir this game with how Jiang is doing.
Yep, 4-1. He finishes up his third item. That is the Jack Show, as we expected. And he's finding his way onto Sword Art and actually will have a pretty easy time against that Leona. No damage can come back onto him. Kaiwing needs to be careful. Has that flash engage.
There's Mega.
Yeah, Mega now as well for Driver. These are the two to look for.
Dragon's resetting, though. Driver might not get any value out of this Mega. CFO not hitting it.
Oh, Jung. How has Jung got there? Even I didn't see that, and I have full vision of the map.
Yeah, are they pinging him is the question. They're pinging the blue buff. I don't think they have any idea he's here. Yeah.
They have absolutely no idea that Yi Jung is sitting here waiting in this bush.
How do Frank play it? I think they just hit the dragon, take advantage of this ridiculous flank and the Gnar being zero rage.
Driver's looking for him. Oh god, Shun! Oh no, there's no way we know! We don't find Shun. Shun gets that arcane shift out, but it's going to be one kill. It's Sword Art taken down. Driver, he's in the middle of everyone. He has no Mega Gnar. He uses his flash. And Jung, he's menacing in the middle of this team fight. Jimmy and trying to buy time, trying to delay. They're trying to take this dragon, but now Gory's here. Gory's very, very strong, and Mega Gnar now available. Oh, Jung, he misses out on that Natofu strikes. He's going to have to try and be tanky, but tanky he's not. The team fight comes out. Jimmy and flashes away from that Emperor's Divide. He's going insane, but Gory's returning the damage. The Q, the soldiers will get the kill. And the dragon is picked up by FAK Esports. But the team fight is won by CFO as Gemini will get the sampling kill on the way out.
Yeah, CFO might still try to just force this. Driver was left on 1 HP by Wako that entire fight. Not interested in finishing off this Gnar and is going to get punished for it now. As, yeah, this should just be the Baron going over for CFO.
The Baron will go down. CFO, they're going to have the Baron for the next 3 minutes. It is soul point, though, for the side of Frank. Gemini, he's good for those. He's got the hands to get the smite. There's no way for Wako to defend this. Down it goes. Recalls will come through. And so respawns do come through now for FAK Esports on the other side. But I don't even know what happened in this fight.
Yeah, and was it a misclick?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think he must have misclicked onto the Leona. Still looks good, and I can't believe they can't kill Driver here. Really good flash out of him, and the rest of Frank should just be running down to play around their Cassante. Also, the flash Q there from Jiang means that he has no flash now to get out here, and he just goes down.
Yeah, a little impatient, I think, here on the Cassante. He also doesn't manage to get back into that tank form before just taking so much damage. Nice flash from Jimmy, but
it's just outmatched by the Azir in terms of damage in this fight. Wako not able to get all that much done. Misses this Q onto Driver is massive for the Baron going down, and Gory, a sapling on either side of him, no hope.
Bullying through this jungle are CFO. Sword Art leading the charge on that Leona. This red buff going to go down. 3 items now available for Jimmy, and he has that Bloodthirster completed. Gemini getting very aggressive with that Blast Cone, but still, he'll make his way out. Takes a bit of damage there from Shun.
Yeah, so much damage from these tanks. Jimmy and not being able to do any.
Oh, God. Oh, no. And Wako's found lacking, but he does return a lot of damage, and Shun very, very low. Maybe that's enough damage to delay anything further, but he has the Bloodthirster. He's life-stealing up, and he is completely fine as Driver works on this bottom side. It's a 4v5. We've lost Wako for 40 seconds. How do Frank defend this? They might just be losing a couple of inhibs.
Yeah, they might just be losing the game before their Ziggs can respawn. Wako's doing so much of the damage. Gemini not able to get anything done in these fights.
Karsa does go aggressive. He loses half his HP, and I don't believe he has a Warmogs yet available for himself on the Sejuani. And him will be going down mid.
Yeah.
As the tower bot should be taken as well. 15 seconds left on the Ziggs. It will just be these 2 inhibs, but that is a massive loss to FAK Esports. Constant super minions going to be coming into their base, just piling in bit by bit.
Yeah, Wako caught out there. Maybe there was a possibility to trade a kill back onto Shun just because he used his E forward and Wako got so much damage back onto him. But Frank, unwilling to pull the trigger and try. If they had and failed, they would have lost the game on the spot, so you understand why they decide to just give these inhibs up. Wako gonna get ahead of clearing these mid waves.
Now Gory working on his Zhonya's. Has that Seeker's Arm Guard, will have that activation available to himself, and same time Kasa finishes up his Warmogs, hits level 16.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if you could afford to go for this BT on Jimian. We'll see if it pays off, see if he can get the LDR in time for this next dragon fight. Not looking likely with just 1 minute 20 seconds.
Yeah, 5 seconds left on this Baron. If Frank chooses to, they will be able to defend this top side, and you have to think they will.
Yeah,
although
Jung has
no
to be
one's
careful.
here, it's only Jung. He's able to sidestep away. But that is at least the inner tower going down, but now with no more Baron, Wako will be able to clear out these waves pretty easily.
Yep. Jimian trades the tower back. No objective bounties, unfortunately, if you're Frank.
Yeah, the good news for Frank, of course, is that Gemini, with his smiting abilities, was able to secure the 2 dragons in a row. Just straight out smiting, and so they can just give this one up and take it to double soul point, where they will have their inhibs back. Unless they make a mistake, of course.
Yeah, and I kind of like that idea. They can get some vision control in the top side in the meantime and just farm up these 2 waves.
Yeah, Gory and Driver both have teleport. There are wards available for them to get into that pit, both with jumps.
Yeah, if you take this fight and lose as Frank, you're guaranteed losing the game.
Yeah, you need to make sure these waves are very pushed out so you have a little bit of extra time. Jimian getting to work on this mid wave, but look at that bot lane. Double super minions down there. I think you just have to give this, you know, allow yourself to just take it to this last dragon.
Yeah, just go farm.
Yeah.
Go farm. Make sure your waves are good on the side of Frank. Maybe leave Gemini here. I doubt CFO are going to let you know. They're going to fight on Frank. Let's see it.
Wako trying to clear out that bot wave, but that is so scary. That is a instant loss con, really, with Gory and Driver having teleport. Jung, though, he's teleported in. He's found himself on a flank, but not going to be able to get there. Sword Art spotting him out just in time, and now Dragon taken down to 9k HP. Gory and Driver can just look to teleport into that wave, but here comes an Nature's Grass. Here comes absolutely everything. Driver trying to stop Gemini from hitting this dragon, but Kaiwin goes in. He finds a 3-man. It is the smite, though. This time Castle picks it up. The all-out onto Shun. Shun's taken out. Gemini's taken out. It's Driver. Wako flashing away with Driver following, but the Q3 there is going to land, and Driver's going to take out the Ziggs. That's a 3v2. Driver alive. Jiang trying to get away. Gory, though, he's got the damage onto Gemini. It's a teleport coming through there. It's going to be matched, though. Jiang is going to be able to get back. Gory trying to find Gemini. Gemini not allowing anyone to search for his top laner. And oh my god, Gory gets there, but Kaiwing makes it back.
I think they've defended.
They have both teleports coming through. Oh my god, Jiang is so scared. He has flash. Jiang has flash.
Yeah, let's see what he does with it.
He's just defending. I think smart. You can just possibly lose the game here. Gory has to be so careful.
Yeah, they're going to take this. Yeah, open Nexus now is so difficult to play. Gory just kills Jiang. No.
Oh my god.
He's just
hitting god, he's just ending, but Jiang's back. Jiang has flash. Sword Art here now. Pathmaker. Oh yeah, true. Kaiwing. Oh my god, it's so close. Jimian's back. Here comes Jimian in. There's so much damage coming through from the Zeri. There is so little health left on this Nexus, but Frank have mounted a defense. They have mounted a defense. Ultimate available for Wako. Keep an eye on that, as we did see some low health bars, especially Driver. Oh my god. 40 seconds. 40 seconds on the inhibs. Frank, they've managed to defend, but this is Baron going down now. You can see it there. No teleports. They could just come out.
I mean, how do you defend your 1 HP open Nexus against this Baron buff now?
You just have to fight before the inhibs go down.
Yeah. And it's going to come down to Kaiwing without flash on this rel, somehow finding a decisive engage. Just seems like a tall order. If you're CFO here, you can just walk up, bait the Maokai ulti, and then walk at the enemy Nexus. What do Frank have in the way of an engage?
10 seconds on both of these inhibs from spawning. CFO will be aware of it. Frank will be aware of it.
Karsa level 17 on this Sejuani.
Yeah, very, very strong. Everyone on the map, it's just so strong. Void Staff now completed for Wako, but it is the Shirelda's Grudge on the other side for Shun. on this Israel as the top lane being looked at first. Frank, they just have to pull the trigger, but how is Kaiwing ever finding a way in? How is Jiang ever finding a way in? I think Gemini just has to press that Maokai go button. You have no time. Driver's getting to work on that inhib bot. This inhib tower's going down. You're just split up. There's too many directions to look at.
Yeah, this just looks too hard for Frank to mount any meaningful defense. They will get a chance to fight maybe here.
They have to just go. That's 2 inhibs going down. Driver even finding the 3rd one. All inhibs are gone. Driver doesn't even need to participate in the fight if he doesn't want to. Out will come the Nature's Grasp, and it's going to have to all come down to this. Driver finds his way, and it's a nice Gnar ult. Kaiwing, what can he find? He's just jumping away as the Emperor's Divide comes through onto Jiang. There are low health bars across the rift, but Jimmy is being focused down, and Jimmy is taken out, and Wako, Gemini, and Kaiwing can do nothing as their Nexus will fall in front of their eyes, and we're going to Silver Scrapes, game number 5.
CFO do it again. They find themselves down gold early in this game, but just outplay across the map, outplay in these fights, and despite some smites going Gemini's way, they managed to get it across the line. I think at that point, once you're down all those inhibs, a second Baron, it's more of a brain check than a mechanics check at that point, really. You can just make sure your members are split up on CFO and close out the game. Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. Unfiltered, real opinion.
Yeah.
Stop giving Wako Ziggs. Just let him carry this game, man. Those late game team fights. But Wako might just be the best late game team fighting AD carry we have in the entire league. I've seen it for the entirety of last year. You get to 40 minutes. Who can you rely on? It's Wako. That's how PSG Talon won last year. And now we're putting him on Ziggs in such a crucial game. You saw those late game team fights. Jimmy wasn't able to have the same effect as you could expect out of Wako on this Zeri, and they just falter. He gets caught out on the Ziggs. He doesn't have the same autonomy as he's used to, and we lose. I don't know why we keep doing it. The same thing happens to Betty.
Yeah, and they had the Zeri locked in, and I thought that was 100% always going to Wako, especially when you just have the Corki available with no counter picks available for the other side. Bizarre. And you saw that game. Jimmy is not the Zeri player that Wako is. Just dying way too much. Wako with, I think, 1 death between the 2 Zeri games he played, and as long as you keep him away from Rift Herald, that shouldn't be happening anymore.
Yeah, and honestly, you could say the same for CFO in Game 3. Why are we putting Shun on Ornn? Like, yes, he's good at Ornn. No problems with his Ornn, but he's really good at AD carries, and look at what he can do when he gets Israel. Just a completely flawless game out of him. He got caught once by Yi Zhang, and Yi Zhang misclicked, but that was kind of not on him. You know, why does no one know where a Cassante is? Absolutely no one did. But it's just, he's so much better at AD carries as Shun. Wako, he's so much better at AD carries. Just let them play their AD carries. We're at Game 5 now. There's no way we're giving them Senna or Ornn or Ziggs.
Yeah, and that seems very clear. What also seems very clear is we want Karsa on a tank. That's undisputed. That just seems way better for CFO, and Gory on a mage.
Yes.
That just looks way better. That is very obvious to me. Do not pick Corki for Gory. He can get his items, he can get online, but look at Gory in this fight. Wako doesn't get to participate in this fight at all because Gory is there. I guess we can't see it now, but Wako doesn't get to do anything but throw an ult at the tanks this game. This fight actually hits Shun. This is a different fight. I'm thinking of a different fight.
Yeah, but even so, I mean, look at Gory. Look at the effect he's having on these mages, right?
Yeah.
You just pointed it out. The LeBlanc carries that game. The Azir, a near-on flawless game. Yes, it wasn't as clean as maybe it could be, but it was a lot better than sort of throwing the game later on.
The line.
Yeah. And he did so much damage. He was doing so much damage as this Azir. It's just ridiculous to me that we keep sort of... Obviously, yes, Wako can play Ziggs. Yes, Shun can play Ornn. But when push comes to shove, what would we rather have our amazing late game team fighting player on? Well, I'd probably rather them have them on the Zeri.
Yeah.
Wako did a lot of damage. How much of that is fake and getting warmoxed up? Near on all of it.
Yeah, pretty much all of it. Just throwing his spells at Leona Sejuani for a lot of this game. Did have some nice ultimates onto the CC targets on CFO, but you want to put someone who sucks on the Ziggs, because even I could sub in this game and push the Ziggs R when you CC up in Ezreal for me. That is easy enough.
Yeah.
100% KP for Gemini.
I also think that this draft works really well if we have the Ziggs in the mid lane for Frank. Because honestly, the Ziggs, it's not a problem with the champion. It's just, let's give Wako, he's just Giga carried 2 games of Zeri.
Yeah.
why don't we just give him Zeri again? But most damaged out was, of course, him. Driver did have a good game for himself after a very shaky start.
Yeah, made Nara look like a scaling champion, not an early game lane bully. Just was the only guy with a shutdown on his team. Parsa with the MVP. You've made a face at that, but I'm not sure who I would give it
Yeah, I don't
to.
know. I don't know, actually.
Anyway, yeah, maybe Shun.
Yeah, he played flawless. I don't know.
He ended up going down in some of those fights, but so much used to kill him that Gory was able to free hit.
Yeah, I honestly don't know who you picked for MVP.
Let's see the play. If this is a cool play, I'll allow it.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it mattered. Everyone just played well on CFO. Everyone just played good.
Yeah. Just across the board, outplaying their counterparts on CFO.
If he gets Shun there, it's a different fight. Even if Shun gets the E off, he's still on top of him on the Kazante and taking him out of the fight. I felt like taking the Leona out of this fight wasn't as impactful. Jimmian is just alone. Yeah, this pink ward as well doing all the heavy lifting because Gory just sits in that bush and Jimmian can't do anything.
Yeah, and Jimmian is just unfamiliar with Zeri there, is trying to fight the Azir at this point, completely outranged, tries to wrap around the Baron pit, and you saw a team fight where Wako has 100% uptime on the Zeri. Jimmian has almost 0 uptime and just dies 100-0 to Gory without ever getting in range of hitting him.
Yeah, I think probably just jumping over that Dragon Wall at some point, letting Gory be there, but wasn't able to do so. I think, honestly, looking towards game number 5, both teams are going to go in with just give everyone comfort. We are now 1 game away from going down to that loser's bracket, where, again, stress gets a lot higher there. You have 1 singular playoff life, whereas if you're able to win this next game, you potentially keep yourself alive a lot longer in this playoffs, maybe even give yourself enough time to get to that grand finals, find your true form. I think Jiang, after that game, found his form, but Driver, I mean, rough start, and what a way to come back. Just being menacing in those team fights.
Yeah.
Never with a massive play, but just always constantly there pressuring, and I think that is sort of the key to a champ like Gnar. You don't have to find a 5-man Gnar ult. As long as you're pressuring, putting out that damage, being an absolute nuisance, you're doing well. And Driver, he made it look good.
Yeah, and even sometimes it doesn't matter what your champ is. If you can bait things like the flash out of Jiang on a Q3 and just actually kite it because you've played your range better, that can win you a team fight too.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you're a team fight, both of these teams are going to want to do. We're going to our last break here of the night. When we're back, we'll see who takes out game number 5. Enjoy Silver Scrapes.
接力！开始，有5杀吗？有吗？有5杀，好，差蛮多的。啊，我抢到了，一波。来，兄弟们，哦，生死棋来喽！
关键时刻，握着阿嬷帮我准备的球拍，让我更有把握赢球。阿嬷，好睡吗？睡哦。家人的爱是多年的依赖，就像我多年以来依赖中华电信。金白来，最疼我的家人，最挺我的中华电信，舞动精彩，共创未来，
永远走在最前面。中华电信。
陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your third flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品，向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
Welcome back, everybody. Words fail me. We're at game number 5 now, and I have absolutely no idea what to expect. It's CFO versus FAK Esports, and we have yet another banger here of our PCS playoffs.
Yeah, just let me see draft already. Start up the silver scrapes and get us in draft. I want to complain about these picks already. Yeah, we're honestly just hoping for cleaner drafts, and maybe just you've had 4 games now to see what your players are performing on and what's working, what's not working. And to us, it seems very obvious, but who knows what's happening behind the scenes between these games and what these teams are identifying as the problems.
Yeah, and Jimmy is going to be in here for game number 5, so no swap out between him and Pretender in this series. I don't know. I want to see from CFO, driver on whatever. He's been playing pretty consistently.
Yeah, Nara looked good.
Yeah.
Isn't getting anything done in lane, but making it look like a scaling champ somehow, so.
Yeah. I mean, Casa just on one of those tanks. Trade the junglers, Kasante and, not Kasante, sorry, Maokai, Sejuani. AP, though. We need an AP mid laner from Gory. He seems a lot more comfortable, and he's just been much more consistent on those picks.
Yeah, I mean, 2 losses on Corki, 2 wins on AP mids.
Well, here it is. Dun, dun, dun. The old champ select silver scrapes. It always brings a smile to my face. Now, draft starting off the same as it has the rest of the series, barring game number 1.
Yeah, nothing in the previous game, I think, has made me think that drafts should really be changed up all that much.
In terms of bans?
Yeah, in terms of bans, sorry, yeah. Yeah, so far, no changes. If it's a Lucian ban here for CFO.
Yeah. And it will be.
Should just be the Maokai performing really well for Gemini. Karsa did get MVP, but you almost could have given it to anyone.
Yeah.
On the side of CFO.
There was no standout performer. Everyone just doing their job and doing it well. Yeah. We could just have a run back.
Yeah, Ezreal Sejuani was the vibe last game.
I hope it's not a run back. Well, actually, I do, as long as it was the Ziggs mid lane.
Yeah, I doubt we're gonna see the Ziggs mid lane.
I also doubt that. Maybe more likely if Pretender was in.
Yeah. Seems like a Pretender kind of champion. Should just be the Sejuani for Karsa. The Lilia didn't look good. That was his other pick into the Maokai.
I'm betting Karsa's thrilled to get another rep in of Sejuani.
Yeah, and I believe it was Kasante plus Zeri here. Love that for Frank.
Yeah, I love that for you.
As long as the Zeri's going into the hands of Wako, who has looked unstoppable on the Zeri.
Yeah. Let's see. There it is. The Zeri will be locked in. Now, as you said, Kasante was the pick here, and after how Yichang played that early game, looking for the Alistar a little earlier. Not letting it get banned in that second phase, or maybe...
Back against the wall Riven game?
Yes, happened once. Has happened once. They even pulled it out in game number 1.
If they do go for the Azir again, though, I worry about how impactful Riven would be into Azir Ezreal. Yeah, they will go for the Alistar instead. Kaiwing having a great performance in game 1. Really helping his team get across the line. Rom Sejuani Ezreal. Great first rotation for CFO.
Yeah, and they'll be able to just pick up a top laner next, but it would mean that Jiang actually gets a counter pick if they don't want to just pick up that mid laner. Hide that, try and find out where the Siri is going for Gory.
Yeah, and this will give Frank an opportunity to ban the Yone.
Yep.
Which I think should be their move. As for CFO's bans, it's hard to throw bans at anything but top lane because you don't know where the Zeri is going. They might just run it back. Jimmy did not look good on the Zeri, not nearly as good as Wako did, but...
I think it would make sense to ban some top laners into a top lane pick. Kind of the opposite of how the third pick works, where you pick a top laner into blanket bans. This time it's blanket bans into a top laner. Kind of same makes sense.
Yeah, and you could maybe ban the Kasante here, get a Jax pick out of Jiang, which seems to be his next go-to blind pick. And then you know, maybe you're not as happy to put Gory on AP, but you could get Driver on Agragas. It's actually Frank that banned Cassante.
Yeah, interesting.
Probably means they just want to blind pick the Jax.
Yeah, well, I mean, Driver probably goes to Jax now unless Frank ban it, and then we divulge.
Yeah.
Obviously, we know Yi Jiang, solo queue prodigy. He's got that Aurelia, he's got that Camille, and Jax banned by CFO, this top lane pull.
Shrinking. What stands out in terms of blind picks still? They're kind of running low.
Yeah, I mean,
Renexa
Camille.
gone, Cassante gone. Yeah, Camille blind seems psychotic though.
I think whatever it is, we're actually going to have an exciting top lane matchup.
I mean, Kennen, where's Kennen this series? I forgot about that, champ.
Yeah. There goes the Azir.
Yeah, I like that. Just identifying Gory as performing on these AP champs. Get rid of it.
Wow. Not the first hover I expected.
Yeah, should just be Corki. You are lacking magic damage, but Ezreal does a bit, as we've said.
This probably results in a Yone for Jimmy.
Yep, looks much better on the Yone than he did the Zeri. Helps shore up some of your damage profile between the Maokai and the Yone.
Now we are going to get to see what the first of our two top laners is going to be playing.
Yeah, the Zeri mid does feel a lot better. And maybe Wako can go for something like the Kaisa. Give his team a lot of AP damage that way.
Wow.
No shot.
I mean, Syndra traditionally does do well into the AD carries, but it will just be that Yone.
Yeah, just too weak at the moment, I think, Syndra.
Just too vulnerable, ultimately.
Yeah, Sejuani Braum gonna be running it mid lane if you do lock in a Syndra. Now the blind pick for Jiang. This is a big question. Can he pull out the Kennen here?
Kennen blind, I mean, what do you answer into that? It seems okay to me.
Yeah, generally just a good blind pick.
Maybe just the nah. I mean, this screams Kennen on the other side.
Yeah. Surely someone's practiced Kennen.
Yeah, Driver. Driver will know how to play Kennen. Surely.
All right, guys.
Oh, I'm not talking much because I'm just genuinely excited.
Oh
my
wow. This is
God.
a Giga counter. GP actually destroys Gnar. Once he can get some items online, he is straight up just solo killing this Gnar.
Okay. Now, we've seen Driver play Gangplank one time this split. It was against Archer and he got solo killed between his towers a couple times.
Yep.
This
that
time.
Was into Kennen, I believe.
It was.
So you had to feel better about the Kennen blind there, but maybe Jiang just not willing to play it.
Yeah, I mean, Driver on his Gangplank. Looking back to last year, he had pentakills on the champ. He was absolutely insane at the Gangplank. Jimmy, and he's happy. Smiles on the face of the boys over at FAK Esports, whereas Gory, very locked in.
Yeah, Wako with a grin too. Understandable.
CFO seemingly more locked in.
Yeah, definitely. Frank, you know, a little looser, a little happier.
Yeah, I don't know what I guess being a little looser might be better in a game 5.
Yeah, for me, but I don't know. These guys are so experienced on CFO.
Yeah, they're also, yeah.
There's also the element of CFO are kind of expected to win this series just historically and in terms of prestige. So maybe a little more pressure on them.
Yeah, it would be a gross underperformance for them to not only not make the grand finals in the spring, but then to lose early here and possibly miss out in summer as well. It is game number 5, though. Never know what's going to happen. It's been back and forward. And if the pattern continues, it would be Frank picking up the win here. Nothing separating these two teams. We now just have a glorified best of 1 on our hands.
Yeah,
as we load into game number 5. It's FAK Esports up against CFO. We have Driver on his signature Gangplank. I mean, that is such an understatement when it comes to this guy. He was so good at it last year. And now we finally get to see it back.
Yeah,
CFO aggressing early.
Yeah, looking for an invade. Very strong level 1 with the Braum. Won't get all that much done so far. No ward dropped this time around by Frank, so they've got less idea what CFO are going for. Wako, nice dodge.
Oh. So deadly accurate. Continues to be this entire series.
Gemini and Karsa are likely going to be bumping into each other here. Nope. Both just go back to do their Raptors. CFO being very annoying. Ezreal Braum, really strong level 1.
Yeah, Wako worried to walk past that bush, but we'll be able to do so.
Yep, Gemini going to be off to a good start this game. On vision, but nonetheless, does get to start his Raptors. No shenanigans working out for CFO.
Jung, wiser man than me. Not going to walk into that level 1 barrel.
Yeah, dodges the combo out of driver. Oh, nice E.
Yeah, starting E. Yeah, I don't know that we are going to see much out of these two top laners for a little bit.
Yeah, the pressure's on Jiang to get some advantage early game, because once this GP, even just the Sheen, will start to turn this matchup around for him.
And he just has permanent global impact.
Yeah. Yeah, and once you get a couple items online on Gangplank, you just run the Snar down. He has no counterplay because of the oranges that GP can eat.
Now going into Mega, does continuously dodge out of these barrels as... I thought a heal came out, it was just the passive.
Yeah, Alistar passive is underrated.
Yeah, I agree.
Actually heals a lot. Jimmy-N gonna force the Valkyrie out of Gory.
Gory dodging 2 Qs in that exchange.
Oh no. Insane. And the cannon missed by Jimmy-N. Massive chunk too. Has to just go TP now.
No, he has his pot.
Okay, gonna stay.
I think he's fine. Low mana now. As long as he doesn't continue to take random auto attacks. But yeah, you see now he's got his health back. Up to 300 already.
Yeah, really well played by Gory, punishing him every time he walks up with an auto.
Oh, Kaiwing, smart pathing.
Yeah, Sword Art is just here. Level 2 already on the Braum. And both the supports are here.
Okay.
This is what we're used to seeing from CFO, honestly. I'm surprised it took this far into the series.
This is going to be good for Jimmy, though, is actually aggression out of Kaiwing. No, actually, Kaiwing leaving before any of his passives can come through. Actually, oh, okay, Kaiwing. Oh, yeah, they had that ward there, of course. Nice movement by Gory.
Yeah, and he's just chipping away at Gory's mana is Jimmy-N, but 2 biscuits. Karsa is going to be able to steal these Raptors. Jimmy-N is doing the same, though he won't actually get these.
Yeah, Sword Art being in the area, able to stop that one, so it is just going to be a camp advantage after that for Karsa on the Sejuani. Now, admittedly, again, it's Maokai against Sejuani.
And I didn't even notice, but Shun again has managed to just sneak a recall in, get his tier, lose no CS for it, and with bot laners just left to their own devices, you feel great as the Ezreal. With a tier already.
Yep. Faded Ashes now picked up. It's going to be that Leandri's this game for Gemini, being that his team doesn't have any dedicated AP.
Yeah. Oh.
Sword Art, I don't know when the last time he was in bot lane, but it's been a while now.
Yeah, Shun doing perfectly fine in terms of farm, though.
Oh, Jiang trying.
Satisfying. Driver completely out of mana, has to take a base here.
Yeah, probably has a Sheen, though.
Yeah. And already this matchup can start turning around for the GP.
Has to be a little careful of Kaiwing. Don't want to be going down in the trades, especially in terms of that health. Nice Valkyrie.
Yeah, much more difficult for Corki to get his HP back than the Yone.
Oh.
Yeah, Jung's found an early ulti.
Yeah.
Hasn't used his TP yet. Big HP advantage for him.
Oh my god.
Yeah, just straight up laning here are the 2 supports.
Oh, nice trade.
Nice Valkyrie.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that Gory's done a lot better this game than he did in that game number 3. He has been able to dodge out of these constant Qs from Jimmy. And if you remember back to game 3, he actually got caught in the middle of a Valkyrie, which kind of was what
completely turned the lane around.
To find advantage in that lane. This game, not falling to the same fate, although Jimian feels really good here. He does have that Vamp Scepter already completed for himself. Going down CS, admittedly.
Yeah, quite a bit down in the CS, but can hopefully catch up later on in the side lane is the idea of this Yone. Not really been able to do it in any of these games so far, though. Wako very early level 6. Karsa getting all these Void Grubs. No Dragon Trade on the horizon for Frank. They're not level 6 on this Maokai yet.
What is going on?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Swordart going to spot out Gemini and try and take away...
I mean, don't you W that guy? Nope. Karsa was there level 6, so maybe wise. Oh, Jimian using his E, not dodging out of anything.
Yeah, no teleport either.
Yeah, this is dire straits for Jimian in the mid lane. Only saving grace is that Gory is low on mana, but he held on to those 2 biscuits from earlier. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, 400 gold advantage when nothing really has happened is feeling
insane.
pretty good for CFO. They're even starting up this dragon. They got the Void Grubs, all 3 of them, and now they're looking to pick up that first dragon as well and should just be able to do so.
Yeah, it feels like Gemini doesn't really know how to react to the mid lane shenanigans. Karsa capitalizing much better.
Oh, Wako's here though. Game 3, how the game sort of broke open originally was a dragon fight at roughly the same time, but not going to have that luxury this time. Trying to snipe that away, but Smite available. Karsa, simple as can be, able to take that one as Gemini now finally hits level 6.
Yeah, massive early game. Great start for Karsa. Has just run around the map, picking up objectives and stealing camps away from Gemini. Playing around his priority in the mid lane, which is the only lane he has priority.
Yeah, I mean, Jung doing a very good job up here, zoning Driver away from a wave. And
yeah, wave going away from Driver would be a little scary.
Oh,
okay.
God, yeah, Swordart. He gets the trigger pulled on him. He's not going to have anywhere to go, and that's first blood, just simple as that.
Yeah, maybe over-investment from Kaiwing on the flash, but you just need to get those kills, do something on the map right now. As feels like the game was slipping away from Frank. Now they take the slight gold advantage.
Yeah, you wish it was on Wako, but you'll take it nonetheless.
Yeah, I'm not really sure that Kaiwing did have to flash here. But a decisive play nonetheless, and it's what you need in a game 5. Kaiwing, Wako quick with the crab, the flustered crab emote, having his kill stolen away.
Oh, back to 2v2 mid.
Yep. Yeah, this feels so much better for Swordart. Getting to lane with an ADC as the Braum versus, you know, Kaiwing can never really go in on this Corki.
Especially now that he's lost flash.
Yeah, no Ignite either.
No.
Swordart.
Yeah.
Deep.
I mean, he's just completely fine. Gemini up on that top side, taking out his Gromp means that, yeah, Swordart can kind of just walk through wherever he wants. He has Caster on his side of the map. And Kaiwing actually the one that needs to be very careful here, as once again, he does not have flash available, and he is not level 6 just yet.
Yeah, wouldn't honestly mind him tanking this gank for his Yone, but yeah, for now, it's maybe an opportunity to go on mid for CFO, but Karsa just backs out and goes to his bot side camps as Swordart continues to bully Jimian.
And talking about bully,
yeah,
Jung finding another great trade for himself. Driver is going to have to teleport away and maybe even, hopefully for the side of Frank, use that cannon barrage to clear out this top wave.
Yeah, if it's a cannon minion, he can probably just run back.
It is.
Yeah, I think he can just run back, save his ultimate. Nor not the best at wave clearing, especially out of Mega. Jimian stabilizing this lane now.
Oh, yeah. Jimian finding a nice trade here, ultimately onto Gory, but Gory just so good at dodging.
Yeah. Both junglers with an item finish. Jimian.
Fate Sealed.
Wow.
Nice usage. Just get out of there.
Yeah, there's that experience in high pressure moments. Karsa does not throw his ulti to be blocked by this Alistar. Tests Jimian nerve, and Jimian fails.
I think he had to anyway, right? If he doesn't use that there, then he does just get that ult pulled on him. He's gonna
maybe. I would expect him to wait for the Sejuani ult and buffer it, though. Gonna be 6 Void Grubs going to CFO.
The problem is Sejuani could just flash in front of the ult.
Yeah,
and then you just get stopped. I think it was the correct move by Jimian ultimately to pull the trigger on that ultimate. make sure he doesn't get taken out. Now, Sword Art, Kaiwing might be able to make it to him, not quite.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of pressure on the spot lane of CFO, though. Can they actually dive, though?
Yeah, Braum is a notoriously difficult champ to dive, but Wako's going to get himself a tower plate. Still gold. Going over to Wako. Probably the person most in the game you'd want that on.
Yep, so reliable is Wako as long as there's no Rift Herald to jump in.
1 minute now until this dragon spawns. It's 6 Void Grubs that were picked up by Casa while this play attempted to happen bot. And Gory again.
Goodness. Yeah, making Jimmy look like he's lagging in the mid lane so far. Though the CS evening up. So definitely stabilize in the mid lane, Jimmy.
Yeah. And now this next fight. This dragon, Frank really do want to contest it.
Yeah.
Probably need Jung to walk down there because ultimately Driver is going to be able to have impact in that fight by pressing R, whereas if Jung's not there, he won't be able to do the same. Jimmy committing that teleport to get Gory to at least miss one singular minion.
Nice. Both mids were always TPing immediately back to mid lane there with Dragon coming up so soon. Gory a little late to the TP means that the side of Frank are going to have complete control over this objective.
Yeah, and you see it here. Sword Art, he uses that Braum shield, having a back on out. Wako as well with ultimate bot lane prio, and that's an entire mid wave just going to the wayside as Gory teleports into that bottom lane.
Oh, yeah, I'm really surprised he doesn't TP mid.
Nice by Jung.
Shouldn't force it back.
Plus 20.
Yeah, Frank unwilling to hit the dragon though, so Parsa just is giving up on this dragon and Frank are not even hitting it. Frank looking a little bit dizzy at the moment.
Yeah, maybe nerves.
Yeah, not sure what the plan is with everyone down here. Oh, maybe catching Sword Art and Gory.
Yeah, Sword Art and Gory both getting stunned up. Gory going to use that Valkyrie to get away, but the stun comes through onto Sword Art, and there is just no one pulling the trigger. They will know now. Now they can turn, and you see the pings come down. Jung, he should be completely safe up here.
Yeah, seems like a very difficult dive on the Snar. About to go mega. Nice Q onto the cannon there
They're
for Jung.
Still not going for the dragon. They're looking for a dive or something, but I think, boys, there's objectives. We need to take those. You're not diving the Braum, and finally, at long last, we're starting up onto this dragon. Now, it is still Casa up on that top side, but Driver's getting very, very low up here. And Jung actually looking to just run him down.
Yeah, no hope of diving the Snar now. Sejuani can tank that tower all day, but Driver might just die in the 2v1.
Yeah, no, there's Frank now.
Triforce for Driver.
Picking that up. Yep, Triforce will be completed as Rift Herald getting taken out by Casa. It should be taken out, but what is it that Frank can find on the other side? Jimmy and now will have some time on this wave, but there down comes the cannon barrage, and that's going to be with the wave completely taken out.
Yeah, as well as a lot of Jimmy N's health bar. Has to get this recall off ASAP. Does have a Vamp Scepter, but doesn't want to be facing this Triforce GP with half his health bar. And Frank takes so long to do that dragon that, yeah, there is a cross map for CFO. They can't make the dive happen, but still get the Rift Herald. With 6 Void Grubs too, this could be a very scary Rift Herald. Have to be very careful with your mid lane tower for the next few minutes if you're Frank.
Yep, definitely. Still only the 1 kill.
Another Chemtech Soul.
Oh, yeah. Is that the 4th?
At least the 3rd. Jimmy gets to level 11 now, scaling nicely on this Yone. Doesn't outscale the Corki though. This is a difficult champion to play because you have to use these spikes. Once he gets his Blade of the Ruined King finished, he is stronger than the Corki until Corki gets to about 3 or 4 items, and then you'd say the Corki's outscaled the Yone at that point. Jimmy has just had Sword Art
Nature's
in
Grass
his lane.
coming down. There's going to be oranges available. He's going to use them, but Jung's got that teleport. Driver flashing away. Sword Art trying to keep his top laner alive. Will get that flash away. Will get that Glacial Fissure. And that is just teleport used. Of course, it did get both flashes from Driver and Sword Art. So maybe something that can be punished, especially with this Chemtech Soul. They will, Chemtech Dragon rather. They will not have either of those summoners, but it's Gory who is going to receive the benefit of it as he is going to claim himself this first tower.
Yeah, they're just so good at generating gold for Gory. Massive boost for him. Putting the side of Frank on a timer. I think they do get outscaled, barring any insanity from Wako.
Yeah, it is still going to be execution, right? Because in raw damage, absolutely outscaled. But there is a massive team fight to come through from a Maokai, a Gnar, and a Yone.
Yeah, don't forget Kaiwing on the Alistair.
Yeah. So there is certainly, it's not an outscale in terms of, well, they've got their items, we lose. But in raw damage, barring execution coming through from Frank, it will be favored towards CFO. And they're just up almost 2k gold from thin air, essentially.
Yeah.
Just, it's been consistent over the course of this entire series, where they are just finding more gold around the map, while Frank are kind of looking lost a lot of the time. Cannon Barrage once again coming through. We'll be able to clear out this wave. The Cannon Minion there, though. It is actually going to be this tower at least picked up there by FAK Esports.
Yep, nice to finally trade that tower back. You have to get someone to the mid lane to defend it. Probably just going to be Jimmy in. He's going to be able to save his TP, though. That feels pretty good. But any uptime on this tower, Shun doesn't go for it. Does have 6 Void Grubs, so even just 1 auto feels good, but very risky.
Yeah. Well, we're getting to the point where we're going to have to start celebrating ward kills.
Yeah.
Gold fairly even for those carries. Wako ahead of Shun, but Jimmy noticeably lacking. Also, I mean, he is just pretty much on the same gold as Shun, so overall, gold lead not that important. It's mainly the difference between these two junglers, but you know, Maokai is going to be perfectly fine.
Yeah. Yeah, not going to make the difference, probably the farm on Car, so we'll see if he survives any of these fights with a Ruby Crystal worth of HP. So, Wako going to be perfectly fine wave clearing. Not all that much engaged, especially because he has the cleanse for this Sejuani ulti. But they've done a good job of not letting Wako get out of control this time on CFO. Just focus the game plan around mid lane.
Jung will find Kasa, but, I mean, Kasa not taking really any damage whatsoever. Just gets that Gnar ult out, and Jung will head on his way back to claim another top wave.
Yeah, and I think CFO know exactly what they're playing for. I see 3 Triforces, 2 almost fully stacked tiers.
Yeah, that's insane.
So wait for these Triforce Muramana spikes from actually just going for mid.
Yeah, and they have the Void Grubs, the Herald Crashes. They're going to be able to get this, and Jung, no ultimate here on the Gnar.
Yeah, that's just
mid lane, just taken.
Tower. Power of the 6 Void Grubs. When you get the Rift Herald, you spawn so many of these little Void Mites. Wako, amazing wave clear on the Zeri, still can't get it done.
Yeah, I mean, I feels like Frank are just so hesitant, right?
Yeah, here we go.
Although Jimmy yeah, just going to back on out. At least gets the passive, I suppose.
Yeah, and throughout this whole series, the slower the game is, the better for CFO. They just make more money, play the map better.
Certainly true here as they find themselves up 2 kills despite being at a deficit in terms of that kill score. Just the 1 picked up for Gemini.
Jung has found his way onto Driver. I do wonder who even wins this fight at this point.
Well, it's looking like it's Jung pretty handily as he even takes the time to deny 2 of those barrels in the midst of this fight. Stun will land. Oranges are going to have to come out from Driver as Kasa heads down here, but now the Dragon's alive and Driver's forced away. He can teleport back, but so can Yi Jiang, and Yi Jiang now importantly has access to that Gnar ult.
Yeah, again, it's Frank with
needs
position.
Mega, though. True Shot Barrage comes through, no one on the Dragon, so it does not connect onto anyone. Jimmy trying to find an angle.
Look at Kaiwing.
We've seen him fantastic in these positions before. Driver does teleport back to the play. He has Cannon Barrage.
They see Kaiwing.
Yeah, Jung coming in from the regular side. Kaiwing trying to get his way into the team fight. Gemini certainly does find his way in. And it's going to be a spike steal away. It's going to be Kasa who picks that one up for himself as Wako trying to find the damage. He's kiting around. He's trying to find Driver, but a double kill for Shun. He is finding the damage. Wako's only simply trying, and now he's cornered, trying to do anything against this Gangplank who's simply shooting him with a pistol. And it's Wako against the world, and the world will almost certainly prevail. So many members. One singular Zeri. Winter's Bite will go wide. Sword Art, though, left access to that shield. A nice jump away from Wako, but it's Gory who claims that kill. And it's a 4 for 0 as well as the Dragon as Frank. They're faltering at the last hurdle.
Yeah, and you wonder what Gemini was thinking with that flash W onto Gory. No one is anywhere near being in range to follow up. Especially Jung with a completely empty Narbar. He abandons the Baron. It's actually a really nice ulti from Karsa onto the Yone of Jimmy. And stops any follow-up onto his mid laner there. Complete outplay in this team fight by CFO. Gemini finally pulls the trigger and messes up.
Yeah, I think Jung probably going down either way, but I mean, CFO, you can see the coaching staff, they're all happy, and as you should be, because now you're at a 4K gold advantage. You have those 2 dragons to just the 1. And from this position, it feels near insurmountable for FAK Esports to try and find anything.
Yeah, we've thought this before, though, and somehow they always have found a way back in. Gory has not been able to get a win on this Corki yet in this series, despite getting incredibly fed.
He has a chance now. It's Frank, I mean, not really hearing or seeing anything thus far. Once again, out of Jimian, but all it takes is one good team fight and it can turn around on its head. Wako, 0-1-1. He's not the 7-1 Zeri we saw in game number 3.
Yeah.
Considerably weaker.
Yeah, he's certainly not 30 CS ahead of the clock this game either.
So close from just being over. Kaiwing sends it, but he finds his way onto Shun, and a fantastic hit, but these plants are being detrimental to all hope for CFO, as Wako claims one. It's the cannon barrage to stop any further forward movement, but that's another game, another Chemtech map, and another engage from Kaiwing that finds success as Wako gets his name on the board.
Yep, massive to get a kill onto Wako. I believe it was a shutdown onto Shun too. You gotta feel bad for Shun there, as essentially an Alistar just appears on top of him. He reacts in time with his E, but has no flash.
Jung pressuring around this Baron. It is going to be a 4v5 for a reasonable amount of time, but
yeah,
I mean, just Kaiwing finds the angle.
Shun, yeah, not expecting an Alistar to come flying at him. Actually doesn't connect Wako with the ulti onto the Ezreal, but massive play. And these are the kind of plays that we're getting Frank back into this game. In the previous game, it was Gory on the Corki in that position. This time it's Shun's turn. Probably still avoiding fights for now if you're Frank, just based on these spikes coming out of the carries on the side of CFO, looking crazy strong.
You're very thankful that Wako was able to pick that kill up for himself and get some gold back into the carry pockets, but it is still CFO who have absolute control over this map.
Yeah, Frank just have to throw saplings and hope that CFO are not on the Baron. No Warmog's finish yet for either of these guys, so this sapling damage will stick for now. Jimian probably going to have a much better time into this GP than the Gnar. Feels like Jung, even if he lands everything and kills the barrels, outplays, he still just can't kill the GP.
Yeah, Jimmy now have 2 items, has picked himself up that shield bow. Actually ahead in CS now, is he? Cannon barrage coming out. I must be onto Jimmy, and he's pretty low.
Yeah, had to use his ulti. Old Jimian, but does get out of there.
Yeah, Casa down there as well. Now, 36 seconds on this Baron. Sorry, not Baron, Dragon. It is Jimian who has lost his ult, but so is Driver. Obviously, the ult from Gangplank, very, very impactful when it comes to these Dragon team fights.
Yeah, TP bot, very bold by Jimian, just saying CFO will not hit this Baron. I dare you to hit it. And we'll see if CFO call his bluff.
Yeah, I think it is a little bit hard for them to truly start it up.
Yeah, they do have Warmogs on the Sejuani, so it feels low cost to start up, though the Dragon is coming up.
Yeah, and Jimian has priority over that bot side.
Yeah,
he will have ult halfway from being up. And
Swordart just recalled on top of a ward. Can Frank not just instantly start this Dragon?
Yeah, Jimian who certainly is looking to do so. Once again, he does not have ult. I'm 100% sure we're not going to see a random flash W this time out of Gemini, but they should be able to pick up this Dragon. Casa trying to make his way in.
Oh, God.
Nature's Grass coming through. We've got another steal potential on our hands. But this time it's going to be Gemini clean enough to get that one. Driver getting half health. And Jung finds his way onto Gory, but maybe it's Gory who found his way onto Jung. Out comes that fantastic laser shield pressure. And Gory, he is getting taken down low, but Wako going aggressive. Swordart does miss there on the Winter's Bite. And Gemini finds his way in. It's a 3-man Ramble Smash. And Wako, he's kiting, he's gliding. And Swordart's going to get taken down. This game is so back and forward, but Wako's claiming names. And you have to wonder, why it was not him in game number 4 with the Zeri, as it's a clean team fight from Frank, and they should look for this Baron.
That's why you give him the Zeri. I was watching that whole fight wondering, why is Wako not ulting? Why is he waiting so long to ult? He eased into 4 people on the Zeri and wins his team the fight instantly. And it's Frank in a commanding position now. They pick up the dragon. All reliable. Gemini just does not miss these smites ever. Eats the Sejuani ulti too. And just watch Wako and enjoy the show of this fight, honestly. He is just constantly DPSing Karsa. I'm worrying here that he's missing out on damage by not using his ulti, but he finds his window. As soon as Brahm's door is down, he gets straight onto Driver. Flashes come out, Ezreal E's come out, but every skill shot goes wide on the Zeri. He looks like a scripter.
What a performance.
My goodness.
Jimmy as well. A Yone without ult, finding a lot of impact.
Doesn't flash, doesn't cleanse. Wako. Machine. This guy wants revenge against PSG. The team that benched him.
Now 2K up. Frank Esports, they have the Baron. 2 more minutes on that.
Jung took the red.
Yeah, he actually just yoinked the red buff. Gory, though, he's got play on the bot side. No one here to match him, but Jung going to recall. There is no teleport.
My God, these saplings hurt.
Yeah.
Now, Gory has pulled Jiang without TP down to the bot lane. CFO continue to play the map amazingly well. This is a Gnar without TP stuck in the bot lane now. Gory can go defend these turrets, and that is the end of the push for now for the side of Frank.
Recall's coming through, though, for the side of CFO. Looking for these items. Gory not quite at that LDR.
Yeah, it looks like shield bow into either Bloodthirster or the Merc Sim for Wako. I like that he keeps it flexible by going for the Vamp Scepter first.
Yeah, I think it should be Bloodthirster.
Yeah, but if he needs to, he can get a QSS for an important fight.
Yeah, when his cleanser's down, but his cleanser's very much up and available. Now Jung, he did have to go answer, but his team is on this bottom side. He's on this bottom side.
Yeah,
they've got the Baron. 1 minute left, yeah. Still have that push coming through. Looking for this mid tower, looking for that bot tower. And Jimmy still going aggressively.
2 levels up now, Wako.
Nature's Grass coming out. Kaiwing putting the trigger there onto Caster. Not the man you'd necessarily want. His Sword Art's going to be able to block up the vast majority of that Maokai ult. And will come the Glacial Prison, but Kaiwing just going to ult himself out of that, cleanse himself of the CC.
Yep, traded for the Alistar ult, and I think this rotation bot from Jimmy is not going to get the tower, as CFO have taken back their jungle for now.
Yeah, but Wako, he's found himself a Casa.
Yeah, he's in good
Casa
position.
without ult. There's 3 people rounded. They have a way out. Sword Art's going to be able to get out if he needs to, and he's just biding time, not pulling the trigger to get out just yet. Puts up that door. Through comes a True Shot Barrage, and it finds its mark there onto Jimmy, who does have teleport if he needs to go back and use it. There is no objective, though, in Gory. He's trying to get somewhere, but Jung's found him. Nice Valkyrie from Gory. Gets himself away from that Gnar ult.
Yeah, and the fighting in the jungle by CFO, they were never in danger. They just distract Frank, stop them from taking a single tier 2 with this Baron. You're still happy to get the Baron as Frank, but you have to imagine they wanted more.
I think smart itemization. 3 randoms being built right now.
Yeah, I love it. So much crit on the side of CFO. Only Shun not really building crit on the Ezreal.
But still will, of course, be affected.
Yeah, plenty of armor and HP on that item too. As well as just the slow that I never actually activate, personally. Yeah, gonna be the BT for Wako.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Just so much poke through the Ezreal. Even the gangplank, you know, 1 barrel randomly landing on you.
Can just, if you don't have lifesteal, you just end the fight, lose your dragon.
Speaking of 15 seconds now, Jung actually, or maybe sneaking his way in, but he doesn't have Mega. He's not even building towards that Mega Gnar. Kaiwing finds his way onto Casa, not necessarily the member of the CFO lineup you'd want to find yourself on as the Alistar, but certainly going to force away some of this pressure around the river. Get themselves priority as Shun.
Jimmy okay.
Maybe thinking there was no way in.
Yeah, disconnected from his team, I think. Jiang desperately trying to stack up his Mega.
Yeah, and he has Flash. Keep an eye on this Gnar. He's built up the Gnar bar.
Skywing too.
He's going to have it the next time he autos anything. The next time he finds a point of damage, he will have that Gnar bar on. Nature's Grasp comes through, and Caster's not going to be able to find this cleanse. It's a nice ultimate from Jimmy, and Jimmy has found his way onto Driver. Driver's very low, and he actually finds a kill there onto Sword Art, and Wako's free hitting again. Wako's going to be able to jump over this wall. No, he's not. He doesn't even have it. He flashes forward. He finds one. He finds two. Can he find Shun? Shun with everything to do. It's game number 5. It's Frank versus CFO. It's Wako who lives on just a slither of HP. Shun will find his way out of there. If there's a member of the CFO lineup you want to rely on in a position like this, it's Shun, but it's Jung chasing him down. Shun, he will not miss. The Steric's now popped. There's 4 members of Frank marching down this mid wave. He's trying to look for the recall. Jung's not going to allow him. He's diving, and Shun, he's taken out. And Frank, it takes 5 games. It takes Wako on Zeri and Jimmy and on Yone, but they will get this across the line. Sword Art has nothing left to do, and we have our second advancement of our second stage of the playoffs.
After a shaky start, Frank managed to get it across the line, and you see how excited they are. That was an absolute clinic by Wako. Whew. And they breathe a sigh of relief now.
Spits
they got
out his
it
gum.
across the line.
Job's done. Gum out of mouth now. We can relax. And oh my God, I feel so vindicated for ranting at the end of Game 4, because look at this, just the difference.
I mean,
it's such a big, massive change between Wako on something that can do things versus a Ziggs.
Yeah.
And finally, they get it across the line. Everyone on Frank playing fantastically. CFO, somehow they fall down a little bit early, but they are so much better around the map. It's just these team fights. Finally, they come into the team fights, and Frank, they just outplay.
Yep.
If CFO find ways to not play team fights, then they are like 3 times the team. They're getting so much more gold. Gory's getting so fed off nothing. But the hands.
But at some point, you have to team fight Wako on this Zeri, and he seems insurmountable. Just unstoppable. Deathless in that game as well, so just 1 death, I think, in the entire series when he gets his hands on Zeri, and it was the funniest death you could ever imagine.
Yeah. Almost giving them that one.
And honestly, if you're the other teams looking at this Frank lineup, can you let this guy have Zeri? Do you need to pick this champ away from him, ban it away from him, do something about it, because he looks like a completely different player on it?
Yeah. I'm in shambles.
Yeah.
Fix that up. Whew, damn. That was a good game. That was a good series. I think ultimately very, very quiet for a lot of those mid games. I think neither team really wanting to pull the trigger. I think game number 1, pretty quick one. There was a lot of fighting. Game number 2, CFO just rolled that one. And then from game 3 to game 5, it's like neither team want to make that one crucial mistake that loses their team the game. Game 3 and 5, it was Kaiwing both times with that blast cone, that mega blast cone. Game 1 finds Gory, game 2 finds Shun, and just turns the game upside down and finds the way back in. And I think while it's probably going to be Wako picking up this MVP, Kaiwing for me might just be the series MVP. Maybe Gemini, I don't know, but it's one of those two, because by God did they find angles that seemed almost invisible, at least to me.
Yeah, Kaiwing will, likely be the series MVP in our hearts, but not getting a single game MVP, as you have to give it to Wako that game.
Yeah.
That team fight that he took over out of nowhere, it was off the back of, like you said, that pick out of nowhere, giving a shutdown to Wako, accelerating him into the game, giving him the tools he needs to have that performance. And that is so much fun.
And now, I mean, you know, looking forward, you've got PSG who get to choose one of the 2 teams, one of DCG or Frank, and it is not an easy decision.
No, not at all. And Jimmy in here finds a nice knock-up onto 2, but really, this is just Wako's fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this was the fight. He managed to turn it around. He holds onto his ulti for so long, denies the GP barrel, and then gets onto Driver. Everyone on CFO just immediately panicking. He's 4v1 for a long time there after he eased in, but has both sums up, never even needs to use them. Cleans up Driver while he's at it.
Yeah, Driver doing his best. The game plank, I think we can both agree, seemed pretty invisible. Did a fair amount of damage.
Yeah, just
but
could never take over the matchup against Jiang. Well played to Jiang.
Yeah, I honestly, all of Frank played this game very well. I credit to Shun and Gory as well. I think they put up a very good effort. Just finding so much more gold than the opposing carries were able to. And whether that's team setup or whatever, they were able to do it.
But Gory really leveled up his laning phase this time around. I felt like he threw this laning phase, the Corki, into the Yone. Pretty early on in the previous matchup, but this time around, stays consistent. Jimmy didn't do all that much damage, but apparently was just tanking all game.
Yeah, he didn't die. He didn't die, and obviously in that lane phase, he probably took about 10,000 of that damage.
Yeah.
Just sitting there suffering. It is going to be Wako. Yeah, I mean, we already saw one of the highlights. What one's this next one going to be? Because honestly, every time they want to fight, it seemed like Wako had done some highlight playing.
Yeah, probably just the next fight where he flashes onto Gory at the very end to finish him off and allows his team to chase down Shun and ultimately end the game off of an immaculate team fight. I think the first time he uses his flash in the game is to instantly end it.
Yeah.
He did die at some point. I don't actually remember that.
Yeah, early on, right?
As I think this might just be the same fight again, but we get to watch another cool angle, and it's the patience from Wako that really impressed me here. Gets himself out of the GP ult too. This is a different one. Just look the same. He took the same angle.
Yeah.
Took the same approach to the fight. This time just a little more front to back. Doesn't find his way onto driver, but when he gets the chance to, Shun and Gory here just get one tap. Doesn't use the E over the wall. Too slow. Just flashes straight onto Gory.
Even dodging out of that Q.
Yeah. Tanks
doesn't dodge that one.
Yeah, almost goes down from
if
like
he died
40%.
There, there's a chance they don't end.
No, I don't think they can end if he goes down. They don't have driver for a lot of this push, right?
Yeah,
without their Zeri either.
Jiang, but yeah,
Jiang, sorry.
Jiang was off chasing Shun, eventually finds that kill, and Braum, while it's pretty good at defending things, is probably not that good at defending 4v1, eventually 5v1 and Nexus, and so...
Yeah, Kaiwing pushes him away too. Can't block damage.
Yeah, it was just very well played eventually by Frank, but I think these teams seem so inseparable. They honestly... You tell me which team wins. You ask me tomorrow what team I think is going to win. I won't have an answer for you because it seems like there are aspects of the game that Frank are better at, and I think that's engaging. I think they found much better engagers throughout the entirety of that series, but it was just enough to get them across the line. Now we are going to have the voice comms and then an interview. We'll be back right after.
coach 摇 coach 没闪，没闪，听过来，看我包一包，哎，对，哎，慢慢追，哎，打我追，对，你们追，你们追，追他，我追，你们追，我也追，我打过追，一定我帮你找，左边，一定左边，我知道，4秒不了，扛，再来，一波，真的，再来，你先追到死，秒死，没事，他没有 TP 的，他我扛一波，准备踢，我直接扛，有打没有，你可以踢过来，踢，有空的进个拼，8秒，哎，他别打，右边打，我要死了。点，我死了，点他一波，不要再玩了，不要再玩了，打，拜托，哎呦，分弩，点，
Welcome to the post-game interview. Here we are with FAK's mid laner, G1 for the post-game interview. Let's have G1 say hello to everyone.
本日 FAK のG1選手をインタビューさせていただきます。まず挨拶の方お願いいたします。
欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。我们今天邀请到的是 FAK 的中路选手G1，请G1先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是FAK 的中路G1选手。
First off, congratulations for winning today's game against CFO. This is actually the first Silver Scrap game for the entire spring summer playoffs. And you guys are doing way better in these two series, and your performance is actually pretty good in today's game. So I want to ask you to rate your own performance today.
まず勝利おめでとうございます。チームの調子はますます安定してきて、チーム内選手も素晴らしいプレーを見せてくれました。今日の自分のパフォーマンスをどう評価しますか？
首先恭喜你们获得与 CFO 比赛的胜利。那其实你们在这2场系列赛都表现得越来越好，你自己的表现也越来越好。想问一下，今天也表现非常的很多出色的一些发挥，想问一下你今天怎么评价自己的表现呢？
今天我觉得我自己的表现算是还不错，但是就输掉的那2局都是因为我有点发挥失常，才会输掉那2局。我给自己打个7分吧，就可圈可点，还可以再加強。
まあまあできてたと思うんですけれども、やっぱり、負けちゃった試合はもう全部僕のミスなんで、まあ総合的にはまあ70点ぐらいのパフォーマンスでしたね。
So I actually think I performed okay today, but in the 2 games we lost, I actually made some mistakes. So for myself, I give myself a 7 out of 10 in today's match. So actually, in this entire series, the 2 teams were very close. There were a lot of up and downs, and you guys have a lot of reverses. I want to ask you, what do you think is the key to winning today's series?
今日の試合内容を振り返ってみると、まさにシーソーゲームでした。最後に勝ち取れたキーポイントは何だと思いますか？
今天的系列赛其实2队都打得非常接近，然后你们有非常多的逆转，然后风向非常的乱。我想知道你觉得今天的制胜关键是什么？
对我来说，我觉得今天我们5个人的表现就是制胜关键吧。然后大家都相信彼此，然后我们才能就是赢下 CFO。
そうですね。今日、まさにチーム全員のパフォーマンスが、勝ち取れたキーポイントだと思います。お互いのことを信じて最後に、うまく CFO に勝ち取ることができました。
I think all our 5 players are the key to today's win. All of us performed very well and did all our jobs in our position, so that's how we're able to win against CFO today. So actually, in the 3rd game today, in the early game, you guys have a big lead, but in mid-game, you guys got reversed and you guys were behind. So there was actually, under this big pressure, you guys found a chance to catch Gory in the Baron pit. And with that Baron team fight, you guys actually took on and your counterattacks. So I want to ask you, and won the game in the team fights. I want to ask you, what do you think? Can you talk to us a little bit about that team fight?
ゲーム3の序盤大幅にリードしてましたが、中盤ぐらいにまた逆転されてしまいました。ビハインドのまま後半戦を迎えましたが、最後のバロンの集団戦で、ゴリ選手を真っ先に打ち取ることができ、ようやく勝つことができました。最後の集団戦について詳しく教えてください。
在第3场的比赛前期，其实你们有比较大的优势，但是在中期的时候你们被逆转了。然后在这么大压力之下，其实你们找到一个破口，就是在巴龙池那边抓到了 Gory。然后在这一波这个抓到 Gory 这个是吹起了你们反打的号角，然后赢下了那场比赛。想问一下你自己可不可以跟我们讲一下那场会战怎么发挥的？
其实第3场我们前面很优势嘛，然后但因为我们太兴奋了，然后就丢失了2波团战，给到他们可以快翻盘的机会。那后面我们大家就是有冷静下来，然后听我们彼此对方讲话，等凯宾绕背，然後就順利抓到ゴール。
ゲーム3の時本当は最初からすごく有利だったんですけれども、ちょっとあまりにも熱くなりすぎて、ちょっと興奮しちゃってミスしちゃいました。その後はカイウィン選手のおかげでうまくエンゲージができて、最後の集団戦はうまく勝つことができました。
So we had a lead in the early game, but we made some mistakes in 2 of our team fights. But Kaiwing actually got a chance to play and open the team fights very well, and we're able to catch Gory because of that, and that's why we're able to win out that game. So actually, you're now in the 2nd round of stage 2, and PSG will have a chance to choose between you guys or DCG. Which team do you think they will choose, and also which team do you really want to play against more?
次の対戦相手は PSG が SHG のどちらかになります。PSG はどのチームをピックすると思いますか？それかチーム的に対戦したい相手はどのチームですか？
你们现在进入到了第2轮，然后 PSG 有权利可以选择你们，或者是那个 FAK 或者是DCG 打比赛。那想问一下，你觉得 PSG 会选择谁啊？你自己比较想要对上谁呢？
我自己比较想要对上 SHG， 因为上次我们春季赛输给了他们，我想要复仇一下，然后觉得 PSG 应该会选 DCG 吧，毕竟我们今天赢下 CFO。
やはり SHG と対戦したいと思っております。前の、春のプレーオフでちょっと SHG に負けてしまいましたので、そして、PSG はおそらく DCG を、選ぶんじゃないかなと思ってるんで、今日ちょっと FAK が CFO に勝つことができました。
So I think we'll be playing against SHG because PSG actually won against as I did last time. And also, I think PSG will choose them because we won against CFOs today. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for the win. 再次恭喜你们获得今天的比赛胜利，我们把镜头转回主播台。
Thank you once again for the interview. And he thinks that PSG are going to choose DCG because Frank just beat CFO. And I can see the logic there.
Maybe it was a mistranslation. He said, I hope. Because I'd be hoping.
Yeah.
I'm joking. He probably did say,
yeah,
I think they will
true.
choose. But I think he's hoping that they will choose DCG instead.
Yeah.
I think if I'm PSG, I'm choosing Frank. And I think if I'm Frank, and I hesitate like that against PSG, you're not winning a single game.
Yeah, you can't get yourself a lead and then sort of fall behind against a team like PSG. But they were able to do what no one really knew what to expect coming in, but they were able to eventually get the win, honestly, against CFO. Gold lead, as you said to me during the breaks and whatnot, never mattered. Not a single time this game did the gold lead matter in the slightest. And you see it there on your screen. PSG, they do choose to go up against FAK Esports.
Yep, someone tell Jimmy in the bad news. His teammates probably already know.
Yeah, and I think the reason is not because you'd look at Frank, you'd look at DCG and be like, wow, DCG is so clearly better than this team.
Predictability.
It's because you imagine being Corgi and you're having to prepare for a best of 5 to go up to that winner's bracket, which is, your 2 series essentially from going to Worlds.
Yeah.
Are you going to want to go against a team that you can predict and draft?
Yeah.
Or are you going to want to go against DCG, who could pick up the Draven mid? They've already beaten you in a series. I think I know who I'm choosing. Now, this does mean our upcoming match over on Saturday will be PSG Talon for the first time in playoffs up against FAK Esports, who are hot off a win against CFO.
Yeah, and if I'm Frank, you need to go to the temple every day.
Yeah.
I don't know if they went before this series. I assume Wako just slept in the temple based off how he performed today. It's a tall order for them to take out PSG. Just with the form they've had, maybe they just catch them a little bit rusty. It's been a while since we've seen these guys. They are just veterans across the board, though.
Yeah, and I think it could be said that, yes, there are sort of the parts of Frank that were firing today are also the parts of PSG that usually carry. But I am going to have to do a quick thank you to our sponsors. Of course, it is Changhua Telecom, first of all, who are sponsoring us very kindly. And if you sign up with them in the next few months, you will get 12 months free of Hami Video. And as well as the Sheraton Grand Taipei Hotel, who have housed our teams and given, maybe FAK Esports, I'm not sure, they're from Hong Kong, but maybe FAK Esports, but definitely the LJL and the LCO teams, a place to stay over in Taipei. And China Airlines, who got them all there and continue to support us throughout this split. So a big thank you to them. If you do want tickets to go anywhere in the world, check out the China Airlines website. And last but not least, it is, of course, TTL brand ramen. My personal favorite ramen. Great flavors. When I was in Taipei last year, I did enjoy them. I found them at the 7-Eleven underneath our hotel. Gave them a try. Fantastic. You're definitely going to want to check them out if you do find them as well. So a big thank you once again to all our sponsors. And now looking ahead of our Saturday game, I was saying, FAK Esports, they were looking good in the support, the AD, and the jungle position.
Yep.
Now, when you look at the side, and honestly, top, Jung playing fantastically all series as well. PSG.
Yeah, impressive from Jung. Just quick shout out to him. He looked a little shaky early on, but has completely stepped up. Sorry, carry on.
And then PSG Talon, much the same. I think Maple, for the majority of the split, has kind of just been that solid rock, not really needing to go above and beyond, but just be their late game insurance, akin to Betty a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And I think looking at the series, if Frank are able to come and level up again, because they have from the beginning of playoffs to their series against Ground Zero to now their series against CFO, they've continued to get better and better. Looking to their series against PSG, if they can do that again, then we could have a very, very exciting series on our hands. And PSG Talon, they're a team that historically loves to go to 5.
Yeah, that's true. So they might just give it to Frank just to let Maple clutch out one more game 5. But I'm also just can't get off my mind SoftBank versus DCG.
Yeah.
Oh my God, we will be cooking. If you forgot, it was SoftBank bringing in Vista and playing
Yasuo.
Yasuo.
That was against PSG, actually.
Was it against PSG?
That was against PSG,
Oh, God. So it worked against PSG. Beasts. I'm excited for that series, too.
Yeah, obviously, first of all, it will be that PSG versus Frank on Saturday. Thank you so much once again for joining us. It was another thrilling 5-game series. The PCS Summer 2024 playoffs continue to deliver. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, and I can't wait to see you on the weekend.